15 years ago, the leader of the Dark Realm created conflict with other sects through bloodshed. A meaningful revenge war broke out, and the main character actively targeted a 1,000-year-old sect. That's right, it's MUDANG, a renowned name for generations. The world cursed and insulted him for causing many innocent deaths. After a while, everything returned to peace as before. MUDANG is a sacred place of the Taoist religion from a long time ago, and it has been weakening and lagging behind other sects. Is it related to the law of karma that the person who caused the war in the past is now suffering? Those damnable people act so arrogantly and spew out words that are only superficially glorious. Just thinking about dealing with them makes my skin crawl. The leader of the Dark Realm is now critically ill and on the verge of death. He feels that life is unfair, like a flower that blooms early and withers at night. Turning to the disciples, they were crying and showing signs of grief. However, one person is still missing among them. Although this person has many flaws, he is extremely loyal. He's probably searching for the elixir of life for me. Now, I just hope to see his face one last time before I die. Hyokyeon Mukong is struggling due to old age. Even breathing is a chore. People nearing death often think about the past. I've had a hard time getting to this position. The three most demonic sects, namely martial arts and evil sects, have divided the martial world into three parts. And I am the leader of the Dark Realm, betraying the good, trampling on the bad, and killing those who helped me. Being treacherous to everyone to gain victory and rise to the top. Hyokyeon Mukong has ruled the evil cult with cruel curses for 40 years. He is always surrounded by beautiful women, has plenty of money, and can easily eliminate opponents with a flick of his finger. As a human being, how can one resist the laws of nature? However, like many others, he has many regrets. If I had known this would happen, I would have spent all my savings and dealt with those self-righteous people. I wouldn't have spent a single night with a beauty. Turning to his subordinates, he showed signs of frustration. Outwardly, he was crying, but inwardly, he was rejoicing, looking at the body. It's clear that the life force is still strong. Can this be considered loyalty to me? The eldest disciple reminded the others not to worry about their master's late death. He had calculated everything. Hyokyeon Mukong was heartbroken. He had raised that disciple with his own hands, and yet, the disciple was so insolent. The other two disciples were talking about their junior brother, who was still searching for the elixir of life. It's a futile effort. Evil and ruthless people like them will never grow old and will never live longer. I really want to cut their throats and throw them into hell. The attitude of those who pointed and cursed at me was the same. He thought so, but he had long known the evil nature of his disciples, because he himself had lived like that. Now, the agents of the King of Hell have come to take him away. If they call out for the third time, won't my fate in this world be over? In the end, he had to accept his fate and close his eyes. Suddenly, another disciple rushed in and shouted the name of the Heavenly Lord. That guy was still searching for the elixir of life, and only returned when I was dying. Luckily, he came back. Finally, I got to see the face of the disciple who was loyal to me. To my surprise, Gumjung had found the elixir of life and brought it back for his master. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist recovered from his illness immediately. Is it real? Will I live on? Gumjung didn't worry about food safety and directly offered the elixir to his master to eat while it was still warm. The agents of the King of Hell called out again, "Someone, please shut the mouth of that hellish being." The male protagonist's teeth were no longer strong enough after eating 80 glutinous rice cakes. The disciple suggested chopping it into smaller pieces to make it easier for his master to swallow. Hyokyeon Mukong couldn't resist. To provide timely treatment, Gumjung squeezed out the juice for his master to drink easily. The other disciples were worried that after using it, the Dark Realm's sect master would recover gradually, so they urged someone to stop him quickly. The Grim Reaper continued to approach, calling out the final name. Time seemed to slow down in his thoughts as he begged to live a few more years. He had to eat a little more. He had to take advantage of the time to eat. If it continued like this, he would be at the end of his rope. As he finished speaking, his breath was exhausted, and there was not much left. The soul had left the body while Gumjung was still stuffing food into his master's mouth. He couldn't live anymore. The elixir of immortality couldn't achieve this. It turned out that he still couldn't resist the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. The male protagonist regretted it deeply, as he could now spend money and enjoy beautiful women. Oh, those passionate nights with Hua Jiang. Suddenly, His soul felt like it was about to return to the mortal world. The Grim Reaper seemed irritated, knowing he was about to miss his deadline for the day. Hyokyeon Mukang was overjoyed because the elixir of immortality had taken effect, but the Grim Reaper couldn't let him have it easy. The man continued to make every effort to take the life of the unfortunate person. After a fierce struggle, he finally emerged victorious. The outcome was quite different from the script. "You, get out of here. If you want to take my soul, you'll have to try harder. If I hadn't eaten greedily, I would have died. But even after eating so much, you foolish, wretched person. Let's see who wins in terms of patience. I am the #1 in the martial world. I won't close my eyes until I take my last breath. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I am Hyokyeon Mukang of the Dark Realm." He thought so grandly, but it took him a long time to regain consciousness. Many voices and whispers echoed around him. The male protagonist gradually regained consciousness. "What kind of clothes are these? So tattered and worn out. Are you a Mudang?" Hearing this, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sect masters of this sect were all gathered around the patient. He still didn't understand where he was or what had happened. Some people insisted that he was saved thanks to the blessings of their ancestor, Zhang Sanfeng. "I ate the elixir of immortality. I shouldn't die. Was it that madman who did this?" Thinking of this, he became furious and tried to sit up to ask the people around him. But he couldn't move at all. Along with that, numerous pains assailed him. Seeing the young man struggling, an old man intervened. "It's okay. Don't exert yourself too much. You're really commendable. You searched for the elixir for my disciple and fell into the abyss. Wugang, you're not worthy to understand the ways of the world." He recalled some memories of this body. He was an abandoned child who had a miserable life until he met a kind and benevolent Taoist. But something seemed a bit different. The Taoist was injured because the heavenly lord of the Dark Realm had destroyed his martial arts. The male protagonist was that kind young man. He overcame numerous dangers to find the medicinal herbs. Just thinking about falling and getting hurt made him wince in pain. The sect masters nearby saw the patient convulsing and panicked, taking his pulse. "It's not good. It's not good. The meridians are unstable," someone shouted, urging everyone to act quickly. Immediately, they applied pressure to the vital points on his body. This could prevent chaotic energy and regulate the endocrine system. A lot of mystical energy was released. These madmen, what are they doing? Daring to transmit the divine energy into the body of Hyokyeon Mukang of the Dark Realm. Is this a conspiracy against me? You're being controlled by that Grim Reaper's messenger to kill me, aren't you? The excessive energy was too much for him to bear. After a while, the treatment was temporarily stopped. The aura of the Mudang sect has stabilized in the lower position, and the blood vessels have stabilized. Now, all that's needed is to reconnect the bones and joints. I would like to express my gratitude to the sect masters and fellow disciples here. That's just the outside situation. In reality, the male protagonist felt extreme pain. Those Taoists were cruel and didn't care about the pain he endured. How can we turn our backs on the life of a child who sacrificed themselves for the sake of Myung-jin's brother? Another master also spoke out to express the opinion that this child's body has received the power of the fairy key of Mudang sect, which is the secret energy of our sect. Making it Myung-jin's disciple would be a good idea, wouldn't it? After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. Some people thought it was an unprecedented matter, while others said it was the child's fate and good fortune. After a while, the sect leader turned to ask Master Myung-jin. He couldn't dare to affirm that his current health was sufficient to teach the child. "If everyone agrees, I will do my best to train it." These words were truly what everyone wanted to hear. The masters were all delighted to have repaid their debt of gratitude for saving their lives. The sect leader once again made a final announcement to all the elders. "If there are no objections to this special matter, we will allow the child to become Myung-jin's disciple. I would like to express my gratitude in advance for the sect leader's great kindness." After the matter of accepting the disciple was settled, the next issue was what name to give the child. Jinmu was the name given to the male protagonist in Mudang. Everyone was satisfied with the name given by Master Myung-jin. Wugang felt resentful in his heart, thinking that this was just a common name used by Taoist sects, and it made his skin crawl just hearing it. He felt that this sect, from its leader to its disciples, had names that were too common and lacked value. After completing the naming ceremony, they began with some basic martial arts lectures. Hearing the sect leader's words, the other elders immediately took action. Wudang didn't understand what these people were thinking of doing. He was frightened and couldn't speak. Hoping that the masters would stop, many incantations were chanted, and their meanings were unknown to him. All of these were implicitly hoping that the new disciple would recover from their illness and walk normally soon. The male protagonist was still struggling in vain. If he were an ordinary person, they would give him medicine and bandage his wounds, not chant incantations. "What on earth are you people doing to me?" He lamented the loss of his former glory as the revered leader of the Dark Realm, now reduced to this state. It was humiliating to be the first-generation disciple of the declining MUDANG. The male protagonist was convinced that the so-called god of death had somehow manipulated him into this state. He had taken over the body of a child who had died, and suddenly woke up, with the child's memories now in his mind. The energy of the Lukjung Tun Kung had deeply penetrated his lower abdomen, and his martial arts skills were gradually accumulating and filling his body. He felt uncomfortable because he knew he wouldn't be able to practice the dragon-suppressing chaos origin technique anymore. While he was still fuming at this thought, his master appeared out of nowhere. The male protagonist quickly ran to pay his respects and await further instructions. Seeing his master's weak complexion, he recalled the events of the past. Back then, Myungjin had single-handedly resisted the power of the Dark Realm to protect the remnants of MUDANG. The biggest mistake was sparing the life of that person, whose aura was truly impressive. Myungjin reminded his disciple that it was time to eat and go have a meal. Although he showed respect on the surface, he seethed with anger inside. A former leader of the Dark Realm, now being restrained in the body of Jinmu. Basic tasks like cleaning, cooking had to be done by himself. He even performed these tasks proficiently and without mistakes. All of these were done with the purpose of preparing delicious food for his master. Just thinking about this made him want to die and reincarnate into a different life. Wudang felt helpless, unable to understand how the situation had turned out this way. How could he possibly escape from this place? After eating and drinking their fill, they proceeded to the next session of training. Myungjin remained seated, sipping tea and instructing his disciple. The male protagonist continued to perform various movements to please his master. Although his master's health was not guaranteed, his knowledge of martial arts was vast. If they couldn't practice in reality, they could discuss the theories to make it easier to understand. Just like in his past life, he was a martial arts prodigy, and in this life, he was still the same. With just a few lines, he was able to absorb the basic martial arts techniques of MUDANG. His master was overjoyed, recognizing that his disciple was indeed quick-witted. Just as he was thinking, Myungjin spoke up from afar. He was also curious about Chungwoo, the male protagonist who was adamant that he was a fool with countless flaws. "But you've guided very well. Next time you should do it like this, okay?" Jinmu listlessly made an excuse to go into the kitchen to cook and prepare dinner. Time quietly passed until the next morning. His master had woken up early to go out and practice. As usual, he went alone to the Yang sword yard to continue practicing. "If it weren't for him coming here, I could relax, right?" Suddenly another disciple loudly scolded. Following him was the fat Chungwoo, who was smiling. Upon looking, he recognized the other person as Jin Hyo, the first-generation disciple of Yuanhua Taoist Temple. By now, he vaguely remembered the memories of the original body, Jinmu. Jin Hyo was clearly one level higher, and was one of the 7 sons of MUDANG. Why did he come looking for him? In other words, this guy was his senior. Therefore, he had to use polite language to speak. Before he could even greet, he was pointed at and scolded. "Is it true that you taught Chungwoo the 7 stars first?" The reason was that the fat guy had applied it and beaten the guy who brought food to the point of near death. The male protagonist was secretly delighted, thinking that he also had some talent. Jinhyo continued scolding, and he felt that the guy was talking too much and annoying. "Isn't it just about winning? If you keep saying those words, then leave." If there wasn't a big issue, then it was just too noisy in the morning, annoying. Upon listening, he seemed to be showing a strange attitude. He was a gentle child who took care of his useless master, but his words and tone were arrogant, not different from a hooligan. What exactly happened to make him change so much? I have gained more internal energy than usual, thanks to the old master's body transferring energy to me. With that, I can really learn martial arts from my master. Is that really true? Perhaps it was because he practiced alone that his personality became biased and arrogant. It couldn't be like this. Although he wasn't his master's disciple, he still had to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, he raised his voice to teach the male protagonist a lesson. The sword wasn't taken out of its scabbard, but it already showed a lot of power. Jinmu still looked down on his opponent. The opportunity came earlier than he thought. If he defeated him, it would mean he was one step closer to becoming the eldest disciple. Jinheo was still surprised by the male protagonist's rude way of speaking. "What are you going to do with that expression, you arrogant guy? Are you going to fight with words? You're quite something. If that's the case, then I'll start now." Immediately, his figure quickly used a wooden sword to strike first. He realized that he was using the 13 swords of the Divine Gate. It only moves in a straight line without changing flexibly. It won't be faster than me. If I show him the difference, even if it's the same type of sword technique, the audience will be able to feel it. His mind was filled with thoughts of not wanting him to get hurt. But thinking of this, he revealed his weakness and wasn't prepared. The sound of wooden swords colliding with each other kept ringing. Jinheo passively defended against Jinmu's moves. He continued to attack without any hesitation. He kept retreating and defending. The Thaptam Kiem was a sword technique composed of 13 moves targeting the Than Mon acupoint on the wrist, aiming to disarm or disable the opponent. This was also a gentleman's sword technique containing the spirit of Mudang, as it didn't aim to take lives. Jinheo felt that his sword technique was like that of an evil sect aiming at the eyes or other vital spots. Then he took the initiative to counterattack. This isn't like the martial arts of an evil sect. Watch this. Jinmu still targeted his opponent's weaknesses directly. As soon as he raised his hand to strike, Jinheo was knocked back, his weapon flying out. Now he had to defend himself with his bare hands against the male protagonist. The male protagonist's expression was still confident. Only now did he understand something important. Did I really lose to him? It's really strange. Even though I've been defeated, my mood isn't that bad. Although he seems despicable, his swordsmanship is very standard. He's a first-generation disciple, and he's only been training for less than a year. Perhaps he's been able to develop and inherit the martial arts of his Shifu. Honestly, it's hard not to admire him. Jinheo feels quite comfortable about losing, and he's actually very happy. But it seems like the male protagonist isn't going to stop there. He charged straight in and punched him, making him fall to the ground. The whole person fell to the ground. But it didn't stop there. The mood still seems to be unclear about what's going on. Has the winner been decided already? It seems that way. The feeling now is that my whole body hurts. Jinmu thinks differently. It's been a long time since he's felt this way. To defeat his brother Jinheo, he had to abandon all the rules. He must defeat him, and he must do it in a ruthless manner. Chungwoo was shaking with fear and didn't dare to intervene. However, suddenly he showed an attitude as if he was admiring the male protagonist. "What else are you going to do?" "Take him to the treatment room in the Jongdong Temple." Finally, I've taken a step forward in the competition for the position of great disciple. The news of my victory over Jinheo will spread quickly through the treatment room and Chungwoo's mouth. Whether it's the Taoist or whatever in the martial world, the stronger you are, the better. What if I surpass the other disciples and even the 7 sons of Wudang? I will definitely practice the Liang Ping Heart method. Indeed, the news has spread to the leader's place. "You're saying that Jinmu defeated Jinheo. This is ridiculous." The leader Hande can't believe it. It seems that the elders are very surprised by this. He's even teaching Chungwoo to modify the moves of the 7-star fist to suit the child's physique. The elder of Manhwa Shrine Myung-sun doesn't dare to deny it. He was beaten so badly that he's still unconscious. So for now, let's follow Chungwoo's words, and that's the situation. Some people still don't believe it, because a first-generation disciple can't possibly achieve this unless they understand the essence of a martial art. Everyone thinks that it's because the Shifu taught him not the male protagonist. Some people say that Myung-jin is dissatisfied with the swordsmanship of Wudang. He abandoned all the external forms and focused solely on achieving benefits, Elder Myung-gong said. From now on, people will have thoughts about the events of the past. The brutal and domineering Hyeonkyeon Mukang was attacking Wudang Mountain. He even burned down the 3 palaces and massacred all the disciples there. Just remembering it is already very painful. I'm busy with work on top of Cheongyang, so I couldn't visit Myung-jin and his disciples. The leader has requested an elder to visit the male protagonist for a chat. The next day, Chung-woo came to him and was very cheerful. Shifu, from today on, I'll be moving from Manhwa Shrine to this institute to stay. He even said that the person over there personally pointed at him and told him to learn martial arts from Jinmu. Seeing his disciple showing discomfort, Myung-jin raised his voice and gave permission. Last night, Jin-hyo came to me and asked me to take care of Chung-woo in the future. The male protagonist feels that he's taking advantage of the situation when no one's around and seducing his Shifu. The disciple isn't strong enough and isn't ready to take on another person. Then suddenly he grabbed his hand and started using endearing terms. Not only that, but he also used sweet words. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm getting goosebumps? I'm doubting his abilities, but has he really developed to the point of defeating Jin-hyo? This is a genius in martial arts that heaven has gifted. What good fortune! I also saw the whole process of his training. The achievements of my disciple are the joy of his Shifu. Next, there were words of gratitude and reminders that he needs to work hard on his training. After speaking, he wanted his beloved disciple to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I'll go make it and bring it up to you right away. Chung-woo excitedly asked his senior brother how to prepare dinner for their Shifu. I took you in under my Shifu's orders, but you must remember, first, we are not master and disciple. Second, you just need to listen to what I say. And third is to practice according to the previous method. If you follow the above 3 conditions, nothing will happen. But each time you violate, I will send you to hell, got it? Feeling that the kid was obedient, he didn't make it difficult for him anymore and allowed him to stay. The first task that Chung-woo needed to do was cooking. After a while, he had managed to catch and kill 2 fat hens. Jinmu was boiling water, waiting for his junior brother to finish. Great. You remember to save the blood for dipping sauce when you kill the chicken, right? After cleaning the feathers, put it in boiling water with a bit of salt. Oh, I forgot you need to pluck the feathers first before boiling it. When you're done, bring it to the kitchen to boil. Remember to cut the joints. This guy is obedient. It's comfortable to give orders to others in the future. I can make him do troublesome tasks while busy cooking. Chung-woo asked about what happened to his uncle the day before. I'm really surprised Uncle Jin-hyo's martial arts are very rare among the seniors. Isn't it because I'm too skilled and you're admiring me? The more he looked at the kid, the more he remembered his slow disciple Chun-woo-mi-ung from before. Although he lacked observation skills and had many flaws, he was the most loyal. The bad thing is that he's too good and always gets bullied by his fellow disciples. The food was ready, so they brought it up to serve their master. The male protagonist thought to himself that he would definitely make him his trusted errand boy in the future. Jinmu was a bit worried, because everyone in the martial arts world knew that eating meat was forbidden. Jinmu understood that this was one of the 10 taboos of this sect, because the method of practicing internal energy in Wudang before the primordial energy reaches maturity, eating meat would prevent it from converging, so they strictly forbade it. He felt that this was a very different sect. How could they survive on just grains and herbs? Thinking this, he comforted the kid. It's okay. Just bring it up to the master. Children in the development stage can't be healthy if they only eat vegetables. Master, please, eat a lot to recover your energy quickly. Myung-jin didn't refuse because he was used to it. And he also felt more energetic after eating meat. Just 2 months ago, he couldn't even walk. While serving his master, he thought to himself that life should be like this. It should be enjoyable. He felt a bit more relieved and decided not to return to this boring place. The superior was about to invite his disciple to eat, but was rejected by him outside. There was still one left. At an age that needs development, the 2 of them shared one. Why didn't they catch 3? The male protagonist knew that once they tasted the flavor of meat, the Taoist priests would become greedy. He asked permission to go out. You can call me when you're done. So he ran out to eat with Chung-woo, but just as he got out, the fat kid had already devoured everything. not even leaving a bone. Don't you know how to share? You even drank all the broth in the bowl? Just as he was about to scold him, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of the elders. Of course, these scenes were all seen by them. What brought the elders and sect leaders here? Why did those guys suddenly appear here? Chungwoo was so scared that he dropped the earthen pot containing the food. And of course, many chicken bones spilled out. The male protagonist was calculating how to get out of this situation without being detected. After exchanging greetings and bowing, an elder spoke up and scolded the disobedient disciples. The smell of meat had reached the foot of the mountain. How could you neglect your master's weak body and break the rules? As the chief of Yeongwon Temple, I guarantee to manage the rules of Wudang. I won't turn a blind eye. Your master knows this and won't avoid punishment. After saying that, the four of them walked into the study where Myung-jin was sitting eating chicken. Indeed, he was taken aback by the unexpected and unannounced presence. This is it. He's still licking his fingers, enjoying the last bits of meat. Jinmu was afraid that if things continued like this, he would be excluded from becoming a great disciple. So he knelt down to take the blame for everyone saying it was all his fault because his master's energy was too weak. So he had to do it. The old Myunggong was furious and ordered him to shut up. It's really admirable that you always think of your master, but violating the sect's rules is not acceptable. Are you out of your mind? Although he remained silent, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He wasn't the sect leader, yet he stood there silencing others. Once we balance yin and yang, we'll deal with this guy first. The sect leader spoke up directly. What's going on? You're the oldest in this institute. Explain it to us. Not only was he gentle, but he also shouted loudly. Then finally, the protagonist's master spoke up. Elder, is this sin really that big? One sentence that made the sect leader and the elders look surprised, and the disciples became frightened due to their master's unusual expression. Jinmu stood up and said, even if I committed a sin, I'm not allowed to bow my head, and Chungwoo is the same. Then he also stood up to explain to the seniors. Everyone look at my current state. When the brutal heavenly devil of the Tianxie sect destroyed my martial arts, did you know how I felt? Seeing my brothers and seniors being killed one by one, do you know how much pain I was in? While we protect the righteous principles on the outside, our martial arts are weakening on the inside. This is a failure. The only reason Hyokyon Mukon left was because Wu Ming ceased the war. What did we have left after that? The master shouted, don't you want to avenge? Hearing these words, Jinmu became flustered because he had slaughtered many innocent people of Wudang. But he didn't know why, as this was a necessary choice. The martial world was in a state of war between three parties back then. If the war continued, it was clear that only the Sun-Moon Demon sect would benefit, and their influence would expand. Wu Ming was worried about this, so they ignored Wudang's crisis and chose to cease the war. After that, no one helped them. Eventually, Wudang became weaker and was forgotten. Of course, in the martial world back then, the strong would always receive help, but the weak would be ignored. It wasn't just Wudang. Many other sects were also submerged into history in the same way. Up to this point, he felt very proud of his master Myung-jin. This person also told the whole story. The first time Jinmu asked him to eat meat, he was surprised. And Jinmu said to him that his master needed to eat to recover his energy. If he died, Jinmu's survival would be meaningless, so he ate. Indeed, after that, he regained a lot of strength. The sect leader understood the situation of his subordinate. He had been bedridden for 10 years. Yet now he could take a stroll. It was unbelievable. Master Myungjin continued to speak. Although we broke the 10 precepts, isn't it better this way? Some things need to be abandoned, and some need to be changed. The prohibition on eating meat is to accumulate divine energy, but to gain strength, eating meat is necessary. If we are detached from material wealth, our disciples will become poor to the point where they can't even afford martial uniforms. If we don't kill, we won't have enough strength to confront the Tianxie sect and rebuild the destroyed 3 palaces. Indeed, this person prioritized the bigger picture over the decline and rise of Wudang, rather than being concerned with trivial details. You abolished the 10 precepts. Are you still sane? The 10 precepts are our history and the foundation of Wudang. Even if we see your health recovering, we must still uphold the rules." The discussion escalated with all the elders arguing with each other about whether they should eat meat or not. The sect leader still had to ponder the words of the protagonist's master. Finally, he spoke up to demand order from everyone. "We'll consider this and make a decision. Now I want to speak privately with my junior brother Myungjin. Everyone else, please leave." Seeing that the elders were still reluctant to leave, he shouted loudly, "I won't repeat myself again. Those who adhere to the 10 precepts must still obey their master's words." Both senior brothers Chungwoo and Jinmu had to leave. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" He himself didn't think this was a big deal, just eating meat. "What's complicated about the precepts? Is my dream of becoming a great disciple going to end like this?" After talking to his master the next day, the sect leader directly summoned him for punishment. Many influential people from Wudang were present. Jinmu comforted himself that it was just eating meat. It's not a big deal. Even if he's punished, it won't be that severe. The sect leader began to speak. "You have committed 3 crimes. After hearing this, he felt a bit bewildered. Wasn't it just eating meat? Why did it become like this? Is my dream going to end here? He was about to argue, but still had to remain silent and listen to his superior's judgment. The first thing the sect leader mentioned was that even though it's his master, he had violated one of the 10 precepts. Secondly, without the sect leader's permission, he changed the sword technique and taught it to his junior brother. Secondly, without the sect leader's permission, he changed the sword technique and taught it to his junior brother. It turned out that all these things had been accurately summarized. Looking at the people around him, he just wanted to grab their necks and gouge out their eyes to relieve his anger. Why did he secretly make such a decision? After determining the crime, the sect leader will make his decision. "You will have to go repair the sword boundary territory within a month." After hearing this, he felt a bit more relieved. The punishment was surprisingly light. "From now on, I won't ask about the crime of eating meat anymore." Many elders were surprised. Many dissatisfied voices were raised. He should have been punished severely. How could the punishment be so light? "Eating meat is one of the 10 precepts. Please reconsider. I have made the decision as the sect leader. Don't make a fuss anymore." After speaking, he let the disciples leave. Elder Myeonggong was furious after the male protagonist left. Another elder spoke up to express his opinion. Is the reason for making such a decision because Myungjin recovered his energy by eating meat? The sect leader realized that the leader of the Manhwa Palace Jengdonggong had also heard about it. "I feel ashamed because I should have done something about it. As a doctor, I took care of Myungjin for a long time, and I knew about the meat eating, but because of the precepts, I didn't do anything. In fact, there's nothing more important than human life." Some members nodded in agreement after hearing this. The sect leader added that it's not just because of that he didn't ban eating meat. Everyone had to remain silent to listen to the story. The story began with the sword boundary territory and the sword boundary fence. If enemies attack Wudang, they won't be able to pass through this place. When they ride horses and carry weapons, this place is like Wudang's pride. However, it's been over a decade since Hyokyeon Mukong destroyed it, and Wudang hasn't done anything to repair it, not even posting martial arts masters to guard it. The male protagonist and Chungwoo arrived at this place to clean up. The young boy felt a bit strange because everyone promised to come and help before they left. "I heard someone would come, but why haven't I seen anyone yet?" The male protagonist had understood this for a long time. Except for Jinheo, most of the other disciples were from prestigious families, and living with a child who wasn't related to them hurt their pride. Moreover, Jinheo changed the sword technique, defeated his senior brother, and violated the 10 precepts, but still received a light punishment. And the sect leader even changed the rules to allow eating meat. This is like no one likes newcomers. Especially if they're talented, no one wants to be around them. It means they're trying to isolate us now. Thinking about this, he promised himself that he would endure and become a great disciple of Wudang. "Let's go, Chungwoo. We have important things to do now." It seemed that on the first day, the 2 brothers ate meat. On the second day, they got tired of pork, so they changed to chicken to try something different. The next day, they took the opportunity to make Beijing-style roasted rabbit to enjoy. Seeing his junior brother worried, he spoke up to comfort them, saying that they had a month to repair their swords. But in reality, it was just a warning to be cautious. Both of them just stayed here killing time. After a while, he couldn't see his junior brother anywhere. He thought that his junior brother had fallen asleep at the temple under the mountain. Just as he was muttering to himself, Chungwoo came running from somewhere. "You've arrived, brother. I've been waiting for you for a long time, haven't I?" Following the young boy was not just him, but another person as well. This was none other than senior brother Chungwoo, who looked tall and taut like a model. At first glance, the two of them didn't seem to be very close. The reason he came here today was that there were too many questions that Chungwoo couldn't answer. So he asked if his junior brother had learned anything from their master recently, and if he could demonstrate it with actions. Of course, the young boy couldn't explain it in words. His innate intelligence had its limits. Then suddenly Chung Sang looked straight at Jinmu. Why was this guy staring at him like he had some kind of plan? It was unclear why, but today the sect leader had called Myung Gong and Myung Sun to discuss something. He still couldn't believe that Jinmu wasn't taught by Myung Jin. This person didn't believe that martial arts could be transmitted through oral instructions. Elder Myung Gong understood that this was a talent. This was talking about the male protagonist having the right qualities. He was a genius in martial arts, a gift from heaven. The sect leader felt that this was his fault, as he had constrained his disciples for too long, preventing them from reaching their full potential. He would try to make a change, starting with abolishing the prohibition on meat in the 10 precepts. He was eager to see the outcome of this change. Meanwhile, Chungwoo was boasting that Chung Sang had mastered the Liu Yun sword technique and was one of the few who had surpassed the boundary of swordsmanship. His talent was far superior to that of ordinary people. He was the most outstanding among the young disciples. It seemed that the young boy was greatly admiring the person in front of him, the male protagonist. But he couldn't stand the boy's attitude and just wanted to give him a good scolding. Just as his junior brother was about to mention the identity of the person accompanying him, the boy spoke up to stop him. "You don't need to mention my background." Looking at his junior brother's expression, Jinmu understood immediately without needing to be told. The boy had talent, but his lowly background made him an outcast among those from noble families. The sect was on the verge of decline, yet they still practiced discrimination. This kind of martial arts sect had no prestige whatsoever. But now he had a good idea. If they weren't satisfied, they could just change things according to their wishes. The three of them continued their cleaning task. Chungwoo was assigned to carry rocks. He was just messing around. Why were they told to come here to kill time and eat chicken and drink wine? The man hurriedly ordered his junior brother to throw out that stone. But looking at it, it seemed too difficult for the young boy. In reality, it was unlikely that he could do it. Chungwoo approached and tried. However, after a while, no matter how hard he strained his back, he couldn't lift it. Cheongzang thought that Jinmu's martial arts training method was just a scam. He knew that and just ignored it. Who cares anyway? He must be thinking it's meaningless to come all the way here, but let's open our eyes and take a look. Chungwoo. If you want to do it, you have to use a trick. As he spoke, he also acted to show him how to lower his stance a bit. Then both feet were directed inward and converged towards the center of gravity. The knees needed to grip the rock firmly. After completing the movement, he also demanded immediate action. Immediately, the fat figure had to strain himself to make an effort. Finally, it was moved a little. As expected, Chungwoo successfully lifted the rock. Not only that, but he also conveniently raised it higher. Then he threw it strongly into the lake beside him. The young man was overjoyed because he had done something that was previously impossible. Chung Sang was astonished. Why did it change so quickly after just a few words? The male protagonist looked at him with an expression that showed he knew the stupid guy was also dying of curiosity. In fact, he had just used a trick to transmit internal energy to his junior brother. If he hadn't done it, how could the young man have lifted it? The other guy was also clueless and didn't know how to observe. "Just you wait, I'll make you see more surprises." After finishing, he ordered his junior brother to run and catch rabbits to roast and eat. The aroma of meat had already wafted up to his nose. The two of them enjoyed their food with great pleasure, leaving only Chung Sang looking uninterested. When invited, he shook his head and refused. "I can't violate the rules set by our seniors." But eating meat was necessary to gain strength, just like Chungwoo. This statement really hit the nail on the head as he was craving fresh meat. This guy really has the strong will, unlike Changwoo, who could still refuse even after being told. Anyway, it didn't matter, because the ban on eating meat had already been lifted. This also showed that those Taoist priests were determined to change the Wudang sect. At first it might be difficult, but it would get easier later on. Jinmu knew that drinking alone wouldn't be enough to keep him interested. He needed a woman to get excited. This was a sign of corruption. He looked dignified on the outside, but was rotten to the core. He knew it was a good opportunity, but he restrained his anger until he learned the combined technique. After that, he planned to become the sect leader and lure disciples back to become secular families. The vision was that MUDANG would become the second most powerful evil sect. To make the plan successful, he considered Chung Sang as his most trusted subordinate. He would nurture the seeds of this evil, and it had to be great. After eating and drinking to their fill, the male protagonist continued to encourage his two junior brothers to spar with each other. This sounded completely unreasonable. "No way, senior brother is much stronger than me because he has the cloud sword." Jinmu comforted him, saying, "Just fight and you'll win somehow." Chung Sang furrowed his brow at this statement. The fat guy was the weakest among the young disciples, but now he was showing an extraordinary aura. How could he possibly win against someone like me, who had transcended the energy sword realm? Although this realm wasn't impressive for a first-generation disciple, the number of second-generation disciples who had reached it was countable on one's fingers. As he thought, he stood up. Chung Woo was a bare-handed fighter. He hadn't learned swordsmanship. The confrontation between you and him will become a battle between sword and fist. Do you still want to fight? You're just trying to make fools of us. Chung Sang. Why do you think you're so great? This is the reason he wants to see if the guy has enough ability to be a loyal, trusted subordinate, or not. What a joke, we are on a different level, Taoist. Let me see how you will serve me. This matter also needed to be approved by the #1 trusted subordinate. Chung Sang wasn't hesitant to find a crude weapon to compare skills. He looked very confident with his strength as a second-generation disciple. I must say this first, when we fight, my sword has no eyes. Whoever hears this will think he's the strongest expert in MUDANG. The male protagonist also pointed directly at the sword the opponent was holding, saying, "It's just a decoration." I also paid attention to the long sword hanging on my body. Aren't you going to use the real sword? If you use a real sword to compete with your brother, will he still be sane? Chung Woo now feels the atmosphere is too scary as the senior brothers keep talking about the rules. After a while of arguing, Jinmu couldn't say anything back. Then he whispered some tips to his junior brother on how to win. After listening, the little guy reluctantly didn't want to follow, but if he didn't, he would be kicked out by the male protagonist. If you lose, you won't be allowed to eat meat anymore. This sentence really hit his psychology. If the meat disappeared, the little guy would be so sad. Finally, he had to nod in agreement to follow the male protagonist's words. The atmosphere now seems very dangerous because of the fear of losing food. Chung Sang didn't understand why he changed so quickly. Now there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. The two began a one-on-one fight with Jinmu watching from the outside. Although Chung Sang fought with his junior brother, he always thought of the male protagonist, Jinmu, who is 1 year younger and a disciple of the sect leader Mayung Jin. He modified the Wudang sword technique to defeat his senior uncle. Although it violated the 10 precepts, the punishment was as light as not being enforced. Just by changing his stance, he helped Chung Woo lift a huge rock. It's really curious, who is he exactly? When practicing Cloud Sword, I also felt some flaws and asked my senior uncles to correct them, but they didn't even care. After that, I witnessed everything the little guy had learned. It turned out he also had a talent for martial arts and wanted to ask Jinmu about this feeling. Maybe coming here was useless and didn't achieve anything. First, we need to make that young guy less arrogant. But the situation seems different when the junior brother is the one taking the initiative. It was flexible and light compared to its full figure, charging at the opponent. Chung Sang recognized the attack and knew how to suppress it. Immediately, he saw the weakness and attacked it. Something unexpected happened when Chung Woo's heavy figure became incredibly agile. I don't understand why it disappeared so quickly. Then it attacked the senior brother, making him passive. This wasn't in my calculations. He dodged my sword with firewood and quickly shifted to the side, then counterattacked with a dragon's breath. If you're a disciple of MUDANG, you should limit using that technique. That move is just like a donkey rolling on the ground, always looked down upon by the Orthodox sect. Just thinking about it makes my face scrunch up. Is he going to continue using that shameful technique? Of course, Chung-woo didn't think that much and just kept attacking. The important thing now is to win to get to eat meat again. Chung-sang couldn't defend anymore because Chung-woo kept attacking the hand, holding the weapon, making it impossible for him to attack or defend. Indeed, only by fighting can we see the great change in my junior. Is it all because of that so-called #1 disciple's teaching? Chung-woo was counterattacked, but he wasn't afraid at all. Just aim at the hand holding the sword. I just need to follow Jinmu's words. Even if Chung-sang is skilled, he won't be able to withstand it. Indeed, the young man is having a lot of difficulty. He will be surprised by your attack. When the opponent focuses on the cloud sword, that's when we have a chance to counterattack. Thinking of this, he used his whole body to get close. Caught off guard, Chung-sang lost his balance. Now he has to step back to observe the situation. The weapon in his hand has been knocked away. Thus, he suffered a ridiculous defeat at the hands of Chung-woo. Although that's the case, the protagonist still feels unsatisfied. I told you to roll around like crazy until you catch his back. Why are you so slow to understand? I lost, so why is the master still scolding Chung-woo? You attacked too hastily and got hit. If it were a real sword, you would be dead. These things made Chung-sang realize. The sword will pierce the back of his neck. The master must value Chung-woo highly. Thinking of this, he directly apologized to the other person. I thought he would win, and if he did, we would have gained another person. After saying that he immediately prepared to punish his junior for losing. For the next 2 days, you won't even be allowed to look. Because of you, I've lost a lot of meat. His words are as worthless as those of the people on the street. Not only that, he also disrespects the Mudang's 10 precepts. Perhaps he's not the person I expected. Chung-sang is now confused and doesn't know if he should ask to follow and be a servant. But maybe he has another side to him. The young master is full of mysteries. After a month, the protagonist and his 2 junior brothers began to repair the sword boundary. It seems that the 3 of them have been working very hard without rest. The stakes have been fixed and the broken parts have been repaired. The only strange thing is that Chung-sang has changed a lot. I've caught some pheasants. They run fast, so I only caught this many. I thought he wouldn't come here again after losing. But he comes back day after day to the sword boundary. Moreover, he's the one who reminds Chung-woo to start a fire to cook and eat. I've heard that pheasant meat is delicious. Master, please wait a moment. Is this really the same guy as before? Has he eaten something wrong? This doesn't seem to be what the protagonist had planned. It's so delicious that he's eating with his head down. It's clearly burnt. It's a mistake to let the fools do it themselves. Looking at this pile of meat, it seems they've lost their sense of taste. After eating his fill, Chung-sang thanks his master for helping him eat meat to strengthen his body. He thought that it was just flattery, and there was no reason why eating meat for just a few days would cause such a significant change. Suddenly it spoke up to inquire about martial arts. It's the weakness of Cloud Sword. Fixing this weakness is harder than you think. After hearing that, he knew immediately that this was the reason why this guy kept coming back. Could it be because I ate too much meat? I feel like it's hard to swallow. A sip of water would be great right now. After hearing that Chung-sang ran off to attend to his shufu, he felt delighted that his second-in-command was so obedient. In short, we can't treat it too well. We'll take it one step at a time and teach it according to our own methods. Chung-woo was so naive that he didn't even notice. If you don't want to eat it, let me eat it for you. At Yeonwon Temple, the news of Jinmu eating meat was leaked to the elders. He was furious because he had broken the 10 prohibitions. The top disciple of Yeonwon Temple snitched. According to the results of my investigation, they were having a meat feast. They continued to make mistakes. It's necessary to punish them severely to serve as a warning master. Although the sect leader temporarily abolished this rule, most of the elders were not pleased. The story went further when Jinhai mentioned that Chung-sang was also involved. Whenever it was time for personal training, he would rush to the sword realm. Isn't he the top disciple among the second-generation disciples? He was seduced by Jinmu. I'm afraid this will have a bad influence on others. The villain continued to suggest to the master that they should find a way to punish them severely. Chung-woo used a drunken fist to continuously attack Chung-sang's sword hand. How shameful. The elder realized that this was the weakness of the sword technique. The lower part is the weak area. The transition between offense and defense with the sword hand lacks flexibility. Of course, the top disciples didn't know about this weakness. Before they could sense the weakness of the sword technique, they practiced other martial arts and gradually improved it. But how did Jinmu know about it? It's impossible to come up with a way to break the weakness without constantly worrying about it. Before he became familiar with it, the child had already pondered and enlightened about martial arts to a certain extent. He couldn't understand why the top disciple of Myung Jin was so talented. Everyone knew that he was a kind child and always took good care of his master. I thought he was just that good, but his development speed is really astonishing. Jinhae continued to remind the master, "Now let's call Jinmu to the disciplinary hall." It seemed that he wasn't paying attention because he was busy meeting with Chungyang Guild today. As a result, the villain failed to achieve his goal of making things difficult for the protagonist. After the master left, he secretly vowed that he would kill the old man and Jinmu together. Anyway, there's no need to rush. He's just a nobody with an arrogant attitude. He's really a lowly person. Even if I don't do anything, no one will like him anyway. It turned out that this guy had reminded others in the early morning to repair the sword realm. Of course, no one agreed to help Jinmu with the repairs. Jinhae knows that the current important task of the sect is the Chungjang Guild. After being attacked by Hyokyeon, Mudang's power was weakened, and all the surrounding areas, trysts, fell into the hands of the Jaegal family. Mudang's treasury is now empty to the point where it can't even afford to maintain a small institution, so establishing a relationship with the Merchant Guild is the only way to solve the financial problem. It seems that he has realized that this help is also thanks to the words of his own family. But the elder, despite being old and weak, wouldn't be so senile as to disregard me. I'm the one who's saving Mudang from crisis. It turns out that this guy also has the intention of becoming Mudang's top disciple. That lowly Jinmu can be dealt with later. At the same time, he and his fellow disciples are having a hard time cleaning up. Chung Woo also found out about the matter related to Chungyang Guild. I heard that today they have guests, so everyone has been cleaning since morning. Chung Sang also added that at noon, Jin Hee will personally come down to welcome them. But that time is actually now. Just thinking about it makes all three of them feel scared. They don't know when the people from Chungyang Guild and Yeonwon Temple arrived. Immediately, he tells the two disciples to quickly go clean up the remains of the battle. Then he also hastily observes the crowd that's gathering. From the entrance to the exit, there's a crowd everywhere. Now it's probably too late to erase the signs of eating and drinking. After a while, he also looks at the disciples. The two of them are now preparing to go. Welcome the guests. Are you people from Chungyang Guild? I am Chung Sang, the second disciple of Mudang this morning. My uncle Jin Hye informed us that you would be coming. Indeed, this person not only has talent in martial arts, but also speaks in a very polite and courteous manner. After hearing, the leader of the group shows admiration for the warm welcome. At the same time, Jin Hye has also arrived. The leader recognizes him and initiates a greeting. Is something wrong with Mudang? He himself doesn't understand what's going on. Turning to look at his fellow disciples, they all have ugly expressions. As for the male protagonist, he doesn't even bother to speak. Why did these guys eat meat? They're staring at me creepily. Are they going to gouge out my eyes? After the greeting, the leader asks the servants to put away their luggage. A few servants also come to help to finish the task. Not surprisingly, as a famous merchant guild, their luggage looks very bulky. The road is long and difficult. Please don't be polite. Come on in. Since that's the case, we won't be polite anymore. Jinmu doesn't know what to say because he doesn't understand what's going on. Jinhae steps forward and says in a challenging tone, "Let's deal with these guys later." It looks strange because the leader of the Merchant Guild as a guest is walking ahead with a lot of presents, and Jinhae is following behind, clearly showing his intention to be subservient. When I asked around about the monks, I found out that this is actually the Chungyang Guild in Dangang-gu. Apparently, they are a trade guild that has been doing business here for 3 generations. After hearing, he's a bit surprised, because during the time when he was the overlord of the Dark World, he knew some famous merchant guilds. But it seems that this guild doesn't have a very good reputation. Who knows what's different after rebirth? If it's 3 lifetimes, it must have been active for over 60 years. Those guilds that we don't know about can only be small fries. It's clear that those 2 guys are up to something. The top martial artists can't possibly lower themselves to entertain an ordinary guild. To be honest, everyone just took a glance and saw that guy's face, which looked deceitful, so they didn't think anything good of him. Finally, they also put aside their curiosity and followed the people in front of them, and still reminded their 2 junior brothers to go wash their faces because they were covered in oil and grease. Perhaps the 2 of them just realized why Jinhai had such an attitude back then. After the tour was over, the guild leader gave a small gift to the sect leader. To express gratitude, I'm not sure if you are satisfied with this gift. At a glance, it's clear that these are the best items and are currently needed by MUDANG. The treasury has been depleted for over 10 years. The elder in charge of Manhwa Shrine is secretly delighted. Although we've been frugal, we've been unable to afford even a set of martial uniforms for our disciples. I feel deeply sorry for this. The sect leader has thanked Chungyang Guild on behalf of the elders for their contributions. The other side responded and said that it was all thanks to the outstanding disciple, Jinhai. It's clear that everyone knows that he comes from a prestigious family in Dangang. He's still very young and has already met the criteria to be listed among the top martial learners of MUDANG. If it weren't for Jinhai, I wouldn't have dared to meet the high-ranking martial arts masters like that. Everyone has to admire the disciple for his great contributions to our sect. Anyway, we must treat you with hospitality, but this place doesn't have any entertainment, so I'm really sorry. I just stopped by the martial arts hall on my way back. I only hope that you can pray for the soldiers who lost their lives from my family. That would be enough. When the sect leader first met him, he naturally had a very bad impression and didn't want to approach this person. But he had to change his mind, because when they talked, he realized the other person's valuable qualities. Thinking of this, Chungyang Guild also took the initiative to ask for permission to leave. The reason he gave was that a layperson like him wasn't used to the atmosphere of the martial arts hall. The day before, the leader of MUDANG had invited guests to observe the disciples' training. After that, he also asked for permission to leave and go outside so that the internal discussion could continue. As soon as they left, the inside of the study was in an uproar. Isn't this good news, and now we can breathe a sigh of relief? Looking at Jinhye, the sect leader seems very pleased. Although he didn't say anything, isn't Chungyang Guild a merchant guild? If merchants want to establish a relationship with our martial arts sect, they must have something they need our help with. The most likely reason they established a relationship with us is probably for protection. Sometimes on the road, merchant guilds will encounter robbers or disputes with other guilds. Although they have guards who know martial arts, it's still not enough. They spend money and offer gifts to receive support from various martial arts sects. In the past, many merchant caravans came to establish relations with MUDANG, so we can't refuse them. Saying this, the sect leader also showed some concern because the current situation is very different from the past. The area around Dangang has become a territory of various aristocratic families, so no one establishes relations with MUDANG. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's show them that MUDANG still maintains its strength as before, okay? The merchant's standard for martial arts is not that high. As long as they see the group's training posture, they will be impressed. Jinhye also suggested that Elder Mayung's son and the disciples at Yeongwan Temple are all prepared. So what have you all prepared? A month ago, the master helped and taught us to practice the 9 palaces sword formation. Actually, there's no such master. Jinhye was the one who prepared everything. The 9 palaces sword formation is a technique that MUDANG is very proud of. If Mayung Gong and Jinhye directly taught it, it's likely to be highly anticipated. The sect leader was very satisfied again, because his disciples had achieved a great accomplishment. Then let's hurry up and go. The clients are still waiting. Switching to the Chungyang Guild, an attendant also spoke up to the Lord. Isn't this going too far? The steward reminded. What do you mean by saying that? Seeing the attendant trying to establish a relationship with the Jagal family, he was interrupted. I'm the merchant caravan leader. Do you think I'm stupid? The value of a whole crate of treasures is enormous. But if we give it to the Jagal family, we won't gain anything. They not only have high education, but are also skilled in business. Surely, there will be some scholars among them who understand us. To maintain their reputation, they will never establish a relationship with people like us, who make money from smuggling. The male protagonist overheard everything from afar. Now he understands the purpose and intentions of those people towards Mudang. It turns out they're just a small smuggler, and they're still pretending to be arrogant. Mudang is my territory. You dare to play tricks. A little later, everyone gathered in the training ground to prepare for the martial arts display for the Kao merchant caravan. Many disciples had already assembled, and so the 9 palaces sword formation was displayed. Above, the merchant caravan leader and the sect leader were observing very closely. Indeed, they had prepared beforehand, so their movements and postures looked very practiced. Everyone created sharp sword lines. Jinhye's plan is indeed going in a good direction now. The merchant caravan leader couldn't help but clap and praise non-stop. The momentum of Mudang is really strong. Although we've heard about Mudang's second-generation disciples witnessing it firsthand, still surprises us. I plan to invite the merchant caravan leader and my master to witness the 9 palaces sword formation to score points. But why did this unpleasant person appear here? Jinhye couldn't believe that just because of one remark he was taken as being directly guided by his master. Now that we've warmed up, let's start the formation. Thinking this, he had to swallow his grievances, hoping the matter would pass smoothly. Suddenly, the male protagonist spoke up to draw attention. My senior brother is very much looking forward to your performance. This scoundrel dares to look down on me right here in Yongwon Temple. All right, let's make you see the light. And I will never make a mistake, no matter how small. Having thought that, he shouted loudly to remind the young disciples to take their positions to deploy the formation. In unison, everyone shouted loudly to activate the formation. Jinhye was the one standing in the center coordinating the junior disciples. The 9 palaces sword formation is one of the great sword formations that the martial world takes great pride in. This is a type of martial art that suppresses the enemy with a group of 9 people. On the surface, it seems like each person is moving in a different direction without any orderly formation. But in reality, they are moving with a purpose, dispersing in different directions and then gathering again to target the enemy. To achieve that, the participants need to coordinate very well, and the leader also needs to demonstrate their ability. The male protagonist took a glance and felt a bit intrigued. He thought it was worth watching, but also felt a bit regretful. The master at Yongwon Temple is showing a bit of curiosity as to why you feel that way. You haven't learned about sword formations, so you're not sure about anything. Swords from different directions gather in one direction and press towards the opponent, but you feel that something is off. The elder showed a surprised expression, and he said straightforwardly that it felt too slow. If that's the case, the opponent would have escaped the moment the left side started. It's better to pretend to make a sword move on the other side to lure the enemy. This is too complicated. Perhaps you need to learn more. Myeonggong realized that just by observing with the naked eye, he was able to find the weakness and think of a way to break the formation and overcome it. I've heard about your talent many times, but I never thought it would be to this extent. Are you sure this is your first time watching a sword formation? He pretended to say that he had never seen it before, but he didn't expect the 9 palaces sword formation to be so weak. The Chungyang Guild, on the other hand, thought that the sword formation was very powerful. There's nothing. I'm just curious about what the two of you are talking about. After hearing that the elder praised Jinmu for having a talent for martial arts, despite not having practiced for long. He also added that Jinmu is one of the talented individuals that the sect leader has taken a liking to. The sect leader is paying attention to him. Does that mean there's another person who has the potential to become the eldest disciple? It seems that the protagonist also knows that the guild leader is paying attention to him, so that person's gaze has changed. He must have had a plan from the beginning, because he had heard the conversation between the guild leader and the servant clearly earlier. The other person only intended to target Mudang because they wouldn't dare to fight for it. Even if Mudang is currently in a weak state, everyone is firm in their belief that it's a sect that has existed for thousands of years in the Central Plains, representing the Orthodox. If people find out that we're associating with and sponsoring a sect that's currently in a weak state, our reputation in the Central Plains will become more well-known. At a time when the surrounding area is paying attention to us, if a renowned martial arts expert comes to help, what will you do? But will Mudang follow our wishes? If the orthodox sects find out about our intentions in the future, what will happen? Isn't it because of him that we've come all the way here to curry favor? The real purpose of guild leader Shang is to promote Jin Hye to become the eldest disciple, making it easier to manipulate him in the future. Because Mudang hasn't decided who will take the position yet. When he officially becomes the eldest disciple, he'll repay this favor. This is a plan to infiltrate Mudang. Businessmen will seize the most benefits when doing business. Jin Hye was very smart when he was young, but after joining the martial arts sect, he became stupid. If anyone dares to touch us in the future, they'll regret it. Jinmu knows that this guild leader might be investing in the wrong person. That Jin Hye is also vying for the position of eldest disciple with me. The martial art that helps internal energy not conflict with the dark dragon healing ability. I must practice to regain my former strength. Once I have it, I will dominate the entire martial arts world, and to achieve that great goal, those brats won't be able to hinder me. If these two want to stop our conspiracy, we need to investigate the Chungyang Guild. But thinking about it, he also feels it's difficult, because there's no way to leave Mudang Mountain. Myungjin. His master spoke up. What are you thinking about, child? I got lost in thought, and there's nothing else I can do. Chungwoo whispered to his master that 2 days ago, the Chungyang Guild came here, and after they left, his senior brother has been in this state. This kid must have seen people from outside and become curious. It's not strange, as Jinmu is already 20 years old and might leave this mountain like other senior brothers and sisters, because he has taken care of me for so many years. Thinking of this, he asked Jinmu about the date and found out that tomorrow is the 3rd day of the lunar month. Suddenly, he became unusually cheerful compared to his normal demeanor. Why does he have such a big smile on his face? I'm worried, but you're acting like this. The next morning, his master called him up very early. What do you need me for, master? As he opened the door and stepped in, oh my. What's going on that you're wearing this cloak, which you normally don't wear? Hearing that his master was going out, he showed concern that if his master caught a cold and fell ill, he would be the one to suffer the most. I've dressed warmly, I won't be okay. This guy has been smiling all day since yesterday. What's so funny? It turned out that on the 5th day of every month, the martial arts world holds a regular meeting among the elders hosted by the sect leader to discuss events and expenses for the upcoming month. Not only the elders, but also the disciples in charge of related tasks will participate. Jinmu knew this was the first time Myungjin was attending. He wasn't in charge of any task and had been staying in the hermitage, so he hadn't been involved in discussions. Just as he was about to enter, he unexpectedly ran into his senior brother Jin Hye. Both of them turned around after the other person greeted them. Jin Hye, isn't it? It's been a long time since we last met. I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. When asked about his progress in martial arts, he confidently said, Thanks to your disciple, my junior brother, I've broadened my horizons. You should treat him well, shouldn't you, Jinmu? The three of them then went in together to attend the monthly meeting. It seemed that the other disciples greatly admired the master of the protagonist, as they all showed respect when they saw him. From the one sweeping the yard to the one cooking, everyone had to bow and pay their respects. It seemed that Myungjin's reputation was great in the martial arts world. Jinmu really didn't understand this scene. Why were they so courteous and had such respectful and solemn gazes? Not only that, but even the sect leader was surprised to see the appearance of his junior brother. He immediately ran over to ask about his health. Junior brother, you must take care of your health. Was the long journey okay? Thanks to this disciple, my junior brother has recently recovered his energy, and walking is no longer difficult. Furthermore, after hearing this, the leader of Mudang felt that consuming meat really had an effect. We should have allowed it from the start. You really have been through a lot, Jinmu. The weather has turned cold. Let's all go inside quickly. Jin Hye also raised his voice. Don't you feel proud of your master? You may not know, but our senior is the most revered Taoist in the martial world. Before his martial arts were crippled, our senior and the current sect leader were the most promising candidates to become the Mudang sect leader. Due to the sudden attack by Hyokyeon Mukang of the Dark Realm, he stood against him to protect the other disciples. Most people here believe that Myungjin is the symbol of Mudang's bravery. As for the protagonist, he was just a proud Taoist in the past and a troublesome burden in the present. I don't know how the meeting went, but it seems to be nearing its end. So let's make a decision like that. Does anyone have any other issues? We've been poor and hungry for so long, and suddenly a large sum of money falls from the sky. There are still some requirements that haven't been met. Thinking of this, my master also raised his hand to give his opinion. Establishing a relationship with the Chungyang Guild is a good thing, but we also need to be cautious. Although it was introduced by Jinhai, we still don't know their intentions and background. Perhaps we need to consider using that money wisely. I think we can send disciples to their place under the guise of support, and at the same time gather information and monitor them. His intention is to send people down the mountain to learn about the Chungyang Guild situation and showcase the disciples' talents. The sect leader agreed with the idea, but we still haven't decided who to send. Then the first name that came up was the protagonist. Did he attend the meeting just for this matter? This isn't a gift for helping him prolong his life. Now I'll have to retract my previous useless words. Senior Jinheo seemed very pleased. The first-generation disciples are busy with their own matters, so let's send him. Is he really a good person? If I had known, I would have been more lenient. The gang of robbers saw the aura exuding an intimidating aura, and were also completely intimidated. It seems like no one is opposing this matter. The issue that has been worrying me for so long seems to have been resolved. According to everyone's opinion, Jinmu, you should return to the Institute and prepare. 10 evil sect members are no match for one Taoist. This is indeed my good fortune. But he didn't know that the person next to him was showing signs of great anger. Jinhai secretly thought, why is he taking credit for my hard work? He's really a thorn in my eye. The meeting gradually came to an end, and no one had anything else to report. Jinhai angrily called out his underlings to vent his frustration. Senior Jingung, why are you just standing by and doing nothing? The first-generation disciples of Wujin Temple now had nothing to say. Jinhai angrily complained that the protagonist had broken the rules and was being punished, yet he was still allowed to leave the mountain. Jinsu spoke up. What you said is not wrong, but didn't the elders already make a decision? The person immediately retorted, don't spout nonsense like that. Not always do the elders make the right decisions. Sometimes they are wrong too. After hearing that, Jinhai got angry and interrupted those slanderous words. But he was still not satisfied, as all the #1 disciples from the various sects were selected from renowned families and were given the title of martial arts masters to compete with each other to become the one to take on the responsibility. Just based on a lowly person like Jinmu and the reputation of his master, how could it shake the thoughts of the sect leaders and elders? He is destroying the long-standing tradition of Mudang and must be punished severely. You are wasting your effort on a meaningless task, Jinheo said as he entered from outside. What is tradition? If we only rely on tradition, how can we develop? Is it because senior brother was beaten by him until he was a mess? So now he still wants to speak up? Indeed, this guy doesn't know how to respect rules or anyone. Jinhaya, it seems to me that you are the one who's sick. Didn't you see the master recover after eating meat? Besides, wasn't the law prohibiting meat eating abolished? You have ruined my great achievement in establishing a relationship with Chungyang Guild. Senior brother Jingung, what are you thinking? Before the elder brother could speak, Jinheo continued to complain. The alliance between the two external forces is under the responsibility of Wujin Temple. Shouldn't we discuss it with senior brother Jingung and report to Master Myungchung? So why should we meet the sect leader to report this? You are being unreasonable. The first disciple is the face of the martial arts sect, not a position for you to utilize for personal gain and family reputation. After hearing that Jinhai was about to draw his sword to attack his senior brother, both of you stop it. You are entrusted with the responsibility of leading the sects, yet you act so recklessly, someone scolded. All of you stop arguing about the decision made by the elders. After scolding, Jingung left immediately, leaving Jinhye with a lot of regret. Jinsu is kind and gentle and doesn't want to argue about such things. Suddenly, he became very curious about the male protagonist's personality. Jinhyo thinks he is a very attractive and charming person. He is not a woman, yet he has captured your heart. Maybe I should thrash you sometimes. Chung Sang is also like that lately. He comes to the institute and doesn't return here. He also has his own suffering, and it seems to me that you are mistaken, brother. He is a child who cannot shake off the hatred in his heart. In that case, he cannot be accepted as a disciple of Gyeongdong Temple. Despite that, the child who is full of potential has followed Jinmu. Then Jin Hyo said that the male protagonist has the potential to become the first disciple of Mudang. I'm not sure about other things, but I'm sure senior brother Jingung and Jinhye won't stay still. A talented person will eventually reveal their ability. If that's the case, let's just wait and see what he is like. Meanwhile, the heavy rain continues to pour down. Jinmu is struggling to help his master return to rest. We went out early, and now it's already dark when we return. Now he is feeling very happy because he is about to leave the mountain. His current mood is no longer filled with hatred towards his master. You must be very happy, aren't you? Don't worry about me. Go have fun. This person also reminds him that there are still many prohibitions of Mudang to be aware of when he goes down the mountain. Besides eating meat, drinking alcohol and womanizing will also be completely forbidden. Myung-jin was a bit worried that his disciples would break their vows and do something wrong. The two were chatting happily when Chung-woo and Chung-sang arrived out of nowhere. They were planning to pack their luggage and follow the protagonist down the mountain to help. Jin Hyo, the junior brother, was also giving the disciples a send-off and some pocket money. Are you crazy? Why would I bring you along? You need to make a decent choice if you want to come with me. Scram. The two became restless and anxious, lowering their voices to beg and plead until they were satisfied. For some reason, Jinhye had also snuck in to observe the situation. That guy was trying to ruin the efforts of our clan over the years. It turned out that Go Um-young, the clan patriarch, had sent him to Wudang to become a disciple. The future of the Wuou clan in Dangang-gu depended heavily on him. These were the exact words his father had told him when he first entered the sect. You must make our clan a reputable and authentic orthodox martial arts family. His family was once a group of thugs doing dirty work, but after a while they became a legitimate martial arts school. I've been working hard day and night to become one of the 7 disciples of Wudang, but it's still not enough. It seemed that his determination was to become the top disciple and officially compete for the position of sect leader. All my hard work over the years and you're going to ruin it. I couldn't stop him from going down the mountain. But this is actually an opportunity. It's natural to encounter dangers outside. One of the 10 commandments of Wudang is an absolute rule that no one can break. It turned out that Jinhye was plotting to harm his fellow disciples. You're not the only one who can break the 10 commandments, you foolish junior brother. The next morning, the protagonist and his disciples prepared their equipment and set out. Before leaving, the 3 of them visited each of the elders to bid farewell. I'm a bit uncomfortable with suddenly having 2 baggage disciples. Brother Jin Hyo came to encourage us and gave us a send-off, so I'm very grateful. Thinking back on the things that happened at Yongwon Temple, she sat through the briefing on the commandments and got a headache. The elders warned the disciples about many things before they left the mountain, and they received various items to take with them. The final step is to come to the room to bid farewell to the master. This is a procedure that all martial arts disciples must go through. Please minimize that kind of thing. You're already exhausted before even leaving the mountain. So Chung-woo and Chung-sang are coming with you too. They're both smart kids. They'll be a big help. Be careful when you go down the mountain. Don't eat random food and bring some prepared food with you. Also, don't forget not to tarnish the reputation of Mudang. Jinmu waited for a while and then he finally set off. But then the sect leader called out to remind him to be careful. He was told to report back to the sect once a day. Although he wasn't happy about it, he reluctantly agreed. Just following the procedures for leaving the mountain is already exhausting. Why did I reincarnate into this ridiculous martial arts school? As he stepped out of the Mudang gate, he felt a sense of relief, as if the air was no longer suffocating. This was the first time since his revival that he had felt this way. Crossing the boundary meant leaving the Wudang territory. The first thing to do was to assign tasks to the trusted ones. Both of them were overjoyed and prepared to receive the male lead, Chung-sang's instructions, who handed over the sword to him, and Chung-woo took the luggage. One had to hold on to their own sword, as it was like a lifeline for a martial artist. Just as he was about to chase it back to the mountain, he stuttered and replied that he would keep it as if it were his own life. The distance from the entrance of Wudang to Chungyang Guild was about 100 kilometers. If they rode horses, it wouldn't take half a day. They should head straight there. The disciples of Mudang had started their descent from the mountain, but it didn't seem to be going smoothly. They hadn't gone far when they encountered people blocking their way, demanding that they hand over everything they had. How dare they brazenly rob the Taoists right in front of Mudang? These people were really bold. Then Chung Sang had to speak up and warn the robbers. Perhaps they didn't know the attire of Mudang, so they dared to block their way on this mountain. In any case, they wouldn't gain anything. They should retreat quickly. These words couldn't intimidate them at all. This sect has declined. I'm afraid you've thought too much. While they were still speaking politely, they should hand over all the valuables. These people were so boring. They hadn't changed at all during his absence from the Jianghu. Thinking this, he reminded his junior brother to hurry up and deal with the situation before the sun set. Chung Sang stood up alone to fight the robbers hand to hand. If they retreated now, he wouldn't attack them again. But they continued to gesticulate and didn't seem to feel anything. The leader seemed to be delighted by Chung Sang's words. Have you all heard clearly? Let's charge together. He jumped forward to attack, followed by another person who raised their saber to strike from behind. Chung Sang immediately jumped up to avoid the danger. Not only that, but he also used his sword to strike the robbers. The two of them still didn't understand why they were hit. The others were starting to feel a bit intimidated and hesitant. Although they still charged forward without regard for their lives. Chung Sang continued to defend himself easily. From a distance, the male lead observed his opponents carefully. Most of them charged in together, but there were still two people who had better mobility. He calculated that the two of them were likely the leaders letting their subordinates attack first while they waited behind for an opportunity. It was laughable. Chung Sang had reached a state where he could wield his sword with his energy and swordsmanship. With his abilities, it was impossible to fail. Recently, thanks to his teachings, he had become much stronger. Even if the two of them worked together, they still couldn't match him. Just as he was thinking this, someone from nowhere charged forward to attack him directly. The other person's sword looked special and managed to control his weapon. Then it knocked away the only thing protecting Chung Sang. From the start, its abilities had far surpassed those of the other disciples. Just as he was praising, a man stabbed him from behind. It seems the male lead is really confused. I forgot that this is his first time fighting in the Jianghu. Unlike training with predetermined moves in real combat, you won't need to follow any rules when making a move. Those who only trained on the mountain and stepped into the Jianghu for the first time will easily panic if they encounter such a situation. Of course, at that time, mistakes will continue to happen. Indeed, due to lack of experience, Chung Sang slipped. The other man was filled with killing intent as he swung his knife. I don't know what to do. The situation is changing rapidly, and I'm getting flustered. Then he quickly dodged to the side. But the other man didn't give him an easy way out. The male lead ran from somewhere and blocked the attack. I was going to let you gain more experience, but it seems that's not necessary anymore. With his bare hands, he destroyed the strong robber's weapon. Conveniently, he also gave the other man a painful blow. Since he had never been beaten before, he immediately spat out blood. Not stopping there, Jianmu continued to jump at his opponent. He used both hands and feet to teach him a lesson. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even scream. His whole body collapsed to the ground in front of his companions. The male lead stepped forward and pointed directly at the robbers' faces. You and this man, I can tell you've both had a lot of experience using swords. Your ability to coordinate with the others behind you shows that your skill level is not low. What exactly is going on? Has someone hired you? The man wearing a hat didn't respond and pulled out many dark daggers from his sleeve. He coldly threw all of them at the male lead. But these things were child's play compared to the male lead's skill. For some reason, the man suddenly disappeared, leaving his underlings in shock. It turned out his goal was to escape and save his life. The man thought that when facing a stronger opponent, retreating was the best strategy. But the plan wasn't that simple. With his speed, the male lead was able to block the man's action. Now he had successfully captured and restrained the man for interrogation. Now let's have a little chat. Who are you? And who sent you? You foolish robbers don't think we'll easily confess. It seems this man still doesn't know fear. Since we're cultivators, we'll have a gentle conversation and give you some guidance. Then we'll hand you over to the authorities. Seeing that he was still stubborn, the male lead immediately broke his arm to make him understand. Then he continued to the leg. It seems you're familiar with this, aren't you? Death often occurs unexpectedly. Hearing himself being cursed as cruel, the male lead couldn't show any mercy. Not with those who wanted to kill him. If you're not going to confess, then I'll ask the others. Don't move, otherwise you'll break your neck. Then the sound of fierce beatings echoed. The underlings there now showed more fear than ever. The red-haired man no longer had the menacing attitude from before. That robber was different from the robbers I had met before. After a round of interrogation, the leader of the group lay on the ground. He felt a bit regretful because Mudang only gave him one set of clothes to wear when going down the mountain. When the gang of Kuangdao saw the murderous aura emanating from him, they were completely intimidated. If they fell into the hands of that madman, they would either lose their lives or be crippled. After thinking about it, they all wanted to confess everything. According to what they said, the person behind the scenes from the Palyong clan, a gang of thieves from the alley behind Dangang-gu, was mainly involved in extorting protection money in this area. The leader Li Pan-yong had ordered them to ambush and capture the protagonist's group. The two skilled martial artists known as the Xi'an Devil Duo were quite famous in the alley behind Dangang-gu. The person who hired them knew that they would be passing through this area. So why did they still target Mudang despite being at a disadvantage and having a significant power presence? This meant that the person behind this incident must have spent a substantial amount of money. After thinking about it, he demanded that they all reveal the true identity of the person behind the scenes. Judging from their facial expressions, it seemed that none of them knew the truth. The last resort was to pay a visit to the leader, Li Pan-yong himself. One of them pointed to the two assassins and said that they would capture the martial artists and bring them back to the den to be used as snacks and drinking companions. However, he wasn't concerned about that, and instead asked about the payment for this job. The lives of the three people were valued as low as a bunch of vegetables, so the protagonist felt disheartened. The embarrassing thing about him here is that he yielded a step that we should have attacked from the beginning. Just as he thought this, the guy rushed in, raised his claws, and was about to scratch the main male character's face. This looks really interesting, so we have to enthusiastically welcome him. Immediately, he used Tai Ching dispersing hands to defend. The rough fists clashing with each other produced a very unpleasant sound, and so the two of them punched and kicked each other for a while. The opponent's strength was not inferior in the slightest, and Jinmu also responded very enthusiastically. Then he also found the opponent's weakness. After that, he casually punched him, but missed. The young master gritted his teeth, unable to do anything. The man kept attacking without caring about the danger. Only a few descendants of the Jaegal family can practice the grappling method. But why doesn't it have any effect on him? In that case, we won't need to use it anymore. Instead, we won't attack the wrist, but will aim straight at that detestable face. He thought to himself that he just needed to try to hit once. With that thought, he stopped to gather his internal energy and accumulate strength. He enhanced his internal energy with the lower heaven's divine skill, and then channeled it to his right palm. When the time was right, he continued to rush forward, aiming straight at Jinmu's face. He couldn't let him dance around like that. He also directly raised one hand to counterattack. The two energies clashed, creating a violent shockwave. Chungwoo was shocked and groped for his senior brother in the dust. Because his vision was limited, he asked his senior brother to take a look. Chung Sang also directed his gaze towards the center of the commotion. The result is that the first-generation Mudang disciple has won against the young master of the Jaegal family. The man couldn't do anything to him, not only failing to injure him, but also suffering a crushing defeat. Then he approached his opponent and spoke. "You're quite something, still able to withstand such a strong blow. What's your name?" If you're a first-generation disciple, you must have a name with the character Jin. When he didn't receive an answer, he shouted loudly and repeated the question. If he's curious, let's tell him. "I am Jinmu, the one who will lead the martial arts world in the future. Your name is deeply etched in my mind, young master. We'll meet again in the future." Then he left voluntarily to save face. But Jinmu couldn't let him go that easily. "Are you blind? Look around. Everything is destroyed. Should the descendant of a great family let an ordinary household bear the damages and then just walk away? Your intention is not just about the customers. What about what we have to endure? We were having a good meal when you came and caused a ruckus, and we even lost money because of the martial arts competition." As he spoke, He raised 5 fingers to demand a reasonable compensation fee. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he threw a large bag of money at him and told him to take it and leave. "What's this? No gold or silver? You look like you're poor." Because he didn't bring enough cash, he didn't bother to respond. "Wait a minute, you have to bring that guy with the scar on his lip too." But it seems that this man doesn't care about the life or death of the servant beside him, and so he and some of the remaining servants left immediately, knowing that he deserved it. But still, he was after all a subordinate. And in the same way you lost just like him, so why be so cruel? As he walked outside, the young master of the Jagal family suddenly suffered internal injuries. The servants immediately ran to ask about his health. Although he received careful care, he brushed it off and didn't want anyone to touch him. It turned out that during the fight he had been hit by Jinmu's palm, and his body was trying to hold back, or else he would have spat blood right then. He thought that Jinmu was just a wolf, but unexpectedly he was a tiger, a fierce tiger with sharp teeth and claws. This guy was calculating that the protagonist was targeting the business rights of the gangmouth, and if it fell into Mudang's hands again, it would be a strong blow to the Jagal family. Thinking of this, he secretly sent someone to follow the protagonist to observe the situation. Mudang didn't know what kind of storm it would cause in Dangang-gu, and he hoped that they wouldn't achieve their goal. The inspection trip was over, so let's head back. The next morning, Jinmu and his 2 disciples went into the inner city to explore. Chung-woo looked very unfamiliar with the delicious food he had never seen before. As for the protagonist, he had a different and more headache-inducing problem. It was because of his worn-out clothes that everyone on the street was gossiping about him. His clothes were old and had gone through many battles. He didn't even have a spare set, and being reincarnated into the wrong sect was the reason for his embarrassment. If it weren't for the payment from the Jagal family, it would have been even more miserable. He needed to buy new clothes first. Thinking of this, he invited the 2 disciples to go to a small clothing store to have new clothes made. The owner inside was delighted and hurried out to greet them. However, when he saw their shabby appearance, he became unpleasant. "Don't touch anything and dirty my goods. Do you know how expensive they are? Where did these beggarly Taoist priests come from?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw a large bag of money right in front of him. The sound of coins clinking made the owner extremely greedy. "It's thanks to the good fortune of my store that we have the honor to serve you. Please make yourself at home. If you want, our store will provide the best fabric in Dangang-gu, and our tailoring is exquisite. Many places have ordered from us." "All right, since that's the case, I'll trust you to do the job." The owner eagerly asked about the quantity, but didn't quite understand the protagonist's intentions. The next task was to prepare luxurious clothes for the 3 of them. More specifically, each person would have 2 sets to change into. After hearing this, the owner was moved, because he had listened to a beggar on the street say that he was about to meet a benefactor, and he would treat him to a lot of delicious food next time they met. The expressions on his disciples' faces now became worshipful, 100 times more than before. Money could buy power and even loyalty. This was the feeling of being in control. If he could win their favor, everything would be smoother for him. While having their clothes measured, he also asked about the identity of Lee Pan-yong. He knew that he was the protector of this street, and perhaps the merchants here would know some information. Dare to touch him within the territory of Wudang Mountain. They will have to pay their debts in full. And at the same time, he also needs to find out who is behind this. While working, the owner also mentioned that someone had been asking about him a lot, and yesterday, some WUU clan warriors came to look for him. "It's certain that this guy has been causing trouble everywhere. Since last night, the warriors have been going back and forth around here dozens of times, but they don't know where he is hiding." Jinmu was curious and didn't understand how those mysterious people dared to touch the 20 precious taels that belonged to him. After finishing their tasks, the 3 of them set off on their way to the Chungyang Guild. Meanwhile, the young master of the Jagal family had returned to his family's mansion. He told his father everything that had happened the day before. There was a first-generation disciple named Jinmu, along with 2 second-generation disciples who had appeared in this district. The father seemed puzzled upon hearing this, saying that he had never heard of this name before. Jegal Murin was curious about the person his son had told him about. He only caught a few words that this person was young, but possessed great strength. Upon hearing those words, his attitude suddenly changed. Is this why we lost to a first-generation disciple of MUDANG? The son hastily explained that he just wanted to ask the guards to check on it. It's been over 10 years since we've seen any Wudang disciples appear in the Jianghu, so please, father, let it go. So you're saying that you're not showing your face because you don't want to lose to the Wudang disciples. Besides, the young man also reported another matter to his father. After following him, he discovered that they were on their way to the Chungyang Guild, and it seemed that MUDANG and the guild had formed an alliance. How weak must MUDANG be to have formed a connection with those people? That trade caravan is just a group of smugglers. The owners of various families knew for certain that the people from Wudang didn't know that they were doing business with cunning people like the Chungyang Guild. Asking his son further, he also learned that the MUDANG Taoists had changed to the point of eating meat and drinking wine. Asking his son further, he also learned that the MUDANG Taoists had changed to the point of eating meat and drinking wine. But there's still another issue that we need to be concerned about. The son had seen a Wuou clan warrior named Hyobang, and it seemed that he was also watching the Taoists. The father's expression turned serious because of this. As far as he knew, the son of that family was at MUDANG, and his name was Jinhye, and the Taoist who went to the Chungyang Guild was named Jinmu. At first, this person was also trying to connect the events together. He still didn't understand what Yobiu clan Chungyang Guild or MUDANG were trying to do. A big fly that can only suck blood now has the ambition to swallow a whole cow. Maybe they will just end up with a torn proboscis. If that idiot becomes the master of MUDANG, it might not be so bad. It turned out that the old man had secretly known about Jinhye's ambition to become the leader. After a while, he casually assigned a task to his son, saying that he would give him 20 Chunghua warriors to keep an eye on the Taoists' movements. If they're lucky, they might get killed. And if they're involved in any illegal activities, the son can directly capture them. The lackey showed joy because of the master's order. Are you sure you can do these things, kid? A Chunghua warrior under the flag of our family has never been entrusted to the later generation, yet now it's in my hands. The patriarch must have great trust and expectation in me to allow this. I will definitely be able to become the young master. Although there are many descendants, this is a condition for selection. We will make MUDANG lose face and then kick them out of there, thus becoming a young master properly. Just thinking about the male protagonist made him naturally angry. After a while of thinking, he respectfully followed his father's words. The old man was very satisfied with his son's obedient attitude. Meanwhile, the male protagonist and his fellow disciples arrived at Chungyang Guild. Since we have some free time, let's take advantage of it to train those two useless ones. Although he was there, he couldn't meet Geum Jeok-san. But that didn't mean he lost many conveniences. He gave me full authority to use this area, which has everything from a rear garden to a watching tower. It's too spacious for 3 people. It seems that this time I've made more profit, and the prey is getting bigger and bigger. Just as he thought of the guild leader, the man appeared and greeted him. Has the Taoist been comfortable here? It's been a while since we've met. Observing the person in front of him, he recalled the information he had gathered while at his sect. After helping Jinhye become the sect leader, he wanted to use the name of Wudang to do things his way. This guy doesn't know how to hide his intentions. First, I need to gain his trust, then extract all the information, and finally I'll squeeze it out completely. Do you know that I've just received news and come here? Have you been comfortable here? As he spoke, the guild leader also noticed his attire. On the way here, we encountered robbers. But everything is over now. Who dares to be so bold as to touch the noble Taoist priests of MUDANG? I won't accept it. Even if you make me a bodyguard to follow and protect you, I'll still be willing. Now that MUDANG and Chungyang Guild are on the same boat, if you need my help, just say it. He didn't care about the empty words. But when he heard about the comfortable expenses here, he became more attentive. That's natural. Aren't we one family? Did you commission clothes at the fabric shop? I'll send the steward to pay for it. His intention is to make the Taoist priests focus on martial arts and not worry about other things. Then he didn't know what to say. This is the first time you've come down from the mountain. So do you want to visit Dangang-gu? Not only that, but he also invited everyone to play and have a big dinner at night. If that's the case, please wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and be right back. The enthusiastic attitude of the guild leader made Jinmu suspicious. He still didn't know what was behind that appearance. Let's just wait and see what they will do. Gyeum Jeoksan had instructed his steward to contact WUU clan and inform them that the Mudang Taoist had arrived. Isn't this too dangerous, sir? Looking at their attire, it can be seen that the Wu family ambush on their way here had failed. Perhaps we will be implicated. Retreating now might not be too late. But the master still didn't listen. All matters are their responsibility. We know nothing got it. Anyway, he can't retreat anymore. After changing clothes, thoughts arose if the male protagonist surpasses Jinhye and becomes the great disciple, it will bring countless disadvantages. In the future, we need to utilize Mudang's name. Therefore, we want Jinhye to hold the title of great disciple, not that Jinmu guy. Gyeum Jeok-san must have taken advantage of the fact that the Wudang disciples wanted to kill their fellow sect members to tightly control Jinhye. At this moment, it's necessary to cooperate with WUU clan. Moreover, they grasp the situation quickly and will act easily. Thinking about this, we also know that the situation with the explosive shipment will be dealt with in 5 days. Indeed, he is a real smuggler. Smuggling explosives has been strictly forbidden by the government for a long time. The amount of money involved is something I can never touch in my lifetime if it weren't for this incident. Compared to that benefit, sacrificing 3 insignificant guys is nothing. Neither the government nor the martial world can stop me. That night, he sent people to deliver a letter to his allies to report the news. I have prepared an ambush at a suitable location and arranged for hired killers. His master seemed very satisfied. What kind of people are they? I've heard that the Xi'an Devil duo has also lost. This time I've gathered some notorious guys. If they fail again, Gongza Cheok will step forward. That name is the notorious leader of the bandits in Dangang-gu. He is a skilled swordsman who can use sword energy despite being just a thief. Under his command, there are many subordinates. Rumor has it that they are even allied with a large sect, the Dark Art Clan. As soon as he heard that we were searching for Li Panyong, he directly contacted me. Now we know that the target the male protagonist is searching for is actually Gong Zacheok's brother. Wu Myunheum, leader of the Wu clan, has declared that he will pay any price for anyone who can accomplish the task for him. He also plans to help Jinhye become the sect leader after successfully killing the male protagonist. The future of our family is in his hands. Those who obstruct him will only have one path: death. Jinmu, the #1 disciple of Mudang, must be eliminated. Move to the bar. Chung Wu's voice is now very drunk. It seems that the young man has never experienced the harsh realities of life, so he's a bit out of control. Indeed, this is quite an experience for someone who's just come down from the mountains. Chung Sang is also not much better, as he can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. The male protagonist is still very sober. He reminds his disciples to regain their composure so they can dine with the sect leader. He showed remorse for allowing the other 2 to pass by the brothel. Here there's only one place with good wine worthy of entertaining these Taoist priests, but the path there is a bit far. I hope you can understand. Jinmu realized that all the good places had been passed by clearly he was deliberately leading the group to a desolate and remote place. Passing by the brothel was to make us let our guard down, and now you're trying to capture us as soon as we arrive. It's really interesting just when I'm curious about what you're planning, but no matter what it is, we'll make sure you are more disappointed. After a while, the guild leader brought the 3 of them to the Muwal Pavilion to drink. Perhaps this is the right place for that guy to plot something. As soon as they arrived at the door, a soft and respectful voice invited them in. Taking a glance at the signboard, he looked a bit suspicious. Indeed, it's a bit desolate and remote. Even if someone dies here, no one would know. This is really a suitable place to take action. Inside, an old man with a cane came out to greet them. Are you people from the Chungyang Guild? If you've booked a room, please follow me this way. Is he the owner of the inn? An old man so wrinkled and weak. Indeed, with the experience of dying and coming back to life twice, such schemes are quite normal to him. It's supposed to be a place for eating and drinking, but there's not even a fly here. Not only that, but everything around looks old and worn out. The furniture is dusty. It's hard to imagine that this is a place to entertain noble guests. Of course, only Jinmu knew about this. The other 2 didn't understand anything. The old man led them upstairs, and then introduced that his son would take care of them from then on. The main character also had to keep his eyes open to see what they were planning. Ignoring the greetings, he noticed that the hands of the son had calluses on the knuckles, not like the hands of someone who usually receives guests. This guy must have practiced martial arts before. So everyone was led into a room that had been prepared in advance. Inside, there was a table full of food and wine accompanied by musicians who could play and sing. Along with that, there were beautiful young girls, always ready to pour wine. Looking at the food, Chung-woo's mouth was watering. The young ladies here were also absolutely stunning. Not only that, but the music was also very pleasant to the ears. The manager asked permission from the owner to leave and not disturb them anymore. The son of the inn owner also bid them to enjoy their meal and have a good time. Chung-woo and Chung-sang were both surprised and excited. Gyum Jeok-san reminded the young girls to actively entertain the noble guests. Each person was assigned a girl who looked very charming. It seemed that everything had been arranged satisfactorily from the beginning. Everyone had a target to focus on. Jinmu was assigned the most beautiful girl. Little lady, I toast you a cup. Without needing his agreement, she actively poured a cup for him. At a glance, it was clear that it was not the same. The wine in his cup was different from Gyum Jeok-san's. Indeed, his eyes were very discerning. Just a glance, and he knew that one cup had poison and the other didn't. Just as they were about to have a good time, a servant rushed in to report. "How dare you be so rude when I'm entertaining guests like this?" The little manager apologized and whispered to his master. There were some problems with the tribute we submitted to the authorities, so the merchant guild master had to ask for leave to attend to urgent matters. "I will return soon. Please make yourselves at home." The main male character knew very well that this was his acting to avoid joint responsibility. The space here is too cramped with only one exit, and there's something in the wine. To verify his suspicions, he made a puzzling move. He touched the woman's body and found that her arms were firm, not like those of a delicate young girl. And what about those two guys playing the lute and flute? The calluses on the palm are characteristic of someone who uses hidden weapons. The darkened fingertips are typical of those who use poison. Obviously, everyone in this room is an assassin. He had vaguely guessed that the malicious person's goal was to eliminate him, so that Jin-hye could become the great disciple. But the other party didn't seem like someone loyal to Jin-hye. Perhaps the person had their own motives. It turned out that Jin-hye had now broken the most taboo rule among MUDANG disciples, killing fellow disciples. Just as he was thinking this, the younger girl spoke up and raised the cup, saying that a MUDANG can't drink wine or else... But the little girl couldn't do that, or else he would pour it into her mouth directly, and then he would check what had been added to the wine. Chung-sang beside him also sensed that danger was approaching. The fat guy, Chung-woo, was still eating and didn't react. So the plot of these people was exposed. Now his eyes had become more menacing than ever. If you don't want to drink, then drink it properly. Luckily, he was prepared and dodged to the side in time. When the wine in the cup hit the person next to him, it took effect immediately. Chung-sang reminded his senior uncle that the wine had been poisoned. He also warned his junior brother to be careful of the person behind him. The gentle girl had now pulled out a hairpin to attack. Her face was twisted, and she was using 5 hidden weapons to assassinate. The second-generation disciple of MUDANG blocked the attack. He almost died. The hairpin was now lodged very close to his throat. Although he had drunk some wine, his mind was still clear. He took a plate of food and covered the girl's face with it. In this critical situation, he couldn't help but draw his sword. With a basic move, the woman in front of him dodged. It turned out that she was prepared and had a defensive stance. One kick almost took his life. Compared to her delicate appearance, her movements were surprisingly quick and agile. She flipped around a few times and took a martial arts stance. Chung still didn't understand what was happening. The girl beside him poured a pot of hot pot on his head, and he cried out in pain. Jinmu was also being taken care of by the 2 girls. Each of them had deadly weapons in their hands. Surrounded, he had to fend for himself, but they couldn't do anything to him. With just one hand, he was able to pin one of them to the ground and control them. Food and drinks were scattered all over the place. After that, he spoke up to warn his junior brother Chung-sang. The 2 of them worked together in coordination to defend against the assassins. All the decorative objects and everything within reach were utilized. This time their target was directly aimed at the two men playing musical instruments. Knowing they had been discovered, they looked at each other and ran away to a different location. Indeed, at first glance, the male protagonist noticed that they were concealing weapons. A series of poisonous needles were thrown towards him. Now there's no way to avoid it, so he immediately kicked the table in front of him up. Previously, it had been broken and exposed a very thick layer of wood. This is very suitable to be used as a safety shield. Chung-woo was hit by a dart. The senior brother is showing great concern for the junior brother's safety. Not only him, but the girls too all fainted. "Wake up quickly, brother. Are you okay?" Jin-moo didn't pay attention and instead checked the poison. He pulled out the needle to assess, to see if it really affects his life. "It's just anesthetic. You can pull it out. You people are really weak in martial arts, only knowing how to throw daggers recklessly. If you want to survive as professional assassins, you need to practice more." "A sly guy. When did you discover him?" "From the very beginning, because he exposed too many loopholes." "You're directly pointing out that the mastermind behind Guillaume Jeoksun is Lee Pan-yong, aren't you? Don't even think about getting us to reveal any information." Behind him, the other person had secretly prepared poison in their sleeve. I wonder if the male lead noticed this detail. He punched one guy directly in the face to intimidate the other. "If you don't speak, you'll never have another chance." So fast, why did he act without any hesitation? Seeing his companion being hit, the other guy took out over 10 daggers to defend himself. But somehow, all of them were deflected. This time, Jin-moo didn't back down. He kicked the other person, directly making him kneel down. Immediately, the swords were pressed against his neck. Chung-sang warned him not to act foolishly and avoid losing his life. He asked his senior uncle how to deal with this person. Clearly, they just said they wouldn't reveal any information. It seems we can't extract anything from them. If so, let's just kill him. After hearing this, the assassin was frightened. Why are the Taoist priests so terrifying? From outside the door, a swift figure immediately rushed in. Then he conveniently knocked away Chung-sang's sword because it was too fast. Chung-sang wasn't prepared at all. The mediocre assassin was saved right before their eyes. In his heart, he felt a sigh of relief. He knew the shop owner had finally appeared. He seemed different from the others. He was furious upon seeing the room turned into a battlefield. Even the women were killed. How cruel. Are you still orthodox Taoist priests? Wait, this wasn't done by us. They killed each other. It's clear as day, yet you're still denying it. You're truly heartless. This sentence seems wrong. Shouldn't he have saved the guy with the guqin instead? At this point, both sides didn't know how to explain things to each other reasonably. A group of heartless Taoist bandits. Look at us. Jin-moo took a glance at his opponent and knew his abilities. With that level, he couldn't even touch Jin-moo's toe. If he acted directly, it would be shameful. He had no choice but to let the young ones gain some combat experience. Thinking this, he immediately instructed Chung-sang to fight without weapons, because he was still under the effect of the anesthetic. He couldn't be sober. Upon closer inspection, the opponent emitted a lot of killing intent. What to do now? I don't have experience fighting outside. I only know how to fight recklessly, and my senior uncle gets angry. Because of these thoughts, he stumbled and fell to the ground. However, the fear wasn't as heavy as making his senior uncle disappointed. Jin-moo spoke gently to him, saying that he would win anyway. Indeed, these words took effect immediately. The image of lifting a giant rock appeared in his mind every time his senior uncle said that he won. Why is that? It's when he thought it was impossible to do. It turned out that this was the reason he didn't trust himself. Only his senior uncle always trusted him. If so, he couldn't disappoint him. Gathering his fearful thoughts and timid attitude, the young boy became bolder. Jin-moo wondered why a few casual words could change him so drastically. That's right, go for it! Chung-sang! Both of them fought fiercely. The shop owner wasn't weak either. He hit the fat guy mercilessly. Although it was painful, he still had to endure. Then he counterattacked with a punch that wasn't inferior. Both sides clashed fiercely. Chung-sang's strength pushed back his opponent. He continued to shout. Clenching his fists, he charged forward. This time it seemed to have some weight, making the shop owner wince. His whole body was pushed back. Calming down, he still couldn't understand how that bulky body moved so quickly. The aura surrounding his muscles made his whole body hard as stone. Jin-moo understood that Chung-woo had made tremendous progress. With his quick wit and fast attack, it's hard to predict. As long as this person is confident, he won't be afraid of anyone, no matter where he goes. The guy playing the piano is now becoming fearful. If this continues, everything will be ruined. We must take advantage of the moment when no one is paying attention to take action. But the guy didn't know that Chung-sang was now free to act, so he immediately gave him a sword. Chung-sang's opponent was shocked to see his companion being injured. The young guy realized that this was his chance. Perhaps this guy didn't have time to react because of the speed. This punch was the culmination of Chung-sang's strength. Being careless for just a moment would result in a fatal mistake. The fist of MUDANG's disciple is now undergoing a transformation. The power of 7 stars first is indeed not just a name. The shop owner was hit by Azure Dragon Arise once again. Due to the intense pain, his body couldn't control itself, and he spat out blood. The force was so strong that it immediately sent him flying outside. Chung-sang ran out again to continue fighting. The male protagonist was delighted because everything was about to end here. But suddenly a strange aura caught his attention. That direction was where his junior brother was tormenting his opponent. He immediately shouted loudly to remind him to quickly run away from there. And so that power was being fired in the direction of Chung-sang. Fortunately, he sensed it and quickly moved his small body to a different location. Senior brother, take a closer look. This is an attack method that doesn't use a weapon, but rather the power of internal energy. Even the male protagonist couldn't sense it. How could someone with such a high level of skill appear? From inside, a somewhat breathless voice echoed out. It's a pity that you discovered it. It turned out that this guy was the old man who had entered the building at the beginning. It's really too dangerous because he was able to conceal his strength from the start. At a glance, it seems that the power of spiritual energy is temporarily divided into 3 levels. The first level is manifest chi, which uses an intermediary object to convey energy outside. Most experts who use sword energy achieve this level. The next level is manifest chi, where the energy is released and gathered according to the controller's will. Those who achieve this level are extremely skilled experts. Most are the elders of large sects. The male protagonist's current level is Qi Kung. In his previous life, he achieved a much higher level. However, this opponent may have achieved a level even higher than Qi Kung. He must be the mastermind behind everything. If not for luck, he might have achieved an even more powerful level of spiritual energy. Who knows how much money Gyeum Jeoksan spent to hire such an expert? The old man began to speak. You must be the strongest person in your group. I've never heard that Mudang has a disciple like you. Because he's old, he felt a bit disrespected. Being called an old child, he's deaf, as expected. With your high martial arts skills, you're still demanding to kill us. Aren't you ashamed? With your abilities, you can live a leisurely life. Why are you still doing odd jobs for money? When the old man refused, he showed surprise. Aren't you all accomplices? It seems that they are taking advantage of you. Saying you're accomplices might not be true. This guy kept mumbling, making Jinmu angry. Accomplices or not, who says we're accomplices? Is this old man really senile? It's likely that not just him but the others are also closely related. The person behind it is likely Jaga family. Now his opponent began to smile ominously. You Taoist priests don't know what you've done to be targeted by so many people. The male protagonist really doesn't understand what the old man's intentions are. But the opponent didn't say much more. With one hand, he pointed at the person Chung-sang had severely injured. We must save him and get him out of here. Just hand him over and we'll let you go. Isn't this a very profitable trade? Although I'm not one to easily let things go to avoid wasting energy, I'll do it. Besides, I've considered those 2 kids as my own. I can't take the risk. After hearing this, he reminded his disciple to release the person immediately. But it came with a condition that was obvious. Let's swap positions. The exit is on the other side. We'll go out first to ensure safety. The old man agreed without hesitation. Thus, both parties swapped positions smoothly. He bid farewell to his opponent, saying they'd meet again next time. But just as he was about to leave, the old man launched an attack immediately. The male protagonist reminded his 2 junior brothers to quickly avoid the dangerous aura, but it seemed too late. The target was none other than Jinmu. To counter, he deployed Whirlpool Wind. The winds rose to form a shield. Just in time, it repelled the energy beam. Its direction was deflected. It shattered a corner of the house. It's unimaginable that a weak-looking old man possesses such terrifying strength. The old man knew that if they fought head-on, the male protagonist would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he took advantage of the characteristic of the whirlwind, which was originally just a residual force. He gathered them together to create a layer of air that could deflect the magic of the protagonist. Being able to use such a technique was even more exceptional than the old monster who had lived for over 10 years. The ability to comprehend martial arts to the highest level couldn't be achieved carelessly. Without rich experience, it was impossible to succeed. Where did he come from anyway? This time it was the male protagonist's turn to ask about the old man's reputation. A powerful old man like him must have a great reputation. Jinmu thought back to all the powerful experts he had met, but he couldn't remember who this old man was. In the end, the male protagonist wanted to ask about the other person's reputation. However, the old man didn't seem to have much goodwill to answer. "I won't tell my name to someone who's about to be killed. I won't tell my name to someone who's about to be killed." Immediately, the male protagonist drew his sword from its scabbard to defend himself. To the naked eye, the two junior disciples behind him couldn't detect anything. The young disciples only heard the sound of clashing energies. The old man's invisible aura could be hidden at will. Could it be that he had sensed it too? At his age, he had already sensed it. To achieve the realm of being able to hide his aura at will, it seemed that he had wasted his time. Therefore, he had to kill him. Having sensed the opponent's aura, he immediately warned his two disciples to run away. This was an order. "You two get out of the way." The old man had indeed reached the realm of mastery over his energy. The moment he unleashed his full strength, it was as if he wanted to kill everyone. "We've just reached a lower energy level. How can we stop him?" Thinking about it, the male protagonist proactively charged forward with his sword. The streams of energy were directly opposing the male protagonist. Immediately, the old man signaled for his divine energy to fly forward. Indeed, the difference in strength was too great, and the old man's energy pierced through the male protagonist's sword energy. Not only that, but it also injured many parts of his body. Moreover, the energy streams automatically returned to attack the target after being released. Jinmu struggled to cope with the situation, feeling a sense of danger gradually passing. Then he charged forward to block the opponent's attack. The male protagonist jumped forward. The sword seemed to have a mind of its own, becoming very agile. Although it was agile, it couldn't touch the old man. The old man carried someone on his shoulder with one hand and punched and kicked with the other, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The sword's power was abundant. As he jumped up, the old man laughed loudly. Dragging out the time to save his fellow disciples was commendable. The old man wanted to fight with Jinmu, but he felt a bit bored. The outcome was already decided. Now, even if he exerted all his strength, it would be like seeking death. These words were very true at the moment. With his pride, Jinmu couldn't possibly nod in agreement. However, the opponent's demeanor remained calm, waiting for Jinmu to make a move. Now he was worried about the two useless disciples. Fortunately, they had escaped in time. Now was the time to focus on fighting with all his might, as he thought this might be his last battle. The old man was too strong. Compared to him, Jinmu's strength was like that of an ant. However, among ants, there were those that could bite people, and those that contained poison. Jinmu shouted loudly and unleashed a lot of sword energy towards the opponent. But the old man remained calm. He knew that no matter what the outcome wouldn't change. The sword energy was slightly stronger than before, but it was just superficial. I'll show you what's called Li Du propriety. With just one swing of his hand, a lot of energy transformed into a shield. The energy destroyed all the sword energy. Jinmu had to exert all his strength to try and break the opponent's shield. Now he had touched the shield. However, it wasn't easy to pierce through it. The old man still didn't show any signs of weakness. His aura had become extremely powerful, causing Jinmu's sword to deform. Seeing this scene, Jinmu felt uneasy, so he immediately turned around and deflected the powerful energy. The old man still laughed in a sinister way. The sword energy was just an illusion hiding a sword attack behind it. You must have used your brain to come up with this. As he finished speaking, a sharp cut nearly took the old man's life. Now it was the male protagonist's turn to laugh loudly, having caught the old man off guard. Before extending his sword, he had released a thin stream of energy. Old men like you always had this habit. After blocking an attack, they would scold and lecture a young person like me. When everyone was not paying attention, that was the perfect time to attack. Are you satisfied now? This is proof of your failure. The old man didn't respond and angrily charged towards the male protagonist. At this point, he couldn't defend himself anymore because he was too busy bragging. The immense power made his body involuntarily raise both hands to defend, and it turned out that this mysterious old man couldn't be underestimated. And now his body was blasted away to a far distance. Indeed, a careless tongue can ruin the body. If he hadn't been bragging, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He was incredibly powerful. The magic spell was so intense that it seemed to destroy the entire space. Was he really going to risk his life to block this attack? The old man himself couldn't understand why his opponent was still alive. If that's the case, then try this move of mine. This guy was indeed a stubborn old man. Jinmu continued to use his agile body to dodge the attack, and because of that, he lost his balance and fell onto the surface of the lake. At this point, his strength was almost exhausted, blocking 2 of my attacks. That kid indeed has remarkable talent. If I kill him directly, it will prevent future troubles. But there are signs of over 10 people around here, including those from the Jigal family. If I leave a trail and those who have been pursuing me find out, it will be too troublesome. In the end, the old man decided not to eliminate the male protagonist and let him live, as he thought he released his strength to quickly erase the signs. Mudang the Taoist, you're lucky today. The entire house was destroyed by this person and turned into dust. Not knowing how after a while 2 useless disciples ran up and started crying. Jinmu was taken aback, thinking he wouldn't be able to keep his life this time. Why didn't the old man finish him off? It's fortunate that he's still alive at this point. In the end, the 2 disciples supported him and went to rest elsewhere. Due to being heavily injured internally, he spat out blood and his body was in a precarious state. Although it was painful, the male protagonist was furious about being ambushed by Jeom Jeoksan. He vowed that once he recovered, he would take revenge. Just as he was about to leave and hide elsewhere, it seemed like it was too late. Judging from your appearances, it seems those people have already attacked you to the point of making the entire building collapse. Finally, I managed to capture these 3 Taoist brats alive. Now his strength was depleted, so he could only remain silent and listen to the enemy's moralizing words. Li Panyong failed, but the Wu clan still has to pay a sum of money. If I kill you now, I'll have to demand more money from that clan. Listening to these words, he realized that all those people were connected. They all shared a common point. They always wanted to eliminate him. Why did they keep attacking him when his body was weak, sending over 10 people? Observing his opponent, he realized that this powerful enemy also had an aura that was at least on the same level as his own strength. Comparing him to a senior disciple of other sects in Dangangu, did such people really exist? Thinking, he then warned his junior to step aside. To avoid being ridiculed as weak, he stood up and continued to chat with those people for a bit longer. My mood isn't good right now. Before I have to use my fists to talk, you guys should scram. I've never met a Taoist as rude as you. Have you been beaten so hard that you've lost your mind? No one has ever dared to speak to Gongsa Cheok like that. I don't care who you are. Anyway, people like you will ultimately be defeated by me. The group burst into laughter at Mudang's boastful words. Indeed, I've never seen anyone as brain-dead as you. Have you guys heard clearly? Seeing his opponent was being careless, he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and he managed to dodge it in time. However, he was still grazed by the attack in a vital spot. He successfully launched a preemptive strike, intimidating his opponent. How dare you do that? Taoists shouldn't use dirty tricks. It seemed like this attack was also the last bit of strength the male protagonist had. The man directly used a giant sword to slash towards him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to defend using the hilt of his sword. However, his strength still couldn't hold on due to the previous battle, which had drained too much of his internal energy. Damn it! Just moving a little bit made his internal organs feel like they were being torn apart. If it were normal times, these people wouldn't be a threat to him. Seeing the 2 people behind preparing to intervene, his opponent also raised his voice. Those brats also wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, didn't they? When talking to adults, you should be respectful, not arrogant. Didn't Mudang teach you guys etiquette and rules? As he spoke, he proactively stepped forward and made a few moves. But Jinmu was still weak and struggled to defend. He knew it wouldn't be easy for him now, and it was even more so when his opponent used his full strength. Gongsa Cheok's speed at this level was already terrifying. Every strike was intense. Jinmu was struggling to defend himself. Afterwards, he crashed into a tree trunk nearby. Are you being arrogant on purpose? Now I'll let you leave peacefully. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on anymore. In his mind, he was praying to God to come up with a way to escape from the other party. He immediately thought of the words of a mysterious expert from before. Those brutal men, including Jagal family. What sin have you Taoists committed to have so many people seeking you out? Those brutal men referred to Gongsa Cheok and Jagal family. The old monster must have had a reason for not deceiving him. If they couldn't kill me and just left like that, it's likely Jagal family's doing. Even if the martial artists of the Central Plains value benefits and relationships, those of such caliber wouldn't bother to collaborate with the factions in the remote valleys. After struggling with his opponent for a while, he lost track of where the other person was. He turned his eyes around, looking left and right, but still couldn't see him. He really couldn't understand. Was the other person playing a cat-and-mouse game? Then suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed people from Jagal family arriving. Leading the group was the discourteous young master he had met a few days ago. It was very likely that this was the male protagonist's hope for survival. I wonder what business the young master of Jagal family has here. In his mind, he was rejoicing, thinking he was saved. But the name Gongsa Cheok has since drawn sword, preparing to strike down. With his own senses, he knew that dodging this attack would be relatively simple. The man was furious because he couldn't handle Jin Mu. He really wanted to chop him into pieces. Haven't you felt anything yet? If you have eyes, take a look around. He sheathed his sword. Why did he suddenly look so relaxed? As he spoke, he pointed towards the people walking towards them. Gongsa Cheok looked over and saw that Jaga and others were with the Manhwa warriors. Why were they afraid? Why did they come here? Now they were even more flustered because it seemed like their opponents knew each other. Their attitude seemed so familiar. Could it be that the Taoists had asked Jagal family for help? They and MUDANG were supposed to be rivals in this province, so why would they help each other? Although they were facing a common interest, they were still orthodox in the martial world, so perhaps they had joined forces to deal with the evil sect. The bandit leader was hesitant, knowing that with Manhwa warriors around, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. But he couldn't let go of his grudge against the Taoists, who had claimed they wanted to kill MUDANG's disciples. If he did, he would be pursued by that sect for the rest of his life. Thinking about it made him feel like he was in big trouble. Jin Mu understood what the man was thinking. You're worrying too much, it's a waste of your time. Jagal family hadn't helped him when they clashed at the library, so he had made them suffer humiliation. With their narrow-mindedness, they wouldn't let it go. They must be following him to seek revenge. Someone like Gongsa Cheok couldn't think that far ahead. Then he reminded his two junior brothers to prepare to leave and not stay to watch. Moreover, the bandits and Jagal family's people were now facing each other. The young master still didn't understand why they didn't know he was here to follow them. They were indeed a bunch of fools. His task was to catch them in the act of doing something illegal and report it to the authorities. He thought they were following Gyum Jeoksun, but it turned out they were in cahoots with Gongsa Cheok. How disgusting. As he thought the master knew, the bandit leader was an expert with a gentle aura, skilled in using blades, and had connections with a large evil sect. He was definitely doing something illegal here. What a big catch. A guard ran out to remind his master that the Taoist and the other group seemed to be fighting. The young master thought it was an internal conflict, but the guard reminded him that Gongsa Cheok seemed to be targeting the Taoists. Before fighting him, the Taoists had deliberately delayed and pretended to be on their side, then took the opportunity to escape. They had already gone quite far. Gongsa Cheok was unintentionally detained, and upon hearing this, he realized he had been successfully manipulated by the male lead to become a tool for escape. Realizing it, he was already safe without leaving any trace. After that, he ran straight to the inn at the center of Dangang-gu. Fortunately, he coincidentally met Jaga El-gyun's people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it. Feeling exhausted, he cursed the damn people who almost got him killed. Then Sang was concerned about his master's health, so he brought tea to calm him down. It seemed that he was worried about the group's current hiding position. Why did they choose to stay in the center of the city? It would be better to go into the desolate mountains. They couldn't have imagined that he was hiding right here. Those guys must be heading in the direction of MUDANG. Just thinking about Gong Sa-cheok, Gyum Jeoksan, and the Wu clan made him furious. Who were they to dare kill him? Hey, he would never forgive them. Since he was still injured, he asked his 2 junior disciples to bring out some medicinal pills. These pills were used to treat internal injuries and were among the items given to them before they left the mountain. After checking, he found that there were 10 pills in total. Without hesitation, he swallowed all the pills. No matter how many more pills he had, as long as they could help him recover quickly, he would be able to go kill that robber. By now, Jaga El-Gaun must have retreated and would be searching for them. He guessed it wouldn't take more than a day to catch up. If they couldn't find them during that time, they would have to flee. The most pressing issue now was to recover from his internal injuries as quickly as possible. He immediately used his internal energy to heal and enhance his internal chi. For now, this method used the existing internal energy, so it didn't matter if it was orthodox or not. Although this method was dangerous, he had no other choice. Those who wanted to kill him should just wait, and he would make them disappear from the world. Meanwhile, the young master of the Jagal family returned to report the situation to his father. It seemed that he wasn't too comfortable with the idea of helping those lowly Taoist priests, even if it meant dying. Did he think that he, the father, sent 20 Chunghua warriors to follow him for nothing? He was truly useless and stupid. The young master begged for another chance, but was immediately rejected. If he collaborated with those lowly Taoist priests, he wasn't his son. He vowed to find that kid and let Gong Sa-cheok kill them. The more he talked, the angrier his father became. What did he just say? Let that robber kill them! Was he secretly helping that robber kill MUDANG's disciples? After hearing this, he knew he had said too much. He kept apologizing to his father, mumbling excuses. His father got tired of listening and slapped him to shut him up. After finishing the lecture, he called the butler in to assign tasks. After a while, he slowly stepped inside. "Get this kid out of here now!" The young master still shouted, begging for one more chance to make amends. "Stay there until I give the order. If you dare to step out of this room, I'll break your legs." Understood. Then get out. In the young master's eyes, his father was a ruthless man, and it was partly because he was so useless that this had happened. The butler reminded the young master to leave, but he was still thinking about the things the protagonist had done to him. The first time he couldn't fight back at the academy. The second time he was deceived right before his eyes, and didn't even realize it. As a result, he got beaten up by his father when he got home. "It's all because of you. I'll never forgive you." Then a voice came from behind, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Looks like you've been scolded by your father again, right?" This was a voice that the young master never wanted to hear. The person who spoke was the eldest young master of the family, Jaga. When he saw his senior brother, he immediately bowed and greeted him. "Don't bother greeting me," he said, as if he didn't want to. It seemed like he was trying to catch crabs in their holes. Idiomatic expression. This lowly person can't possibly keep an eye on you. Now that you've left the family, what will you do at the MUDANG sect? Of course, since MUDANG's disciple was allowed to live, he should be happy and accept it. These two siblings really didn't get along like water and fire. Jegal Kak spoke up, trying to curry favor and asking to meet with their father. Although they were siblings with the same father, but different mothers, it was unclear why they wanted to kill each other like this. Jegal Gaun wanted to behead his older brother with one sword strike. "One day I'll take you down and become the young master of this family." Although it was late at night, Gong Sa-cheok's group had found their way to the Dangang-gu premises. He was furious because his underlings still hadn't found any trace of Jin Mu. One of his subordinates explained that the Mudang mountain path was very wide, so they hadn't found any news yet. "Sorry, sir, I still haven't found them." Gong Sa-cheok angrily shouted at him, "I've told you to search everyone who knows martial arts and those who don't." Finding 3 injured kids can't be that hard. His subordinates looked scared. "We've checked all the pickpockets and thieves, but still can't find them." Gong Sa-cheok was so angry that he kicked him in frustration. Gong Sa-cheok gritted his teeth, having been tricked and hurt. After those Taoist priests ran away, he had fought a battle with the Chunghua warriors, but they suddenly retreated. It turned out that they weren't there to help Mudang. "That kid's brain is quite quick. I need to find and kill him quickly, especially when we reach Mudang Mountain. Then his own life would be threatened." He knew that if this sect discovered the plot to kill their disciple, they would all appear immediately and be pursued to the end. If that happens, even the group allied with me won't be able to help. I've contributed so much to them over time, but it's all been for nothing. He thought to himself that he must find the group of the male protagonist. Having thought of this, he asked another subordinate to go to Wu Clan to ask for help. We're injured, so it's unlikely they'll just stand by and do nothing. The more people looking, the better. Wu Clan has influence, so they'll help us. Just as the door was opened, several men were knocked flying inside. Gong Sa-cheok didn't understand what was happening. A familiar laughter echoed right in front of him. It turned out that the male protagonist and his disciples had come to this place to seek revenge. Isn't it you who's been trying to find and kill me? Indeed, this guy couldn't have expected that his prey would come to his doorstep on its own. The bandits were very surprised, not understanding how someone with internal injuries could still muster the strength to come back. It seems like all of you are surprised, because you thought we're hiding back in Mudang and reporting right. Gong Sa-cheok was overjoyed that this hadn't happened. He quickly ordered all his underlings to charge forward and kill Jin Mu. He also reminded his two disciples to stay behind him. His whole body was now emitting spiritual energy ready to face his opponents. Although his internal injuries hadn't fully healed, and his strength hadn't fully recovered, using his sword aura and spiritual energy martial arts would double his normal strength. The male protagonist was performing some basic moves to create a suitable combat stance. As he deployed his Mudang sword technique, he immediately took out 2 men. After that, all the remaining men were instantly killed. Now only Gong Sa-cheok was still standing in one place. He didn't understand why his opponent's sword seemed to have lengthened by a whole trung unit of measurement. What was this? This guy couldn't be weaker than him. He was certain that this was a hidden expert in the martial world. As soon as he thought of this, he calculated that he needed to make a move first to preserve his life. He thought of doing this and then going to Wu Clan to seek refuge. But Jinmu wouldn't let him leave so easily. He directly sent a sword aura towards Gong Sa-cheok. This man realized that his opponent's skill level was far superior. He quickly raised his sword to defend against the attack. His whole body couldn't withstand the power and was thrown far away. Now he was heavily injured and couldn't move at all. Moreover, this expert was using Qigong. If he fought him, he wouldn't be able to win, but he also couldn't escape. He thought so, but quietly used underhanded tactics to poison the male protagonist from behind. What he had in his body was a poison dart. Firstly, the explosive was placed inside the upper tube, which was a dart containing numerous syringes filled with poison. If the trigger was pulled, hundreds of poison needles would be shot out. First, he had to pretend to be a great hero and beg for mercy. I had committed a capital offense just for money, and it clouded my judgment. The Mudang's Taoist actually believed the persuasion of a villain like me. Why didn't you defend yourself and instead approached me when you saw my apologetic demeanor? Come a little closer. Feeling that the opportunity had arrived, he immediately revealed his despicable trick, and the poison dart was activated, and shot out hundreds of needles. However, it seemed that this scenario didn't quite match what he had planned. As he dodged, he also conveniently knocked away the assassin's dart. Then he controlled the assassin with ease, perhaps. This was probably the last chance of survival that had been missed. Don't think that I wouldn't know what you're doing. I've been aware of your intentions, you scum, for a long time. The man immediately resorted to apologizing and begging for forgiveness again. Clench your teeth and endure it, you giant pine tree-like man. Perhaps this time no one would come to save Gong Sa-cheok. He had been beaten by Jinmu to the point of recalling his past. After a while, due to exhaustion, Chung Wu had to use water to revive the man's spirits. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted. Now, Gong Sa-cheok, I'll ask you a few things. You must answer quickly and just nod. Have you understood? He asked if it was indeed Gaeyuem Jeoksun who had ordered him to kill him, but it wasn't. When asked about the Wu clan, he nodded repeatedly. On the surface, they seemed polite, but why did they seek to kill him after just one meeting? Now he wanted to eliminate them, but the effectiveness of the soul sword energy was running out, and he couldn't maintain that state. The first thing he planned to do was to eliminate the Chungyang Guild. Chung Sang hurriedly reminded his senior, "Your body hasn't recovered yet. If you go fight now, it'll be difficult." I didn't say it's just us going. After speaking, he looked straight at Gong Sa-cheok with a meaningful gaze. Let's talk and discuss this a bit, shall we? A moment later, the servant of the merchant group rushed in to report that the elder was sleeping and was annoyed at being disturbed. Sir, something big has happened. Chungsa Chok's faction is attacking us. When he opened the door and rushed out to see the situation had become chaotic, Gum Jeoksan's servant didn't understand why Chungsa Chuk's people had come to attack and kill them indiscriminately. After a flurry of punches and kicks without rest, they were able to subdue the surviving bandits. Honorable Taoist, we have thoroughly searched and swept from the inside out. It turns out that you have managed to make the bandits obey your will in a short time. And that's quite an achievement. Your subordinates are indeed useful, although it's common for evil sects to betray, becoming minions for those they were hired to kill, is simply unbelievable. Just as he was thinking about this, the male protagonist called out to him, asking about the whereabouts of Geum Jeok-san. Why are there only a few martial artists here? The merchant caravan has declined so much in just one day. You don't know anything, do you? If you're a Taoist, you shouldn't bother with worldly matters like this. If you want to live longer. Hong Sa-jik struck the man with a blow for lying. The old man dared to flirt with the great hero. As he spoke, he struck the man a few more times. This bandit is showing a great ability to flatter his new master, a man who was once sent to kill the Taoist. Just get this over with, and then I'll be free to do as I please in the days to come. I thought I'd be hunted down and killed for the rest of my life. No matter what, I must repay this favor. Jin Mo was delighted with Gong Sa-cheok's actions. After a fierce battle, he finally revealed himself again. I'll ask you one last time, where is Geum Jeok-san hiding? Don't play any more tricks. Of course I'll kill you. Asking others won't be a problem either. Among those tied up behind, there must be one or two who know about this right. Indeed, these words caused a stir in the hearts of the captives. The manager was also affected, and he thought he should prioritize his own safety first. The Chungyang Guild is involved in an illicit transaction. Because this is a high-risk matter, he brought the best martial artists along for escort. Upon hearing about the illicit business, the male protagonist thought of heading over there to catch them in the act and receive a reward from the authorities. Why did he personally come instead of sending his subordinates? What is the smuggled goods? The manager still refused to speak, but if he doesn't speak, the giant sword will likely be lodged in his neck. Out of fear, he directly revealed that the merchant caravan leader was smuggling explosives, which was a crucial matter that prompted Geum Jeok-san to take action this time. Jin Mu himself didn't think that the goods they were smuggling were particularly hazardous. He didn't understand why these people were being so reckless. Basically, explosives are often used to make fireworks, but that's just a superficial understanding. Mainly it's used in warfare, even if it's just a small amount, but the authorities absolutely prohibit the buying and selling of it. Moreover, those in the martial world wouldn't dare touch explosives. The martial authorities shouldn't intervene in the affairs of the government. That's an imperial decree, implying that the martial world shouldn't be involved in the government's affairs and vice versa. The founding king of this dynasty issued that to gain the support of the martial world when establishing the nation. In the imperial edict, the law prohibiting the sale of explosives and goods controlled by the military is the top priority if the convention is violated. The martial world will be chased and killed by tens of thousands of soldiers. A not too large trade caravan dares to do that. Geum Jeok-san must be crazy for money. Chung-sang reminded his master that if that's the case, they should immediately report it to the authorities. He asked about the transaction address and found out it was at the North Hydro Village. Immediately, he ordered his junior brother to go to the government office to report the case. As for himself, he directly went to Dangangu's Hydro Village. There was no time to waste. If they let the transaction be completed, it would be impossible to eradicate the root. Just as he was about to leave, his junior brother stopped him. The young man's eyes looked very gloomy because this was too dangerous. Knowing that his master had bravely protected him without regard for danger, he asked permission to follow. Master, I really want to go with you. Indeed, the trust of the second-in-command has now reached an absolute level. Chung-sang, you must trust me. I'll go first to catch them. You quickly go report to the authorities. Got it? It turned out that the master was a person who disregarded his own safety for the greater good. The path you've chosen I will definitely follow. Thinking this, he nodded and obeyed his master's words. They must be quick. They can't let their master face them alone. Jinmu thought that if they arrived early, they could snatch some benefits and make some extra money. Meanwhile, the smugglers had agreed to meet at the designated time and location. They were entering the transaction area. The trade caravan leader signaled to stop. He reminded his followers to observe any suspicious movements around them. From the other side of the river, the buyer had not yet appeared, so they were a bit anxious. This was actually the first time he had done such a thing. It was the most daring deal of his life. It took him 3 months to ensure the safety of the small quantity of 5 crates of explosives. He had bought them at 4 times the normal price, so nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Indeed, Guillaume Jeoksan wanted this to be his last deal. After that, he would retire from smuggling. Thinking of this, a subordinate stepped forward and reminded the caravan leader. From a distance, the other party had sent a signal to identify themselves. After careful observation, they trusted and signaled to their attendants. Everyone listened to him and prepared to move. The boat had reached the shore. Many people in black were running up from both sides, observing each other carefully to avoid unwanted incidents. The buyer asked about the goods. Guillaume Jeoksan didn't speak. Instead, he directed his underlings with his eyes. Immediately, he cut the rope and opened the tarp to show the buyer. Just looking at the goods is not enough. Now the question is, where is the money? The other party also proactively divided a chest of silver, not fully opened, but just by looking, it's clear that what's inside is very valuable. The total amount of money here is exactly 20 taels of gold. Chungyang Guild is showing great joy because the transaction was successful. Then suddenly many mysterious black figures appeared from behind. Just by taking a glance, he knew who they were. Jinmu and Chungwoo walked together, followed by the bandits. Gongsa Chok, after putting others in a deadly situation, you're still living well, aren't you? Why is someone who should be dead still appearing here? And what's that other guy doing standing there? Are they in cahoots? Stay calm. We have 20 martial artists from the merchant group here. That damn guy, if he turned a blind eye, I would have let it slide. With just 3 of them, it's easy to kill them. Thinking of this, he reminded his underlings to attack and eliminate the witnesses. He ordered Gongsa Cheok to come out and engage in combat. The bandit agreed and picked up his sword. Not only that, but many others were also present behind him. Guillaume Jeoksan realized it was too late, and so another chaotic battle occurred that night. With overly powerful weapons, the bandit killed people like ants. He slaughtered the martial artists mercilessly. A man from behind raised his sword, preparing to attack stealthily. Gongsa Cheok noticed the movement and prepared to defend himself. Then the man was knocked back towards his master. Guillaume Jeoksan was still sitting on his horse, unaware of what was happening. Master and servant collided immediately. The horse got scared and ran away wildly. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? My top martial artists. How could they be defeated like this? If this is the case, everything will be ruined. All our plans will be washed down the drain, and our relationship with MUDANG will be over. Ultimately, the Chungyang Guild will disappear forever. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to grab the money and run. But it can't be that easy. Let's temporarily stop the transaction. I'll take back the gold. You step aside. Both parties are already fighting. They'll all die. Let me take the money and you take the explosives. But it seems the buyer doesn't quite trust him. If you and they are in cahoots, you might be pretending to stab us in the back. We won't risk it when we're not sure what's going on. Suddenly, Jinmu rushed over from somewhere. The leader's gaze showed admiration. Could it be that he was actually helping me? But it seems like he has made a mistake. Because of this, I had to go to great lengths to get here. This is my gold. If you don't want to get smashed to pieces, then scram! The black-clothed individuals slowly regained their composure. However, a few people from the group of bandits rushed forward to lend assistance. Now the male lead began to threaten them. Before I show you mercy, quickly leave. If you insist on fighting, I won't hold back. Don't think that you can remain safe just by acting arrogant. From a distance, an arrow shot straight towards the center. Then a shower of arrows followed. Jinmu knew at a glance that the government officials had arrived. If he had been a moment later, he might have swallowed the entire batch of gold. Chungsang and the government troops arrived together to suppress the situation. He kept looking around for his mentor. The black-clothed individuals had no other choice at this point. They immediately fled to their boats to escape. The situation was becoming increasingly critical for Jin Mu. He no longer had time to hide the gold. Chung Woo appeared to be idle. Jin Mu ordered him to carry the chest of gold to a secluded location where no one would discover it. Although the boy didn't understand what was happening, he obeyed the order. Jin Mu wasn't entirely at ease, but he had no one else to rely on. The smuggler attempted to flee, but was detected by Jin Mu. We still have many things to discuss. Where are you trying to go? You're not only smuggling goods, but you also want to kill me. You must be very tired of living. The male lead beat him up as revenge for the attempted assassination. After a while, the smuggler lay motionless on the ground. Chung-sang came to pay his respects. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, mentor. The young boy felt uneasy about the violent confrontation, but he couldn't do anything about it, since his mentor had already lost control. The general beside him felt an overwhelming aura, making him involuntarily bow his head in greeting, even though the Taoist priest had acted recklessly. Another person came to report to him stating that everything had been taken care of. The subordinates had rounded up the smugglers and the henchmen of Gungsa Chiok. The smuggler tried to signal to Jinmu to plead for leniency. Since they were now on the same side, he was confident that Jinmu would vouch for him. That's why he had submitted to the government troops without resistance. Thinking about this, he felt confident that he would be saved. However, it didn't seem to be the case. Currently, I am unable to give you the 100 taels of silver as a reward for capturing the group. I will give you this item first as a promise, and later please come to the county office to receive the reward. Thus, the male protagonist successfully obtained a large treasure and also helped the authorities capture the bandits. The man screamed miserably and cursed him, saying he was ungrateful. There's no reason for us to be saints to those who dare to kill us. Feeling that there was nothing else to do, the officials were about to leave when he stopped them again. I wonder if there is a reward for helping to break up this smuggling case. When I return to the county office, I will report to the county magistrate that we have caught Gyo-M Jaok-san, and his assets will be confiscated, and surely there will be enough to reward you. If we knew this would happen, we should have taken a share when we attacked the merchant caravan. Although it's a pity there's nothing we can do about it now. I'm really looking forward to your reward. That's the end of this matter. All the culprits and bad guys have been caught. The next thing for him to do is to go to the bank. The shop owner was furious because his sleep was disturbed. Who is it that knocks on the door so early in the morning? All three of them jumped in, making him wake up immediately. Before talking, let's have this guy prepare 3 cups of tea to warm our stomachs. You Taoists, do you know where you are? This is not a tea shop, it's a bank. Leave immediately, or we'll report you to the authorities. Jinmu didn't bother to respond. He asked Wu to bring out the money box, then opened it for the owner to examine. The amount of gold inside was so much that it dazzled the eyes. At a glance, the owner knew that the amount was equivalent to the bank's transactions in a year. Immediately, he knelt down and thanked them profusely, saying that the gods had blessed their bank. He bowed deeply to them. Immediately after, the bank initiated the earliest transaction in its history. The 3 of them became the first Taoists to open an account at MUDANG. He had to do this to shut the mouths of the other 2. After finishing the task, it was already early morning. Having earned a large sum of money, he felt relieved and happy. All the events of the previous night were known to the people of Wu clan. Gong Sachion and his gang, as well as the entire merchant caravan, were brought to the county office that night. The subordinate explained in more detail that Kam Duk-sun had smuggled goods and clashed with the bandits, not understanding what had happened. The owner of Wu clan didn't understand why he was involved in the smuggling case of the merchant caravan 12 days ago, and he was still searching for and trying to kill Jinmu. What had really happened? Please forgive me. Your subordinate is no longer clear about the internal situation. He showed fear, worried that they would expose him as the one behind this matter. Then Jin Hye's plan to kill his brother will be exposed immediately. At that time, he will be crippled and become a useless person and will be kicked out of MUDANG. The self-imagined scenario seemed too terrifying, so he had to go meet the county magistrate immediately. The clan leader reminded his subordinate to inform Jin Hye to be cautious and to destroy all evidence related to the merchant caravan. He is trying to make the MUDANG disciples outsiders. Wu clan is the mastermind behind it all, and now the situation has become very complicated. The male protagonist has now been summoned to the court to give a statement. He was informed that this matter is related to Li Pan-yong, although the total reward is less than 200 taels, considering the contribution I have added. A little extra. The county magistrate will personally meet and give the reward for discovering and assisting in handling the smuggling case. The three of them continued to go meet the person in charge. Of course, when it comes to this matter, he is very happy and is preparing to go to the tailor to buy new clothes. The owner is so happy that he gives a discount and throws in a pair of shoes. He is very happy and is preparing to go to the tailor to buy new clothes. The owner is so happy that he gives a discount and throws in a pair of shoes. The owner is so happy that he gives a discount and throws in a pair of shoes. Today is truly an auspicious day, the day when I receive the reward I deserve for being too kind. Just as he is thinking about this, he discovers that the leader of Wu clan has arrived. Upon arrival, he recognizes that this is the person who sent Gong Sa-cheok to assassinate him. He becomes anxious upon seeing the MUDANG Taoist. That person is definitely the first-generation disciple Jin Mu. What a coincidence to meet them here. He is pretending not to know them. May I ask who these people are? It seems that those who don't know think that last night the brainless Chung Yang Guild carried out a smuggling operation. But thanks to the MUDANG Taoists, they were caught and brought here. He told him everything that happened last night in detail. Jinmu is carefully observing that cunning and scheming person. How much do they hate him to pursue and kill him like this? The judge's words surprised everyone. I suddenly remembered that your young master is also a disciple of MUDANG. Isn't that right? After hearing that, he immediately made an excuse to leave. I have something urgent to discuss with the county magistrate, so I will take my leave. But the other person kept muttering the name Jin Hye. That's right, isn't it? Jin Hye. The name is often written with the character Chen at the beginning, so it must be the brother of Jin Mu. The master of Wu clan looks fearful towards him, and the male protagonist understands everything now. So it turns out to be the father of his senior brother. He didn't recognize him at first. I'm glad to meet you. We're in a tight spot together, and just now we have urgent business to discuss with the county magistrate. What's going on? Could it be that he doesn't know anything about it? All four of them went to the county magistrate's office to discuss the matter. Taoist Jinmu has had a tough time. The MUDANG sect is truly a righteous sect. Just as we were praising you, the magistrate mentioned Gong Sa-cheok. He confessed that the Wu clan ordered him to kill Taoist Jinmu. To be honest, I've heard about that incident before. Jinhaya's father thought it was too late, and then he suddenly made a shocking statement. What a blatant lie. My brother's family couldn't possibly do such a thing. They must be trying to downplay their crime by lying. Gyum Jeok-san also said that he was used by you to steal money. The MUDANG sect has always been known for its integrity, but relying solely on their sophistry is too one-sided. I've repeated their words, which may have caused you distress. I'm truly sorry. Since the male protagonist has made significant contributions, the sect leader is eager to meet him. It's nothing. I just wanted to contribute to the safety and stability of the people. Since we've met your brother's father here, if it's not inconvenient, please come out and chat with me for a bit. The old man still can't understand what that crazy person is thinking. But he won't let this matter slide. He wants to kill his own fellow disciples to become the chief disciple. I almost lost my life. Thinking about it makes me want to kill him to satisfy my anger. I've grasped his weakness and he'll have to obey me from now on. Jinmu plans to use this person to become the chief disciple. You just wait. I'll deal with you all one by one. Wu Munhyum returned to his clan without resolving anything. He knows that trying to cover it up now is futile. His expression suggests that he knows everything, and we can't touch him now. Just as we were racking our brains to come up with a plan, the servant rushed in to report. What's all the commotion about? Jinmu directly barged in to meet with him privately. The master of the Wu clan was frightened, unsure why Jinmu had come. I have something to discuss with you. Could you please ask the others to leave? Finally, he agreed to serve tea to his guest. He was thinking of pretending to be innocent and denying everything. Then Jinmu directly stated that he had Gong Sa-cheok's notebook in his possession and would hand it over to the authorities, and MUDANG, revealing the Wu clan's involvement in the plot to murder a disciple. What do you think will happen next? Jin Hai is also involved and knows everything. How could I possibly forget? This is the end of me, and my son is still training at Mudang. His father didn't know until they arrived at the county hall that Jin Mu had discovered Jin Hye was a member of the Wu clan. A suspicious person like him would panic with just a slight provocation. It was clear that this was true, so the other party asked about his wishes. This matter is also extremely simple and not difficult at all. You must tell Jin Hye to do her best to support me in becoming the top disciple of Mudang. It's ridiculous because I've done so many things to help her get close to the position of sect leader. Now I won't be able to help you. Wait, listen to me finish because I won't let you help me for free. Even if you help me, Jin Hye will still become the sect leader. My intention here is just to become the top disciple, and I don't need anything else. That position is just too complicated for the sect leader in terms of balancing the bloodline and martial arts. Controlling someone by grasping their weakness is even more beneficial. If you're not aiming for the sect leader position, why do you want to be the top disciple? Are you treating me like a fool trying to deceive me with sweet talk? I'm saying it doesn't make sense, and you still don't get it. This matter doesn't need your help. But I also don't want to do such troublesome things. He threatened that if this person refused, he would destroy the entire Wu clan right there. The man shouted, thinking it was impossible. Don't try to show off here. Just as he was about to continue cursing, a very dangerous aura was revealed. It was like a giant python preparing to devour its prey. He felt a chill run down his spine. Reaching a high level of mastery, but it's hard to bear. Is he using martial arts? It's not just that it's even higher. The male protagonist straightforwardly said that Gong Sa-chuk wanted to kill him, but in reality it was impossible to kill him. If I don't let you try, you probably won't believe it. The words were accompanied by actions causing Kia to become frightened and kneel down. He still didn't understand why the young man's strength was so overwhelming. What exactly is this? It seems like he has slaughtered countless people. His emotionless eyes are like he has been through hell. Why does a Taoist like him have such eyes? I'm really looking forward to Jin Hye's help. After finishing speaking, he bid farewell without scheduling another meeting. Jin Mu, the #1 disciple of Mudang, is definitely not a Taoist. Moreover, I'm not even his match. After seeing the other person leave the subordinates, ran over to ask about their master's health. I'm fine. Just get paper and ink, so I can write a letter to my son. The next day, the male protagonist and his fellow disciples returned to their sect. Suyong Jin Heo had heard the news and came out to greet them early. Seeing his fellow disciple return unharmed, he was overjoyed and rushed over to give him a big hug. You have shown the spirit of Mudang excellently, and you disciples, both of you, have grown up a lot. After speaking, he also reminded everyone to go inside to meet the sect leader. The three of them performed the ritual of bowing to the sect leader and the elders. It's been tough, Chi Huyen Dainyan has passed on words of praise for your actions. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized the true nature of Chungyang Guild and would have almost fallen into their trap. Upon hearing these words, Jin Hye showed a very unsatisfied expression. He must be going crazy because his father Sai made him listen to me. The sect leader decided not to accept the money from the merchant guild and wanted to return it to the government office. Suddenly, an elder spoke up. I've heard that Jin Mu has already received the reward money. It turned out that this person was his master. How could you shamelessly take the money that is the fruit of my hard work? All the effort was for nothing, and I almost lost my life. Jin Mu, quickly take the money and give it to Elder my young son. Now there's no other way, the only way is to obediently listen. Everything went by smoothly. The male protagonist also found the Samgong Cave Temple to cultivate reasoning that it was very quiet and few people visited. He didn't even know since when the cave had become a place for him to cultivate his martial arts. In his mind, he was now determined to strive for the position of the greatest disciple and gain the top spot in the martial arts world. Actually, there was another small matter that needed his attention. If he had the opportunity, he would have to uncover the true identity of that old man. Just thinking about it made him feel pain all over his body. The technique that the old monster used, he condensed the energy at an extremely fast speed. This was the first time he had seen such a technique. As he thought, he tried to recall and imitate the technique. The movements were not incorrect by even a little. From the posture to the footsteps, he tried to copy everything perfectly. It seemed that there was some progress, and his speed became faster than usual. More energy was released from his body. A replica of the old monster's technique appeared. However, it didn't seem to be exactly the same as the original. Indeed, it's not possible to master it immediately. Jinmu looked frustrated because he couldn't perform the old monster's technique. He could imitate it, but it was still far from being the same as the original. He was rich because in his previous life, he was in a high position in an evil sect, but he still couldn't perform the technique like the other person. The main reason was that he lacked internal energy. The simple fact was that he couldn't comprehend the martial arts. It's the root cause. If he couldn't achieve it no matter how hard he practiced, his internal energy would still increase very slowly. Because he had previously reached a level of strong energy, he couldn't overcome the barrier of comprehension. All the martial arts of Mudang. Now Jinmu can use them, but the power won't be very strong because he doesn't have enough internal energy. The only way to fix it is to balance one's mind and energy. Thinking of this, it's already time to cook dinner for my master. When we've used up all our practice time to make up for the lack of work, it's considered giving it our all. As I was walking into the courtyard, I saw Chung Sang and Chung Wu joking around. What are these guys doing not focusing on their training? The money in the bank, I've thought about it for a long time, and it seems that the elders really need it. Perhaps he's planning to give all the money he embezzled from the smugglers to the sect leader. How could Jinmu let others handle such matters? What's there to submit? You dare to touch the old man's money! We've shed so much blood and tears to get it, you foolish pig. While scolding, I'll give him a beating to remember. Myungjin stepped forward and intervened. The main character is confused, not knowing what excuse to make. Then Chung Sang stepped forward to help. Elder Jinmu is just scolding Chungwu, master. You've come out. I've been worried. Please go back inside. It turns out his purpose was to go to the forest to catch chickens to eat. Since you've done it yourself, why didn't you let me do it? Seeing you, I'm relieved. You've just returned from outside, so you're still tired, aren't you? Actually, these words are out of concern for your health. Still, why do you want me to give up the reward money? Are you okay? Is there anything that hurts? Just as I was worrying, Elder Jinho ran up. He reminded Elder Jinmu to go outside to see what's happening, because it's getting lively. Everyone is curious about what's happening again. Let's just go and see. Hurry up, everyone. I don't understand what's going on, but many people have gathered outside the main hall. Many disciples are up there sewing, measuring something, hesitating about what to do. The sect leader has arrived. You've all come too. The reason hasn't been stated, but he's and the other elders are laughing loudly because they've gained a disciple with so much good fortune like Jin Mu. The cloth shop at Dan Gang Ko is measuring and sewing uniforms for all Mudang disciples, including shoes and hats. Has he used my 200 taels of silver to do such useless things? Just as I was about to scold him, I found out that this didn't cost a single penny. Although they declined, they took the credit for having a disciple who cleared out the gangsters, so they were at peace. Not only that, the blacksmith promised to make a whole new set of weapons for Mudang. Another person also spoke up to share the good news that the money received from the merchant guild that we turned over to the authorities has been returned. Upon hearing that Mudang's treasury was running low, the owners of wine shops and brothels in the area donated money to Mudang. The amount is now truly substantial, reaching 500 taels of silver, and there are many more things to come, as many merchant guilds are eager to establish relationships and do business. All these achievements are not due to the male protagonist's efforts, but he doesn't seem very happy about it. Why did he repay Mudang after receiving kindness from me? That damn sect leader received 500 taels, so why didn't he return 200 taels to me? I'm really grateful to you, my disciple. Your master is so happy that he doesn't know what to say. To him, those affectionate gestures now seem dull and uninteresting. As a result, both the sect leader and the elders show more respect to him than ever before. 2 months have passed since then. Jinmu has devoted a lot of effort to strengthening his inner energy. Chungwu has also made significant progress. I wonder how Chung Sang is doing. He has reached the stage of sword energy. Even the male protagonist can't believe it. His master is also impressed. Compared to you, we're still far behind, but they will be the pillars of Mudang in the future, all thanks to your teaching. Chung Sang doesn't need much guidance. He has been practicing and improving on his own. His talent is even more outstanding than mine. Now I'm imagining a scenario where Chung Sang becomes famous and powerful. I must not let this happen. I need to hinder their progress so they can't practice smoothly. Just as I'm thinking about this, the sect leader and elders come running to me. I wonder what they want to do to me now. We've been busy lately, so we haven't visited you. You must be disappointed. What's going on? Why has everyone gathered here? The sect leader explains the situation to everyone. After a meeting, he decided to rebuild the Oharyong temple that was destroyed earlier. Brother, you're saying we should rebuild it? This news seems to have changed Myungjin's mood. He immediately burst into tears of excitement. I never thought I'd see it again. What is this Oharyong temple that makes my stinky old master so happy that he's crying? Noticing his disciples' curiosity, the sect leader explains. Mudang has 8 palaces. The Tu Palace is in charge of discipline. The Lin An Palace oversees external cooperation. The other palaces are responsible for concocting elixirs, storing weapons, and managing daily life. The actual role of Oharyong Temple here is to protect Mudang, also known as the Guardian Dharma. It turns out that the protagonist's master is the first disciple of the Oharyong Temple's leader back then. When the evil heavenly master of the demonic cult attacked Mudang, the Guardian Dharma disciples risked their lives to protect it. When he said this, Wu Gang felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Oharyong Temple had sacrificed too much for that incident, so the task of protecting Mudang couldn't be entrusted to just one sect. Everyone had to participate. When it was rebuilt, the name remained the same, and it would serve as Namam Temple. Once again, Master Myungjin was suggested to take over as the sect leader. Do you want to agree to do it? I always trust that you'll do a good job. But the master looked at his disciples, wondering if there was someone else more suitable for the task. He still couldn't understand what this person's intention was. Although they said they were rebuilding it would take a few years for Elder Memyoung's son to arrange the finances and purchase materials. The sect leader reminded his junior brother to recover his body soon as there would be many disciples from Oharyong Temple. Jin Mu would also have a lot to do, and he trusted that his disciple would help Mudang develop further. After finishing speaking, the sect leader and elders left immediately, as there was nothing else to discuss. Fortunately, they didn't come to rob him of his money. That would have been a real waste of his life. The master called out to his disciples again. Let's go to this place, everyone. It turned out that he had brought his disciples to the Oharyong Temple from years ago, which was now nothing more than a ruin. At a glance, he realized that he was the one who had burned down the entire place. The master began to explain to everyone. Oharyong Temple was the guardian dharma of Mudang, and it also played a protective role. If it was a shield that protected, then Nam Am Temple was the sword that gathered the strongest martial artists and played the most important role, resolving all disputes, and being the only one allowed to open the killing boundary in Mudang. With his exceptional talent, he was very suitable to be at Nam Am Temple. He finally understood why his master had looked at him that way back then. Being able to open the killing boundary was great, wasn't it? Once Oharyong Temple was rebuilt, he would appear in the martial world. As a disciple and a sharp sword of Mudang, he would become the greatest pride of their sect. Since there was still much to be done, he should be more serious and diligent from now on. Not only that, but Chung Sang and Chung Woo also need to be like that. Jin Mu didn't feel proud, but instead showed signs of being helpless. Those scoundrels have come to exploit my labor. I don't have any more time to train, and I'm stuck doing these things. He was thinking of doing something to prevent this problem. But suddenly Chung Sang mentioned that becoming the palace master would give him the qualification to become the great disciple. The master didn't deny this. The male protagonist ran to ask how to become qualified to be the great disciple. You've made up your mind. Not achieving your goal is also good. To become like that, you not only need to be skilled in martial arts, but also manage and take care of other tasks. In addition, you need to be well regarded by your fellow disciples and receive recognition from the elders. After discussion and careful consideration, the sect master will make the final decision. Isn't being the best enough to qualify? What kind of sect is this? It turned out that he had thought that being skilled in martial arts was enough to become the great disciple. You've exploited my labor money and sweat, and now you're saying I'm not qualified. He was now secretly resentful towards his master for not telling him earlier. He thought about this and turned to scold his fellow disciples. If you all knew, you should have spoken up and told me. He had trusted them many times, but now he was so angry that he had to go somewhere else to hide his tears of pain. Meanwhile, Jin Hye received a letter from his father. The content was about his father realizing that Jin Mu had reached the level of Danji. The main point of the story was to make his son do his best to support his brother in becoming the great disciple of MUDANG. Although he read it multiple times, Jin Hye couldn't understand why his enemy had achieved such a level in a short time. It was unbelievable. He must have used some trick, eating meat and drinking wine, behaving like a rogue. How can that be the behavior of a Taoist? It's laughable. Who is helping who become the sect master? No matter what secret agreements you have, it's no longer important. If I eliminate him, everything will be over. There will be an opportunity. You don't dream of winning against me. This isn't over yet. Most of the management tasks were handled by the Ilsa disciples. Currently, there were a total of 7 people. It would take a few years to build the Oharyong temple. What if someone becomes the great disciple before me? Jin Mu thought that he needed to do this as soon as possible. If he relied on the elders, it would take 15 more years. No matter how urgent the situation was, he couldn't use the wealth obtained from the previous battle. Regardless of whether he became the great disciple or not, he would go crazy if MUDANG took away the money he had risked his life to obtain again. It turned out that he didn't want to spend money to become the great disciple either. Is there really no other way? It seemed that he needed to visit Dangang-gu. Because of this, he had directly gone to ask his master's permission. You want to give up your position as palace master to go to Dangang-gu? He didn't know how to make an excuse at this point. I understand you want to go drinking, right? Please buy a few liters for me. All right, actually, we don't really need the approval of Purple Cloud Temple. Even though it's not built yet, I am still the chief of Oharyong Temple, and you are the manager. So you just need my permission. So the master has agreed to let him go to Danjiangkao alone. I understand what you're saying, master. I'll be back early. To prepare for himself, he immediately took his sword and set off. At this moment, Wu Munhyum was also sneaking out into the quiet night. It's unclear what he's planning to do. After a while, the guards ran up. Both of them went into some mysterious place. It's unclear what's going on, but everyone's demeanor became very strange. This is the casino that the Dark Realm used to run. I see that it's been abandoned since they were executed. Of course, the assets they left behind are still intact. Indeed, everything is still here, including all the assets, land deeds, and other documents. Additionally, that guy also found the dirty money that Chungyang Guild had hidden. There's also a small silver and a pearl the size of a thumb. Jin Hye's father is calculating that if he gets this, he'll use it as a development fund for the sect after his son becomes the leader. After thinking, he asked about the location of the hidden treasure. After receiving the goods, the old man paid the other person. What a wonderful day with this money. Will be okay when we're in trouble. Since the evil cult was destroyed, there shouldn't be any problems for us in the future. This itch is caused by that scoundrel Jin Mu. However, I still need to keep my promise to him to bring Jin Hye up to be the leader. He really doesn't know what that guy's plan is. As soon as he opened the door and stepped in, he saw his face. Long time no see. You look well rested. You look very refreshed. The more I hate someone, the more they come to me. You have a keen business sense, so you've earned quite a bit. There are a few things I need, and I want to ask for your help. You're so rich that I believe it won't be a problem for you. Wu Munhyum is curious about what he's asking for. I've come to ask for your support in rebuilding Oharyong Temple in Mudang. After hearing this, the other party showed a stingy expression, saying that the terrain is not flat and the cost is very expensive. Jin Mu's intention is to ask for all the funds to rebuild and renovate. Stop complaining, use your brain. Your contribution to the construction is not just for my benefit, but also for your sons. Oharyong Temple is a symbol of the history and tradition of Mudang, and if Jin Hye's family pays all the costs, what will happen? Of course, the name of Wu clan will be engraved on the building on the stone and on the pillars in the inner sanctum. All future generations will see it as well as many other people. This will be a good impression of Jin Hye in the eyes of the prestigious elders. Obviously, he'll rise much higher than now. Indeed, these words are exactly what the patriarch wants to hear. But he also showed great caution because he didn't know what the underlying intentions of the young man were. Even if he became the great disciple, the son would still be the true heir. Even so, it's rare for a normal disciple to become the true heir. If you're suspicious of me like that, then we should sign an agreement. It was clear that this was a reasonable request, so he immediately went to fetch paper and brush. After that, he ground ink to think about what needed to be written. Since Woo Mun-hyum had been caught in a vulnerable position, he was certain that the other party wouldn't be able to renege on their promise. Just with this alone, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Outside the hall, the male protagonist casually took a few taels of silver for personal expenses. Take it all, and in return, I'll stamp my seal on the agreement, and you'll be allowed to enter. As he took the items, he also reminded him to include his name in the agreement, so that it would be convenient to become the great disciple later. Jin Hye's father quickly agreed to all of his requests, and included them in the agreement. Very quickly, he completed all the necessary paperwork. Come visit when it's finished being built, and we'll treat you to a feast. As he turned around, he didn't know where the male protagonist had gone. It seemed that all his efforts had been for naught. Woo Mun-hyum shouted angrily and cursed the male protagonist severely. Although he was angry, he still kept his promise and sent money to build Ohryong Temple. The renovation work had been ongoing for a month since the family provided aid. Both the master and disciple were closely monitoring the construction project. Myung-jin reminded his disciple not to forget the kindness that Woo clan had shown to MUDANG. He didn't know that it was actually his disciple who had done everything. The food here is plain and not like the usual food they eat. So what should they do if they're not strong enough to work? The disciple had already asked Chung-woo to prepare wine and meat for the workers. Just as he was about to remind his master to go inside and rest, to avoid affecting his health, he was waved off. He had to witness with his own eyes every pillar of Ohryong Temple being erected and every stone being laid. As he spoke, he handed the male protagonist a stack of documents. After the construction is finished, he'll take on more disciples, and this is a compilation of the martial arts techniques that need to be passed on. The disciple should go to the library and find those books. It seemed like the old man wanted him to bring back the entire tower. Thinking about this, the master became increasingly painful and coughed more, causing the young man to worry. Aside from the health issue, he also remembered that the documents were still incomplete. They had missed the 10th volume of the heart technique, and the skills to combine with it, as well as a few sword techniques. After hearing this, the young man couldn't understand why it still wasn't enough, calling the old man a crazy old man. Immediately, he ran back to the study to rewrite the list. The disciple should go to the scripture hall first, and he'll send the rest later. He couldn't understand why he suddenly felt so energetic, as if he had used cloud ladder. Despite this, seeing his master in high spirits made him feel at ease. He couldn't tell if it was because of the body's thoughts or because he was genuinely happy. Perhaps he had changed and gradually assimilated into this body. After glancing at what his master needed, he became cheerful. If I'm not mistaken, the scripture library is managed by Yongwon Temple, right? After that, they brought everything to Elder Myunggong for inspection. After examining them, he was very surprised. Why are they like this? All of these. Indeed, it's not just the protagonist who thinks so. Everyone thinks that the master has gone too far. But it's not entirely like that. The elder has agreed because this quantity is very necessary. After a while, Jin Hye was called to receive instructions. Immediately, she appeared to receive guidance from her master. Go with Jin Mu and deliver this to the person in charge of the library. Of course, she still obeyed, but her expression showed some dissatisfaction. Jin Mu felt the same way. Why did he always have to be near the person he disliked? It seemed that he still harbored a grudge against him. After all, he was the type of person who could massacre his own brothers. He was willing to fight him, but it would be better if he stood on his side. The library was located on a cliffside of Lingon Palace. The only way to get there was via a bridge connecting the two sides. Because this path was very dangerous, it was hard for anyone to easily infiltrate. It was like a natural fortress. The two of them walked silently, not saying a word, to the destination. At a glance, he could sense Jin Hye's hostility towards him. Suddenly, she spoke up. Have you entered the realm of Qi cultivation? Among the disciples of the First World, only 2 people had the ability to enter that realm. Those are Senior Jingung and Jinmyung, who are wandering in the Jianghu. Someone like you will never be able to compare to them. The rumor about defeating Senior Jin Hyo is quite suspicious. Jinhee thought that the protagonist had used some sort of evil technique to deceive everyone. You have exhausted all your thoughts and come to that conclusion. If you're not capable enough, you should think that others are like you, right? You scoundrel, how dare you speak to senior like that? Who could consider someone who had tried to assassinate them as a senior? In fact, you were too obvious in your actions. Are you trying to kill me in a place with no one around, and then say that Jin Moo pushed me off the cliff? As she spoke, she shed crocodile tears, trying to make it more convincing. But when we touch, you'll be the one who slips, so think carefully. Jin Moo reminded Jin Hye not to act recklessly and to wait until he received the position of elder. Clearly, the words accompanied by immense power made him appear fearful. What's with this cold atmosphere? It feels like my heart is freezing. Indeed, his face showed a visible change. Has he disregarded the hierarchy within the sect? Not only that, but he also did whatever he pleased. In fact, he's a despicable person who acts like a hypocrite and destroys the dignity of a cultivator. A lowly servant like him breaks the order of Mudang. I'm just afraid of his words and gaze. This isn't the truth. He must have used some sort of evil technique on me. You're using evil techniques. It won't work on me. People like you should die here. With that, he gathered his inner energy to kill his junior. As for these things, Wudang himself wasn't particularly surprised. The martial energy is transmitted into the sword to increase its power, but it's not necessary to use a sword here. If we use it on our fists, we'll have the righteous energy, won't we? Not to mention that we'll also exert our strength to attack. Both of them don't understand why they're competing on a precarious bridge like this. Vokung doesn't care and waits for his opponent's move. He has observed all of Jin Hye's movements, so it's very easy to dodge his punch. Clearly, this guy always creates very deadly moves, but it seems like he's not hitting anything, using hands too much. So now it's time to use feet. Just one kick down and the bridge is about to break in half. The figures of the two people are now jumping around everywhere. After a while, they have to stop. Why? Why does a person like you, having achieved such a high level of martial arts, only know how to dodge? It proves that you haven't reached that level yet. This time it won't be easy to dodge me. As he speaks, Jin Hye's internal energy surges out. He uses astral plexus to attack his junior, but as usual, he continuously avoids it. Still, he can't hit anything. This is a move with incredible speed. Even the afterimage can't be seen. When you're standing on those narrow old planks, movement is very difficult. 8 out of 10 times, you won't be able to avoid it. This guy's intention is to push his fellow disciple down into the abyss, but that's just in his head. Immediately, the male protagonist disappears from sight. Astral plexus. What's this? Why is it so slow? It's making me sleepy. What can you do with just that level? Jin Hye shows a shocked expression because his opponent is 10 times faster. His eyes become dull because he doesn't understand why his junior is so terrifying. He's standing on the cliff's edge on one leg as if on flat ground. In his head, he's still thinking that Jin Moo must be using some forbidden technique or evil spell. You call it that just because you don't know how to do it. It's really too bad. Immediately, he uses vertical tension technique and charges down. Both of them are ready to throw punches at each other. But it seems that the male protagonist is a bit faster. He dodges and takes the opportunity to punch Jin Hye in the chest a few times. Is his goal not to attack, but to strike at my acupoints? My blood vessels are locked, so I can't move. So the male protagonist successfully suppresses the detestable senior. Perhaps now he won't be able to talk back anymore. Jin Hye shouts and curses, "Release me, you scoundrel!" But he gets slapped by his junior for being too talkative. I've given you a chance, and now you dare to play tricks on me. Why would I help a useless person become the leader? You're no longer valuable. I'll eliminate you in the way you wanted to eliminate me. That's right, the first-generation disciple Jin Hye has met his match today. A fitting end for someone who harbored ambitions of becoming the leader. Isn't it? He doesn't hear these words and is silently thinking about why his senior brother's disciple was once an innocent child. But he's changed to a completely different person. It's too much. Since when did this guy get that kind of gaze? His eyes didn't waver even when he was about to kill someone. Just as he was about to let his guard down, he suddenly raised his voice to stop him. To his surprise, the man begged for mercy, saying, "Please spare my life, and I will be loyal to you. I will do everything I can to not disappoint you," he said. Then he continued to cry and plead for his life. Indeed, one only understands the pain of a beating after being beaten. Jinmu had punished him for his arrogance. Since he had no intention of killing him, he spared his life. His whole body was now thrown up into the air. With a wave of his hand, he released the pressure points on Jinhye's body, and Jinhye continuously thanked him. "I'm warning you, this is the last time," he said. "If there's a next time, neither you nor the Wu clan will be able to escape, no matter how fast you run." The young man nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. "If there's nothing else, let's go! What are we waiting for?" How pitiful. I joined Mudang at the age of 15. My talent was recognized, and I was given a title, becoming one of the top disciples at the age of 25. I worked hard to become one of the 7 top disciples of Mudang, with a bright future ahead. To think that I, with my abilities, would become a mere servant to the male lead. Why did I get entangled with such a wicked and evil person? Jinmu had to hurry his fellow disciple along as they made their way to the library. Finally, they successfully entered the place where many martial arts books were stored. The person in charge checked the list provided by the male lead's master and lamented that it would take a month to gather the requested books. As he examined Jinhye, he seemed puzzled by his appearance. "What's wrong with you today?" "You're not yourself," he said. The male lead explained that his fellow disciple had almost fallen off a cliff and he had saved him by grabbing his hair. The old man was surprised by the fabricated story. Not only that, but he also paid close attention to the male lead. "Your smile is just like the cultists," he said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He performed a mysterious technique. Even Jinmu didn't understand what had just happened. The light seemed to have passed through his body. "Your internal energy is clearly that of Mudang, but why is it so strange?" "Never mind. I'll call you when I'm done copying these. You can leave now." His mind was filled with thoughts about the strange old man. He understood that the old man's way of addressing him was not like that of a named disciple of Mudang. Nevertheless, he hoped that the library manager wouldn't cause any trouble for him. As the newly appointed manager of Ohryong Temple, the male lead was tasked with paying respects to the other top disciples. Today was the day he had to gather there to discuss with the others. Jinsu had received news from Jin Gung. It seemed that conflicts between merchants were escalating due to disputes over waterway rights, and he had sent a request to the sect leader. "Isn't that a sensitive issue among the merchants?" After hearing Jinhyo out, Jinsu nodded in agreement. The main transportation route for merchant caravans at Danjiangkou is the waterway, which is safe with official boats patrolling. However, when they leave, the place becomes lawless and full of pirates. The right to control the waterway is a matter of life and death, so merchants always try to gain control over it. This matter has nothing to do with the male protagonist, so he is eager to have his seniors let it go. Jinhyo also spoke up, saying that the merchant caravans should discuss this among themselves instead of fighting over it. "Wouldn't it be worse if the martial arts factions get involved? The merchant guild allied with us is HAE Merchant Guild, and the one in conflict with them is Isung Merchant Guild." Someone became curious and asked, "Isn't HAE Merchant Guild one of the 3 major merchant guilds?" Transo spoke up to ask Jinhyo, "Isn't everything related to the matter at Danjiangkou?" Jinmu also subtly reminded him to quickly end this tedious matter. Then he said that the intention of the superior was not to negotiate at all. The power behind them is the Jigal branch family. Currently, Mudang has allied with the 3 main merchant guilds. They are just small merchant guilds. After a while, they felt that their status was being threatened. This is also the reason they manipulated the large merchant guilds to suppress the smaller ones. The disciple thinks they are using this as an example to show the consequences of going against them. Indeed, if HAE Merchant Guild collapses due to robbery or lack of goods, it will be destroyed. If that happens, other merchant guilds will turn against Mudang and return to Jigal family. The best way is for Mudang to act as escorts for the merchant guild and eliminate the pirates. Of course, the elders won't know about this. The number of disciples involved should be kept to a minimum. If successful, Mudang will be known for its strength, and its reputation will spread. Jinhye came up with the most effective solution for everyone to consider. He also directly pointed out who should carry out this task. It was none other than Jinmu, his junior. Clearly, he had just submitted. So why is he acting like this now? "What is going on? This scoundrel can't be doing this, can he?" In the end, he had to follow the decision and go to the merchant guild. Jingung was furious because only one person came to help. What can you and your 7 second-generation disciples do? However, Jinmu himself couldn't explain this situation either. Bringing useless people to fight pirates is like a mother duck leading her ducklings. He vowed to take revenge on those scoundrels Jin Hyo and Jin Hye. There's no need to discuss further. Jin Mu is Mudang's sword and is perfect for this task. Of course, this wouldn't happen if the two of them couldn't convince the sect leader and the elders. After we're done and back, I'll shave their heads. As he thought this, some emotional voices were heard nearby. The guild leader looked disappointed, thinking that Mudang was strong, but now they seemed cold. Sect leader Jin Gung. I've heard of sect leader Jin Mu's reputation recently. Not only do we have to deal with the robber gang, but we also know that the Isung Merchant Guild has the backing of the Jaegal family, so no one dares to stand up for us, no matter how generous the recruitment offer is. Wudang showed anger towards this person, saying that they kept playing the pitiful role to take advantage of others, which was even more despicable than Jin Hye. The elder brother is planning to send a letter back to Mudang to send more people, so that the leader of the group can be at ease. But suddenly the male protagonist spoke up to stop him, saying that he would be a guard along with these 7 second-generation disciples. Currently, he is the manager of Oharyong Temple, so if the senior brother causes any trouble, he will report it back to Mudang immediately. After listening, Jin Mu still didn't understand what his junior brother was getting at. Nevertheless, Jin Mu had to explain again in detail about the task of escorting. From now on, I am the administrator of Oharyong Temple, so you should understand that is the sword of Mudang. You are currently accepting this mission, aren't you? What is this nonsense about a broken sword? What is this youngster talking about? Felt that this was an internal matter, so they reminded the team leader to leave and discuss privately elsewhere. Only then did Jin Gung start to speak up, showing his authority as the person in charge. I am the one responsible for external diplomacy on behalf of Mudang here, as the administrator of Wujin Temple. I am the one who knows the most about the merchant group in Dangang-gu among the disciples. The robbers here are a notorious organization belonging to the Dark Realm, which is on a completely different level compared to the smugglers and highway robbers that you have dealt with. They are on a completely different level. Why did you dare to joke about the sword, the pride of Mudang, like that? If we were to talk about this, receiving this title would be an honor for AI. This is the person who has been entrusted with spreading the heroism of the martial artists for thousands of years. Mudang had cut off its connection with the outside world, and it is said that at that time the sword of Mudang was broken. Restoring its reputation is much more meaningful and important than the honor of someone like you. Jin Gung was thinking of not helping his senior brother because he had revealed this matter in front of outsiders. If the mission fails, not only you, but also your uncle and the restoration of Oharyong Temple will be in jeopardy. That's the law that the sword of Mudang must follow. After hearing these words, Nam felt quite uncomfortable. You dare to put my life and my master's life at stake for something so ridiculous. All right, senior brother, just sit back and watch. But if I complete this mission, what will you do? Dare to belittle me and use my master's life to threaten me. You have to kneel down in front of me and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. This shouldn't be too much to ask, right? I've been kind to you, but it seems you still haven't woken up. Why compare the fate of Mudang with your honor and that of an old martial artist? Just as he finished speaking, he jumped in to teach him a lesson. However, Jin Gung's intention was to help his junior brother correct his attitude a little. After taking a glance at his opponent, he had already gathered some information. Heard that he is a first-rate disciple who has achieved the release of energy. This person is very close to becoming the next leader. It turns out that Jin Gung is on the path to becoming the leader of Mudang, which is not surprising since he used internal energy to attack Nam. Both Chung Sung and Chung Woo warned him to be careful, because it was very dangerous. Don't make a fuss, the leader is not someone to be trifled with. He had already thought of a countermeasure. We only need to use internal force. It's more than enough. And so Mudang Palm Strike and Heavenly Palms clashed. Jin Gung's strength was immediately dissipated upon contact. The surrounding disciples were very surprised. He himself was also feeling the same way. It was unbelievable. The attack from his uncle Jin Gung was deflected by Heavenly Palms. Not giving his opponent a chance to rest, he immediately followed up with another attack. The older brother also hurriedly dodged to the side. Now he still couldn't figure out what the older brother's move was. Being too puzzled and thinking too much, he got punched right in the face. The nearby disciples were shocked and exclaimed, elder brother was hit. Indeed, this method made the male protagonist's senior brother even more frustrated. He didn't know how to fight back. At a glance, it was clear that the two people's skill levels were completely different. A young disciple spoke up just as the elder brother made his move, and Elder Jinmu had already locked onto his elbow. That was the area with the hardest bones in the body. No matter how one trained, the toes couldn't compare to the elbow. Both of them were still observing each other very carefully. Jingung couldn't believe it. Even after reaching the realm of releasing energy, why could his junior brother disperse his power so easily and still gain the upper hand? Could it be that all Mudang swordsmen were this ridiculously strong? If that's the case, things are getting worse. I'll have to see how strong you really are, so I'll fight seriously now. He couldn't restrain himself anymore, because he really wanted to know the true strength of the other person. Upon glancing at his opponent, the male protagonist felt a very familiar sensation. This is similar to when you were Hyokyeon Mukang, and the older brother in front of him was just like his own master standing up to protect the Purple Cloud Temple. He was indeed a true martial artist. The male protagonist felt a bit fond of him. The two continued to exchange moves, toying with each other. Everyone was waiting for the other person's next action. This was the perfect moment. So both sides continued to provoke each other. The older brother was the one who took the initiative to charge forward, but it seemed that his confidence was inversely proportional to his actual ability. After a while, this was the situation. The second-generation disciples were crying and wailing. The person who got beaten was so miserable that they thought they wouldn't survive. Because he had been unconscious for a whole day, he didn't know that his junior brother had already set out with the merchant group as planned. It was strange that this person wasn't angry at all. It had been a while since he had been so embarrassed. Thinking that there was someone like him among the Mudang, he didn't need to worry anymore. To him, the martial arts and the merchant group were the most important things. If that young man was really the sword of Mudang, he would be able to deal with the bandits quickly. By now, the male protagonist and the second-generation disciples had been on their way for a long time. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. The weather was beautiful. The bright moon, the gentle breeze, and the calm river made for a very relaxing atmosphere. Langdu didn't understand why they were still so cheerful when danger was looming. It was impossible to know when the bandits would arrive, so why were they so carefree? He thought back to Jin Gung's promises and felt anguished. Where was he now? He had trusted Jin Gung's sweet words. He shouldn't have allied with Mudang and sparked a war with the Jigal family. Jinmu now asked Chung Sang how far they had traveled. After listening, he also knew that they were on the border with West Valley. West Valley. If that's the case, they had already left Dangang-gu. This meant that the bandits would act soon. This bandit group had probably caused countless disasters for the families and brought about oceanic calamities. I heard that their leader is a fierce warrior who has beheaded all his opponents from behind. He felt very happy, because it had been a long time since he had the opportunity to face a warrior from the evil cult. Perhaps they will have to sacrifice for the sake of becoming his great disciple. If this matter is successful, he will receive a lot of trust from the sect leader. He must make great achievements and accumulate merits to become a great disciple. The two young ones didn't understand why their senior uncle had become so strangely crazy. At the sect, why are you so happy, senior brother? Everyone else is too tense while you're laughing and having fun. Chung Sang immediately comforted his junior brother, saying that their senior uncle was not an ordinary person. I'm sure he has a plan, although he said that he also felt anxious, because this was his first time practicing swordsmanship, and he immediately encountered a real battle. But this was all thanks to their senior uncle's guidance, as the mountain bandits and pirates were the ones who had slaughtered his family and village. They were no different from a bunch of trash. Many painful images from the past flashed through his mind. Thanks to the elder's help, Chung Sang was accepted into Mudang. All his hard work and training had a single purpose. The reason he trained harder than anyone else was to exact revenge. He had been waiting for this day for so long, so that his family and villagers who had died unjustly could rest in peace. He would destroy them completely. Weang immediately whispered to him that his senior brother was emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. At a glance, he could tell that he was thinking about his family. There was no need to stop him. Let him pour all his energy into this battle. The ship carrying equipment and supplies entered a canyon covered in thick fog. Jinmu spoke up, reminding everyone to be vigilant and observe their surroundings. He couldn't see the enemy, but he knew this was a perfect location for an ambush. The road was blocked on both sides by cliffs, making it easy to hide. The pirates would take advantage of this to launch a surprise attack when everyone was off guard. Indeed, it was just as predicted. The voice of the enemy commander echoed, demanding that they stop. All three ships in front had blocked the way, trapping the ILHAE Merchant Guild's ship. Who dared to pass through this area without permission from him? He was Du Noktong, the leader of the heavenly gang that ruled the ocean. The protagonist had to tilt his head to listen carefully, as it had been a long time since he last heard the voice of the evil cult, a very rough voice. The guildmaster was frightened, crying out in terror as he realized he had been robbed. From a distance, a sharp grappling hook was fired towards the guildmaster's ship. By now everyone on the ship was caught off guard. They were immediately surrounded on all sides. The guildmaster was frightened. He didn't understand why the Taoist priests were still standing there doing nothing. He began to regret his alliance with MUDANG once again. Without thinking, he ran towards the inside. Then he emerged with a box filled with gold and treasures. ILHAE Merchant Guild would like to express its respect to the great heroes of the river. Because I had some urgent matters, I still haven't asked for your permission, sir, so I've prepared a small gift. Indeed, you're a businessman who understands the situation. Just wait here, and I'll be right there. But since when did the male lead speak in a way that shows he understands things? It's all just making useless and redundant nonsense. The leader of the ILHAE Merchant Guild was frightened because these words would enrage the pirates. He reminded him to just give them money to be safe and leave. One of the male protagonist's hands pointed straight at the pirates. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Use stepping stone idiomatic expression for someone considered insignificant. Under the honor of MUDANG's a title or name sword, I will never forgive you. The guild leader now had nothing more to say. The pirates had to change their tactics. Regardless of whether they paid the fee or not, they would crush everyone's backbone. He divided his people into two groups, giving one side to Chung Sang and Chung Wu each. As for the opposite side, he would handle it alone. All fellow disciples, let's kick them out quickly. Upon hearing these words, all the disciples jumped onto the pirates' ship to attack. As expected, they were immediately overwhelmed. Why did these Taoist practitioners attack without warning? We're just 3 insignificant people. We have over 10 people here. But just as he finished speaking, a terrifying scene appeared right in front of them. Chung Sang was slaughtering the pirates with abandon. Du Noktong was frightened because he had never seen a Taoist practitioner be so brutal. It didn't stop there. Then from behind, Chung Wu shouted loudly. A few pirates didn't even dare to charge forward. Like that, he punched and kicked his opponents continuously. Seeing his underlings being beaten, the pirate leader showed signs of distress. What are you doing? Quickly steer the ship away from them. Before he finished speaking, Jinmu flew in from behind. Seeing his figure, the pirate leader turned back. Don't think you can just go wherever you want. Didn't I say from the start I would handle this direction alone? This sentence is a repetition of the previous one with slight rewording. Du Noktong was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He had estimated the distance between their ship and the victims to be very safe. He didn't understand how the other party could jump over. Perhaps that guy used his lightness skill to step on water to get here. Even someone of his level hadn't mastered that ability. This young man was only 20 years old. By now he had raised his voice to warn the rotten Taoist practitioners. If you want to board my ship, you need to ask my blade first. The male protagonist ignored those empty words. Instead, he drew his sword. Don't jump again. I've heard enough. Are you just good at boasting? His opponent promised that he would definitely slit that mouth to make it less arrogant. What are you all standing there for? Let's go and carve him up right now. Now he didn't have to worry about those 2 useless fellow disciples anymore. Chung Sang had mastered the use of sword techniques. Chung Wu has mastered the 7 Dharma and has more than enough ability to deal with those insignificant opponents. He just needed to focus on the main goal here. Thinking of this, he took action to make the pirates fear. One of his feet stamped strongly on the body of the ship. Everyone inside became dizzy and lost their balance. Not understanding what kind of power made one person on the boat rise up high, this is the perfect opportunity to create a very good foothold. Du Tong observed the opponent's movements very carefully, and that made him lose his balance by flipping the boat and then using it to fly up. Who is he after all? Perhaps I don't need to care about those kids anymore, and I should be more careful with this guy. Just thinking about this. The sword path of Jinmu was about to reach in front of him, but from somewhere a sword had risen to block it. He was quite surprised that his direct opponent had not made a move yet and didn't know his own limits, daring to aim for our big boss. As long as the leader of the Chun Snoo gang is still alive, you won't be able to touch him. What kind of leader are you talking about? Are you guys serious? The fat guy affirmed that he would kill the main character and sink the boat of the ILHAE Merchant Guild. I just want to take down Du Tong quickly. Why are you guys throwing your lives away in vain? From his words, the sword in his hand emitted a lot of spiritual energy. The opponent realized that the Taoist of Mudang could use sword chi, and he was their senior brother. Isn't he just a 20-year-old Taoist? Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by him. The subordinates saw this and became angry, carrying their weapons to assist. His figure now flew into the air. He moved lightly back and forth among the rain of swords. A nearby pirate received a kick. He didn't even have time to feel pain. Not stopping there, he continued to clench his fist. This time he punched 2 people at once. The people behind him were still stunned. His figure disappeared again, leaving no trace. The pirates were now truly showing signs of fear. They looked around and were hit again. Both of them flew out of the boat and fell into the sea. Du Tong didn't understand where the person in front of him came from. If you're tired of living, I'll grant your wish. Those words were accompanied by a strong force concentrated on the sword. You should have done that from the start. I didn't think you would be that bad. Since when did a member of the evil cult play fair? He reminded his opponent to use his subordinates as bait, or use poison and hidden weapons, or simply charge forward. You're just a fly not worthy of being used by the evil cult. Then it seemed that the fate of that guy was like many others. Brother Jin Gung was now eager to hear news from his junior brother. Still, there was no news after 3 days of departure. A nearby person was calculating certain that their senior brother had been ambushed by pirates. Perhaps I was wrong. I should have formed a rescue team to chase after them as soon as I woke up. I was too focused on raising the reputation of Mudang. If Jinmu and the others could overcome this difficulty and complete their mission, it would be great. Just thinking about it, this person felt regretful for being angry and affecting the lives of their junior brothers. Why could they let personal interests blind them and heartlessly push someone else to death? I'm truly a scum. Junior brother, please come back safely and soundly. But thinking about it, he was too anxious and couldn't wait any longer, so he asked the pigeon to send a letter back to the sect. Just as he was about to send a disciple to report the news, he met people from the Jegal family. Jegal Kak and people from the Merchant Guild also arrived to greet him. I heard that you've come down from the mountain, and I'm sorry that I was too busy to properly welcome you. It seems that the ILHAE Merchant Guild hasn't returned yet. You must be worried, aren't you? Jin Gong also greeted and thanked the other party for their concern. The young master continued to hint to the people of the Isung Merchant Guild that they should quickly come to an agreement with the ILHAE Merchant Guild due to the dangers on the road. How can we let them risk going out to sea? These words made Jin Gong feel so deceitful, because he knew that there were no ships, other than those from the ELHAE Merchant Guild, that went out to sea. They continued to mention the leader of the pirates, a notorious and brutal person known for cutting people in half. The Mudang disciple knew that the intention of these people was to come here and defeat them in front of everyone. This is really shameless, despicable, vile, and unscrupulous. And who doesn't know that Jegal family is behind Isung Merchant Guild? He dares to pretend to be sad about the situation here, while I'm worried sick about my junior brother. It's a pity. If there's anything, just let me know. The strength of our family will always be ready to help. Just as they were talking, another disciple came running to report. It turned out that this news was very important, because it was news from the ILHAE Merchant Guild. The ship that the senior brother protected has arrived safely. The young master showed a surprised expression, as if it was impossible for this to have happened. Jin Gong now had great faith in the words and promises of the male protagonist. The Mudang sect has successfully punished the Cheon Tai bandits and received a large reward from the government office in Zhongju. Jegal Kak still couldn't believe that with that many people, they were able to defeat the Chunsu bandits. It seems that the person is not happy that Mudang's proud disciple has taken care of them. That's all. I'm not going to talk about this anymore anyway. Since my junior brother is still young and has a strong sense of justice, he couldn't just let the pirates bully the merchants. But how could that young man defeat Chunsu with just 7 second-generation disciples? It's too reckless. The people around them were whispering and discussing, making Jegal Kak feel uncomfortable, thinking about how they sent people with weak martial arts to do the task, and they couldn't even accomplish what my junior brother did. It seems that the Jegal family doesn't care too much about the concerns of the merchants in Dangangua. After saying that the senior brother immediately left, "Those young men I know, they'll easily complete the task. It would be better if we sent a letter earlier. Perhaps I'll have to teach them a lesson when I return, because he didn't believe the news." Jegal Kak's eldest son called his servant to ask him to do something. "Please send a letter to Jongju immediately to confirm the truth of this matter." Since he had no more reason to stay, he returned to the mansion. Upon returning, he smashed things around because he was furious. "That damn Jingung dares to humiliate me in front of everyone, how dare he!" It turned out that this person had planned to seize the waterway rights from the ILHAE Merchant Guild. He was trying to put the Merchant Guild in a situation where they couldn't sell anything they had bought. And then Kang Yu would have to leave Mudang to join the Jegal family. So in the end, Mudang would be ridiculed by everyone due to its weak strength. The second thing is that this sect would have to kneel at the feet of the Jegal family. That's what he thought, but he couldn't have expected that everything would turn out to be the opposite. Why could they only use 1 first-class disciple and 7 second-class disciples? Outside, the junior disciple took the opportunity to mock, saying that those who were once proud would now have to bow their heads. "I heard that you were beaten up on the street, and my father won't let this matter slide." Upon hearing those words, Jegal Kak got angry and threw an inkstone at his younger brother's head. "If you don't get rid of it right away so that it's out of my sight, don't blame me for being ruthless." This made Jegal Geun surprised, because he didn't think his older brother would react so excessively. Finally, he was able to vent his anger that had been building up for a few episodes. Outside, the servant who went to confirm the news had returned. Indeed, everything that was investigated turned out to be true. They were defeated by a young kid from Mudang. The subordinate also spoke up, saying that the Jinmu disciple was a master who had reached an advanced level. Jegal Kak didn't quite believe it, thinking it was just the nonsense of a pirate about to die. Don't people like him always exaggerate everything? At first glance, this name feels a bit strange. Don't tell me you actually believed what he said. We heard that a Mudang disciple claimed that the Sword of Mudang might have been forgotten, so you no longer remember what that title is. The young master is now re-examining Jinmu's origins. My perfect plan failed just because I still didn't know anything about him. A 20-year-old expert having achieved the level of expert is indeed an unprecedented event. It will cause a stir throughout the Central Plains, just you wait. It's best to eliminate it from the start to avoid future troubles. Thinking of this, I was calculating that I should go meet team leader Amcheon. This is too heavy-handed. Isn't it an assassination team under the direct control of the Tong family? If that person is indeed the Sword of Mudang, as you said, then this can't be considered heavy-handed. We only asked them to confirm it a little. After hearing this, the servant immediately asked for leave to contact the assassins. The next day, at the ILHAE Merchant Guild, all the disciples were overjoyed as they participated in a small party to express their gratitude. Chungzang was boasting to his fellow disciples that he single-handedly took down 5 people. Chung Wu was also there dancing and performing to support his senior brother. Both of them also did not forget to praise their mentor, who was the one who brought light to Mudang. He felt very happy, but didn't forget to think about senior Jin Gung. It seems like he had forgotten to follow through on his promise, and then claimed to be the one who made merit with the team leader. Then he also paid attention to his junior brother's direction, thinking in his head that this kid is really lovable. It seems that since I didn't praise him, he's sulking. If everyone praises him, it will make him arrogant. The responsibility of this senior brother is to prevent his junior brother from going astray. The protagonist really didn't understand why that scoundrel suddenly looked at him with such infatuation. Anyway, those Taoist priests were already too used to stealing other people's credit. Eating and drinking for a while was also too boring, so he planned to go out for a stroll to clear his mind. Although he had guessed that the banquet with those Taoist priests would be very dull. But the reality was that it was indeed so, and as he sipped a few mouthfuls of wine, the scenery became very beautiful. His whole body was now feeling dizzy, so he also thought about the mysterious old monster. The image of being beaten always appeared in his mind. He said it would be used when choosing the person to be the head of MUDANG. Maybe in the future he would need to use it. The time from when he came back to life until now was indeed a long and endless journey. Even if he didn't know what the god of death had done, it wasn't important anymore. Apart from his slightly lacking martial arts skills, his life now wasn't too difficult. He just needed to focus on becoming a great disciple, pay attention to his work, his reputation, and take care of those disciples. Thinking about this, he didn't understand why he had to do so many things. He really wanted to get furious. He was only 20 years old. First, he needed to become a great disciple and find a way to regain his dark dragon. But he also restrained his thoughts, taking a righteous path with an empty hand. Wasn't too small a goal. The protagonist felt that he couldn't end his life wasted on just a small mudang. He could regain the money from his previous life, and also those beautiful goddesses. The demonic sect, no matter what, was a place for the strongest. After nurturing everything would be in the palm of his hand. Why couldn't he think of both things? He just needed to want it, and it would be done. So he kept muttering to himself, looking like a madman because of his overconfidence. Suddenly, he threw the wine bottle in his hand backwards. It seemed like there was an AI watching him secretly. "How long will you follow me? Is there something you want to say to me?" The poor-looking man mumbled and couldn't speak clearly. He kept denying that he was following him. "Don't act anymore before I behead you." It was just someone passing by and all sorts of nonsense. "Now you're begging from the moment I left the merchant group. You've been following me in disguise, haven't you? Who sent you, and what do they want to monitor me for?" Now the man finally revealed his true purpose. "You're quite something, you scoundrel. Look at how many layers of disguise you're wearing. It seems that guy just wants to confirm Jinmu's realm and report back. I couldn't believe you were able to recognize my best camouflage technique. And what is this energy spreading everywhere? It seems he won't let me go. You're indeed a high-level expert." He understood that the other party was trying to test his strength. "Isn't it exciting now? I need to know who sent you. I plan to kill it, but I must ask first. If I ask, will you not say it? Let's start slowly." His strength had started to massage the man's body a few times. Some strangers outside had noticed something. One of them felt that even from a distance, he could still sense it. Then other disciples immediately continued the investigation without missing a single moment. "You and I will go together to the place where the sound just came from." As soon as they arrived, they saw a large crowd gathering to watch. After taking a glance, they realized that it was their target who needed to be monitored. Although they didn't know who it was, they knew that it was a disciple of MUDANG. "It seems that you have some skill in evasion and are quite good at it. Then try avoiding this one." He continuously threw powerful punches at his opponent. The people who had just finished were still very focused on observing. Why do ordinary people need to avoid it? The martial arts of that Taoist don't seem normal. Indeed, they could see the trajectory of his punches and kicks, but his movements contained the martial arts of MUDANG, using all techniques to cut and dissect, and it was clear that his martial arts had changed very effectively. The old man thought that Nam was indeed a very interesting person. Moreover, he also slightly praised his opponent, saying that they were not inferior, but the person beside him didn't think so. Actually, that Taoist was just playing around even when he could overwhelm him immediately. After doing a few basic moves, that guy still didn't say anything, and it seemed that Jinmu was getting bored. "When we give you a chance, you should tell the truth." Suddenly, his eyes became different, and it seemed that this would be the final end for him. The two unknown men were surprised, wondering why a single move didn't require any preparation, thinking that he immediately charged forward. Of course, he attacked directly at him. His arms became very agile and magical. Then they clashed as he was about to throw a punch. Only now did he realize that there was someone else preventing him. Both of them became silent, probing each other. "You look like a Taoist of MUDANG, but why do you know that kind of martial arts? You look like a Taoist of MUDANG, but why do you know that kind of martial arts?" Wudang didn't care and continued to examine the stranger. He observed carefully and became very surprised. The hunchbacked old man with a smell like a beggar, his movements were like a ghost unimaginable. They were the ones that the martial world called absolute. All of them were mysterious figures. It turned out that in the past, Bi Hyun Yang Sobang had revealed the secrets of the Dark Realm many times. Indeed, a scoundrel who dug up other people's private lives previously only knew how to run away. Why did he suddenly appear? He kept muttering and asking the same question to him. I ask you as a Taoist of Mudang, why do you know that kind of martial arts? He immediately pushed his hand away. And Judong said that he didn't know anything about martial arts. It was indeed an unpleasant relationship. It was best to avoid it, but it seemed that it wasn't possible because another disciple had drawn his sword to threaten. It was really dirty and troublesome. Are you guys on the same side as him? Now many people had gathered out of curiosity to watch. The task of Biheon Yang Sobang and his disciples was to monitor secretly without revealing their identities. Another thought occurred to him. After that, no one knew what Bi Hyun Yang Sobang thought of next, but he kept thinking that everyone was chasing after a certain Taoist priest who had a lot of good fortune, and his smile had become more dangerous than ever. He suppressed his expression and immediately told his disciple to stop and not take any further action. The old man continued to ask about Jinmu's identity. Why should I tell you? You're just a big talker, Taoist priest. Next time we'll meet again. With that, he sneered and disappeared into thin air. Now it was just him and the sneaky person from before. He felt that he was already facing a bunch of troublesome people. He didn't want to get involved with him anymore. The problem was that those beggars would now investigate him in secret. Since there was no other way, he had to deal with the current situation first. Let's get back to our business. Now let's sit down and have a real talk. The news was quickly reported back to Jaegal Kak. The spy following Jinmu had been caught. There were rumors that Jaegal branch family was planning to resist the defeat of Mudang. As a result, the spy received a warning from his father and was severely criticized by the head of the organization. The family members were trying to cover up the matter. Just thinking about it made him fear that his father would soon find out. It was imperative to rescue the spy before the news spread that he was a member of the Jigol family. He ordered the Amcheon unit to infiltrate the ILHAE Merchant Guild and rescue the captured spy at all costs. Meanwhile, Chung Sung had just finished drinking and was outside getting some fresh air. His senior brother had just arrived, and he was carrying the foolish disciple on his shoulder. The disciple was likely injured internally due to the powerful punch. Seeing his junior brother's curiosity, he asked where the others were. Chung Sung replied that everyone had gone to sleep after getting drunk. Since that was the case, everything was fine. He had a favor to ask of Chung Sung. As the night wore on, it became quieter. There were many light footsteps. A group of dark figures descended upon the resting area of the ELHAE Merchant Guild. They were on high alert. They were trying to do something shady. They were under Jaegal Kak's command. Their main objective was to rescue their companion, who had been captured by Jinmu. Suddenly, a noise made the leader become cautious. He signaled to his followers to stop and observe. The 6 assassins remained silent, listening to the situation inside. Besides them, there was someone else hiding, and their energy was immense. It was likely a skilled expert with at least 10 people. One person is reminding that no matter what, we have to rescue our brothers inside. You are right. We must hurry up, because we don't have much time left. The leader threw several small knives forward to scout out the area. Immediately flew towards the aura that had been sensed since a while ago. After a while, all the weapons had returned without exception. It turned out that in the bushes there was another group tracking Jinmu. They are people from the Beggar clan, and of course the other party has also realized this. They are the ones who just approached earlier. The reason why the Beggar clan appeared is that the clan leader ordered everyone to investigate the background of Mudang Jinmu's disciples. Just as I was wondering who they were, a hidden weapon appeared right in front of me. The purpose was to assassinate because no one in Mudang uses such methods. Now this person has realized that they are definitely not from Mudang. Then many beggars rushed to attack the assassins. After a while, the sky also brightened. At this time, Nam was still sleeping soundly, because he stayed up late last night. He was disturbed by the ear-piercing noises, which were truly unbearable. Jinmu had to cover his ears and close his eyes to take another nap. but it seemed that the noises from outside were becoming louder. Frustrated, he woke up and cursed to vent his anger. What a nuisance! Who dares to practice sword fighting at this hour? I went to bed late last night, so I'm tired. You guys will die with me today. But after looking around, there was no one inside the mansion. Looking towards the outside garden, there was not a single figure. Indeed, those noises came from behind the wall. It's unbelievable that the beggar clan and the assassins are still fighting at this hour. It's been a whole night, but none of them looked tired. They were all passionate about fighting their opponents. It was clear that the two sides were evenly matched. Both sides exchanged blows fiercely. Mãi một hồi thì cũng phải dừng lại vì sức khỏe không còn đảm bảo. The beggars gang realized that they couldn't win because both sides had equal abilities. The Amkion unit thought that they were indeed experts who had gone through extremely rigorous training. But just as he thought that it seemed like someone was sitting next to him, it turned out that Ra Jinmu had been sitting there eavesdropping for a long time without anyone noticing. Don't pay attention to me, just continue fighting. You're being very interesting. Everyone was shocked when they saw the target they were supposed to be monitoring had appeared. It's good that I'm so famous. The evaluation of my abilities will increase, just you watch. It's no surprise, really. Those who can recognize me just by looking at me. Wearing black and covering one's face, then engaging in a sword fight in front of someone else's resting place, it's definitely suspicious. He jumped down and asked about the identities of the strangers in front of him. Who are you people from where? Since they hadn't completed their mission, they all ran away to avoid revealing any information. How could he let them leave so easily? He used a bit of his internal energy to hold back a few of the slower ones. His internal energy quickly shot out towards the ones who were running behind. Both the Amkion unit and the Beggars gang were hit by the energy at the same time. It seemed that the leaders of both sides were being controlled. They quickly turned back to help their leaders. Why are young people these days so impolite? I'm asking you who you are. If you're asked, you should at least say something. Jinmu ran straight towards the useless ones. One of them didn't hesitate to pull out a knife to stop him. With his extraordinary agility, he dodged the attack and counterattacked immediately. After finishing one name, many other names also proactively submitted to the Jinmu Council. The two above rushed forward at the same time, but were a step too late. With a convenient swipe, he also restrained them, making it impossible for them to move. Then he pinned these two in the air and spun them around a few times. Next, he threw the two bodies straight to a corner to get them out of the way. He was too strong. His strength far surpassed everything. Among the Jinmu disciples, was there really someone like this? Then suddenly Elder Jingung appeared. Because the loud noise had caught his attention, the male protagonist felt a bit embarrassed, because if this incident was exposed, his reputation would be lowered. After all, no martial artist fights at dawn. Jinmu, what are you doing here? He seemed very unhappy with the somewhat gangster-like actions of his junior brother. Jinmu stuttered an explanation, not knowing how to make his elder brother understand. Why didn't I even know that you were attacked mercilessly by these monsters? You people put down your weapons and surrender. Jingung ordered the second-generation disciples to expel everyone and take them inside to be imprisoned and interrogated for information. Not only was the Amkeon unit involved, but the Beggar Clan's disciples were also implicated. With a swift motion, the young masters had handled the situation in the blink of an eye. With the situation temporarily under control, Jingung turned to check on Jinmu's well-being. A young child, fearing the cold, had brought out a coat for him to wear temporarily. I handled them myself. You just brought them in, so why did you... Could it be that he's actually worried about me? Thinking this, Jinmu firmly decided that wouldn't be the case. After a while, the group of villains was gathered in one place. The elder brother ordered the removal of the face coverings of the captives. Gradually, their identities were revealed. When it came to the Beggar Clan's disciples, Jingung was shocked. He couldn't control himself and shouted, "Aren't you the fifth-generation disciples of the Beggar Clan? Why did you guys wear masks and fight with my junior brother?" Looking at the people from Amkeon unit, he also recognized the reputation of one of them. Why are the top martial artists of the Jigal family here? Jinmu was also a bit puzzled, not understanding the purpose of these people towards him. Is this Jigal Kak the one who gave the order, or was it from the head of your family? The Beggar Clan leader denied everything, saying it had nothing to do with their family head. Even if your merchant group's affairs are shameful, why did you come to our place? I'll report to the authorities about the wrongdoings of the beggar clan and the Jigal family. Upon hearing this, the other party was frightened and begged for mercy, but Jin Gung cut him off. Don't try to justify yourself. Dare to attack my junior brother? You think we're the MUDANG's sword, don't you? This time we won't let it slide. To be honest, if this matter goes further, it can be considered a malicious attempt against the beggar clan's disciples. In the past, there was a case where a MUDANG disciple was killed while begging on the mountain. If it's not due to one's own fault or a fight, but rather an ambush or a conspiracy, MUDANG will never forgive this crime. If the decree is issued, all the people living in the mountains or below will rush to hunt down the enemy. Simply put, it's the indignation of MUDANG. He was quite satisfied, although his senior brother was a bit rigid. The elder brother reminded him to lock people inside. Then he turned to talk to him. You can sleep at midnight, you're not tired. Don't worry about these things, go inside and rest. Compared to his outward appearance of being taciturn, Jin Gung appears to be an introverted and emotional person. The male protagonist felt it wasn't bad, so resting a bit longer wouldn't be a problem. At Jagal Murin's house, he was scolding and beating his eldest son. How dare you mobilize the Amkion unit without my permission to smear this family? Jagal Kak apologized to his father, begging for forgiveness and promising not to repeat the offense. This time he was beaten to a pulp, even worse than his younger brother before. He knew that no matter how he apologized, MUDANG would have already found out about this. There's no other way to resolve this except through a confrontation between the sects. This person is becoming headache-prone due to the existing conflicts between the merchant guilds, so it won't be easy to resolve this smoothly. Jagal Murin will use this situation to show MUDANG who's the most powerful. 2 days after receiving the letter, Myungchung Elder descended from the mountain, and the Jagal family also arrived to confront each other. Tell me exactly what's going on. To be honest, the truth is out, so no one can say anything. Seeing the silence, the MUDANG elder asked the beggar clan to speak up first. Please answer, did you receive a task to target Jinmu of our sect? The beggar clan disciples denied it. Myungchung angrily shouted, "Why were you wearing masks like thieves?" After speaking, he turned to Jagal Murin. Why did you use the Amkion unit to target Jinmu? Please be careful with your words. Who targeted whom? It seems like the MUDANG elder has misunderstood us. Listen carefully, I'm not here to apologize. As Myungchung spoke, he pointed directly at the male protagonist. We were simply patrolling the area, and our innocent martial artists were attacked by Jinmu. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I'm here to receive an apology. Why is this guy so shameless? Is he pretending to be the victim? The MUDANG side was furious upon hearing these fabricated words. Let me ask again, did you cross the wall of the ILHAE Merchant Guild? A servant spoke up. We never crossed the wall, not even by a centimeter. Did you attack Jinmu first? After hearing a few words, it became clear that the intention was to involve the male protagonist in the confrontation between Amkion unit and the beggar clan. After confirming with the beggar clan, they also denied it. Our martial artists were on secret patrol when they encountered the beggar clan, so they suspected and fought them. That's all. Attacking our people isn't the Jinmu's doing. These words are quite interesting. Patrolling at night with a mask. What's the meaning behind it? Why were you near the ILHAE Merchant Guild, where our MUDANG people are staying? It's not like we're unfamiliar with this place. It's our territory. So what's strange about passing through? Honestly, the male protagonist couldn't respond to such sharp words. If we look at it, it's all true, so we can't deny it. Myungchung. It seems you've underestimated our MUDANG too much. Our faction has shown generosity and restraint, but you've interfered with the ILHAE Merchant Guild's waterway rights. Please be cautious with your words. I've heard those rumors too, but they're baseless. Jagal Murin is now denying everything. This old man's movements didn't reveal any flaws. Aren't those who want to harm the Jagal family trying to spread false rumors? You're all frozen there, unable to say a word. This is the difference between mountain-dwelling Taoists and us. I have the upper hand, so I should finish them off. After thinking, he spoke directly to Jinmu. Recently, the Taoist priest has been driving out smugglers and Gyum Jeoksan, and has even subdued the pirates. It's truly amazing. I know it's good, because you're full of youthful energy, but as a member of the Orthodox faction, I'm a bit worried about your future. Hearing these words, the male protagonist got angry and was about to deal with him to shut him up. If it weren't for this place, I would have sent a letter home to report him and have him picked up. Elder Jingung had to send a signal to calm his junior down. Jegal Murin is a scoundrel like a venomous snake sticking out its tongue to lick. Is there no way to escape? I must find a way out. While he was racking his brain, Chung Sung's voice suddenly echoed. It turned out the young one had used voice transmission to contact him. Inside the prison, it seemed he was having a tough time. After a while, they tortured him and found out that the man's identity was someone from the Jegal family. It was indeed accurate that he had assigned this task to Chung Sung last night. Torturing a nearly dead person would quickly reveal the truth. Thus, the male protagonist found a way to counterattack against the Jegal Murin. After thinking, he asked the elder for permission to argue with Jegal Murin. After receiving permission, he confidently stepped forward. Do you dare take responsibility for saying you didn't monitor Mudang? The man replied clearly and confidently that there was nothing to be afraid of. Actually, the day before, I was ambushed. The other party remained silent, listening to him explain everything. While I was looking for some space to relax outside, I discovered someone secretly following me. The person was very professional and had excellent disguise skills. Listening to this, the leader of the Amcheon unit realized who the person was. Jin Mu said directly that he was Jegal Murin's man. Everyone who heard it was surprised. The Jegal Murin's master got angry and told the male protagonist to shut up. He hadn't received a report from his man about this matter. To maintain his reputation, he asked the beggar gang to testify about this. Elder Mayong Chung turned to ask him if it was true. Say that you saw me fighting that person. Just then a voice came from behind saying, "Don't arrest the disciples of the beggars gang too much." It turned out that the elder of the group had to come out to stop the disciples from being bullied. It seems that I arrived a bit too late today. Everyone knows that he is one of the greatest martial arts masters in the Jianghu. Not only that, but he also has a very mysterious presence. This poor man is none other than Yang Sobang. Immediately, the disciples knelt down to pay their respects. The superiors from Mudang and Jegal Murin also showed great respect to this person. Everyone had to greet him with a "Yes, sir." Disciples, please stand up. You have worked hard because of me. He also greeted the elder Myung Chung. It's been a long time since we last met. Then he looked towards the south for a while. He thought to himself, this guy is really a scoundrel, changing his attitude so quickly. Yesterday he was still arrogant, but today he's being polite in a surprising way. The beggars gang's surveillance of that guy was indeed my instruction. The ambush was a bit ambiguous, but that's all. The reason I had people follow him was for another matter. Still, I hope the misunderstanding between this kid and the beggars gang can be resolved. Of course, it was because we didn't know at first, Elder. But I heard there's a conflict between the Jegal family and Mudang, is that right? Just by looking, you're making a mistake with them. If that's the case, will you stop for my sake? Everyone knows the Jegal family. If we stop, it's no different from admitting defeat to Mudang. To be honest, I don't know anything about the Duhek gang targeting Jin Mu. But Mudang used this matter to harm us and took advantage of the merchant group's incident to create something out of nothing. We're being wronged, so how can we just let it go? Elder, may I say something? We need to take an example from the saying, asking and answering is useless, which means asking and answering questions. It doesn't have any meaning at all. Those who practice martial arts use their fists to talk, and drawing a sword to resolve the issue is a truth. This has been maintained in the Jianghu for a long time. According to you, we should use our pride to make a bet. Is that right? Yes, both sides will send representatives to determine the winner, and the loser will retreat cleanly. The leader of the beggars gang was quite impressed with the male protagonist's ability to handle the situation. He was thinking of asking permission to resolve the issue. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but he's also very intelligent. Young So-bang had actually gone to all the places where the male protagonist left footprints. Not only that, but he had witnessed all the martial arts techniques the male protagonist used. That kid is not ordinary. Gradually, I'll ask him and it'll become clear. If that's the case, what do you think Ma Young-chung and Maureen? Of course, both of you have no reason to refuse this matter. Jia Cat and Mudang will send 2 representatives. No matter what happens, they won't kill each other. Jinmu didn't wait for the superior's instruction and asked to go out to represent Mudang. On the Jia Cat side, Chung Hua, the leader of the group, was nominated. Jingung comforted his master, saying that the kid is a disciple of Ohar Yang Temple and is the sword of Mudang, so he should be at ease. I didn't expect the participant to be the Dao Zhang. Indeed, young people are talented, but I'm not sure about the situation. The honor of the family is at stake, so I couldn't just turn a blind eye. You're always saying dirty things, aren't you? I think if I had the ability like your mouth, it would be great. Myung-chung's master still doesn't understand why his disciple is being so arrogant. The representative of Jiggle family feels that the opponent's speed is really fast. He charged straight at him and found his weakness. Chung-hwa realized he was about to get hit. The man quickly put out his hand to block it. The power wasn't strong, but it was enough to make him lose his balance. The two stopped again to argue. You seem a bit startled, but that's all. I don't just have strength, I also have a lot of passion. The male protagonist still stood still, waiting for his opponent's next move. It seems that his words made the man's mood not quite normal. Because he was too angry, he gripped his weapon tightly and prepared to counterattack. Jinmu gently lowered himself to avoid the attack. The arm swung and missed, but immediately retracted. Chung-hwa put all his strength into the next attack. The male protagonist still didn't seem intimidated. The weapon stabbed down, but the man opened his eyes wide. The opponent had dodged to the side. He didn't understand why the Mudang was using such a posture. The action was shameful and lost the dignity of a Mudang. It seems that this person won't be smiling for much longer. He took advantage of the momentary distraction and kicked. It looked like it hurt a lot. The whole body was staggering and about to crash into the wall ahead. The man slid on the ground and launched a counterattack at the exposed back. Why do you all react the same way whenever I make a move? You weaklings without ability usually have very high self-esteem. Jinmu is really good at not just martial arts, but also verbal sparring. These words successfully enraged Chung-hwa, and his whole body emitted a lot of powerful internal energy. Myung-chung's master knew he was planning to use brute force. Young Sobang immediately reminded him, I said absolutely no killing techniques. After hearing this, he had to stop immediately to avoid being declared defeated. But because of Jinmu's provocative words, he immediately unleashed his sword energy. Jinmu didn't dodge, instead he accelerated towards his opponent. A lot of sword energy was about to collide with his body. The elder of the Kai Bang sect knew that this was suicidal, so he planned to intervene. But then he had to stop immediately. The opponent's energy was dispersed, and wherever it touched, it caused a cloud of dust. Jinmu also controlled his opponent, not letting him move. The young man was able to cut off the opponent's sword energy. He must be at a much higher level. Jinmu's level is definitely higher, as he has reached a higher realm. The outcome is now clear. Do you want to stop, or do you want to lose some more hair? Every word from Jinmu's mouth was like a thorn, making people uncomfortable. The man crushed the weapon in his hand and cursed Jinmu, calling him shameless and despicable. The fragments, though inanimate, contained a murderous aura. Immediately, Chung-hwa retaliated by shooting them towards Jinmu. He instinctively blocked those attacks, but unfortunately they were deflected elsewhere. The direction they were deflected towards happened to be where the weak disciples were. Elder Myung-chung noticed this. He immediately used his energy to save the disciples. Out of nowhere, Chung-sang and Chung-woo appeared suddenly. Both of them used their bare hands to defeat all the attackers, thus saving the lives of the young disciples. The elder couldn't understand why the second generation of his family had become so strong. Why were they able to defeat the power of the Dang party? Now Jinmu no longer had a mocking attitude. I told you to stop, but you still dared to attack members of our sect. Young Sobang saw the energy emanating from the protagonist and recognized him as a swordsman. A weak Taoist priest reaching the realm of intention and energy was almost unheard of in the martial world. Who allowed you to stop? You dare to be so rude, you wretched Taoist priest. Both of them continued to use their bare hands to fight each other. Do you know the consequences of being so rude and impolite? As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch. The opponent groaned in pain. Chung-hwa couldn't withstand it anymore. Like many others, this person was about to receive a beating from him. The punch made his face sink in. His teeth and lips were now mixed together. Jinmu continued to unleash a series of punches on his opponent. He beat the person to the point where everyone wanted to close their eyes and not watch. After a while, the person was left in a miserable state. He had no energy left. His body collapsed at the feet of Jaegal Murin. The elder didn't dare to scold him because his subordinate was too weak. Everyone on the Mudang side except for Elder Ra knew the outcome beforehand. After finishing, the male protagonist turned to Murin. He asked him if he had conceded defeat. Do you still have anything to say or deny? Of course he couldn't respond because his words had already been spoken. The representative they sent out not only used a dangerous move, but was also beaten by MUDANG in a miserable state. It wasn't just Chunghua who lost. The Jegal family was also losing to MUDANG. Thinking this, he took responsibility for the loss and apologized. Many disciples cheered because they had regained their reputation. The sect's ancestor reminded the disciples to take Chung Sang and Chung Wu to the hospital immediately. Fellow disciple Jin Gung was very pleased. He ran to his fellow disciple to congratulate him. He knew that this person's personality was no different from Jin Hyo. "Well done, fellow disciple. You're the lucky star of MUDANG." The elder asked him to go outside to talk privately, still asking the same question from their first meeting. "Where did you learn your martial arts from?" It was clear that everything the male protagonist had shown was the martial arts of MUDANG. "You're hiding something. Don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about." What did he mean? After becoming a MUDANG disciple, he hadn't used any heretical martial arts. However, the elder still denied all of his explanations. "I'm sure you're using their martial arts." As he spoke, he unleashed his powerful energy to attack the protagonist. Although he didn't have time to prepare, he realized that this attack was very similar to the old monster he had encountered several episodes ago. "I know you must have some connection with them." At this time, he still didn't understand why the man was so agitated and knew that type of technique. He immediately thought of an excuse to explain the situation. "The most suitable method to use here is to learn by imitation. Is it possible that you have imitated the Wuxiang Gong technique?" Although he didn't quite believe it looking into MUDANG's disciple's eyes, he knew that he wasn't lying. "Since that's the case, I'll verify your words again. Let's see if you can mimic this technique." Elder MUDANG showed concern for his disciple and begged Yang Sobang to stop, but he didn't pay attention to it. His whole body twisted and contorted, and he moved around erratically. And then he struck straight at him again. "That old scoundrel, he intends to use his technique on me." The male protagonist was immediately hit by the attack, and with this technique, the more force used, the more dangerous the pressure becomes. Jin Gung, the senior brother, was helpless and couldn't think of a way to save his junior brother. He understood the opponent's intention was to test him. If he didn't use his full strength, he was sure he could block it, but if he made even a small mistake, his ribs would shatter. The opportunity now is just waiting for the energy wave to reach its limit. The intention now is to redirect the direction of that powerful force. The old man from the beggars gang was very surprised by the way MUDANG's disciple handled the situation. Finally, he was able to dispel the entire power of the technique. Yang Sobang couldn't believe that he not only blocked the attack, but also dispersed its energy. The old man continued to speak with hidden meaning. "But who are you really?" Before the fist even touched him, the male protagonist proactively jumped back, seemingly preparing to use another trick. To be honest, the opponent didn't understand anything. He acted very convincingly and quickly fainted. With a loud boom, Elder Myung-chung was truly enraged. He ran out and scolded the people from the beggars gang for their petty actions. "Why did it become like this? I only lightly touched him." But the thing is, no one is willing to testify for this person. So he successfully fooled everyone again. The senior brother hurriedly ran over to check on the situation. "Did he hurt you badly?" To be honest, the elder of the beggars gang didn't have any malicious intentions. He just wanted to see if the male protagonist could mimic the Fa Tum Trung technique when it was unleashed. After pretending for a while, the male protagonist spoke in a displeased tone. "Even if you're one of the great elders of the martial world, you can't just hit an innocent person like that." Yang Sobang didn't bother to explain and just asked if he could repeat the technique. "What are you talking about? First, you attacked him for no reason, and now you're asking him to repeat what you just did. I know he's talented, but is there anyone who can master a martial technique just by looking at it once? Why on earth would I want you to do that? If you can't do it, you'll be imprisoned in Va Min and tortured. If that's the case, I just need to redo what you want, right? You think that kind of trivial thing can stump me?" Tu Feng observed and thought, can he really mimic martial arts after just one glance? After finishing the internal energy, he also reminded his opponent to be careful, because he was about to make a move. The tremendous power caused his whole body to shoot forward rapidly. The elder of the Kai Bang sect intervened, telling them to stop and not be so hasty. But he ignored the words and continued to attack. The elder had to immediately step back to avoid being hit. He didn't stop but continued to chase after. His opponent flew back and he followed. It seemed like the people from the Kai Bang sect were on the defensive. The elder thought he would attack, but his figure disappeared. He concentrated his strength and struck from behind. This is too damn frustrating. How can he be so fast? I don't believe he not only mastered it, but also adjusted it. Indeed, the elder was slightly injured. It's been a long time since he felt this way. The pain is unforgettable. Therefore, he counterattacked Jinmu. He also intentionally let his opponent injure him. His whole body flew back again, causing concern from his fellow disciples and the elder. Jin Geng shouted loudly, scolding the elder of the Kai Bang sect. Jinmu did as you wanted. Don't go too far. Myung Chung saw the wound and knew that his disciple had encountered a serious problem. This young Taoist priest has a terrifying instinct that can move his body. Perhaps my energy was unintentionally transmitted to the strike. As one of the leaders of Vomin, not only inspected a young Taoist priest, but also severely injured him. Then he suddenly spoke weakly, asking if they trusted him. Due to excessive suspicion, the opponent couldn't give an answer. To increase his credibility, he had to perform a few more acts to frighten the elder. After finishing, he asked to rest, citing severe injuries. Young Sobang felt regretful for having done malicious actions to his junior Mudang. He could feel the offense from his actions, but why was he still so calm and polite? Thinking about having injured a child twice, he realized he had made a big mistake. Indeed, it was a mistake because he didn't see through Jin Mu's cunning face. You wretched beggar, no matter what you do, you're still in the palm of my hand. Earlier, if he wanted to avoid it, he could have done so, but that would have doubled the suspicion. In the end, he had to pretend to be injured and spit blood. In return, the suspicion disappeared, and it made the other person feel like he was in debt. After that, he was taken to a study to rest, and many people were guarding him carefully. Chung Sang has spoken up to remind his junior monks to be very careful because he's afraid that Jagal family might launch a sneak attack when they're not paying attention. From afar, Chung Wu had prepared food to bring in and nourish the male protagonist. The child said, I've prepared some delicious and nourishing dishes for my martial uncle. Upon seeing the food, he requested that it be brought to him immediately. The aroma wafting from the food caused the male protagonist to admire the child's culinary skills. He thought that the Mudang sect forbade eating meat and drinking wine. However, the elder explained that the male protagonist was given top priority in Mudang. He asked the old beggar, How much longer do you plan to stay here? I'll leave immediately, but I need to stop by Mudang first, replied the old beggar. It's an honor that you've visited, but is there something specific you need at Mudang? Nothing important. I've just finished my work and wanted to drop by on my way back, he said. At the sect, many people were waiting for his return, and that of the others. The children had been eagerly waiting outside for a long time. One of them observed from a distance. Upon noticing that their martial uncles and seniors had returned, the children became curious about what he had done during those days. Martial Uncle Jinmu looked so cool now. Later, the Martial brothers from the WUDANG Tattoo arrived to greet them. Jin Heo didn't bother to greet his master. Instead, he rushed to hug his martial junior. Sorry, Martial Uncle, I was too proud of him and lost control of myself. You're so reckless. Can't you see one of the grand elders of the martial world is here? He had to introduce him to everyone. Before he could speak, Yang Sobang took the initiative to make friends. You should hurry up and pay your respects properly. It turned out that the reputation of the beggar's gang elder was truly renowned in the martial world. Everyone who had just come out changed their mode of address and behavior immediately. Although Mudang had declined its strong will and noble character, remained exuding a sense of elegance. All the disciples also show respect by bowing to their senior. Had just arrived when they already felt like avoiding the beggar clan because they didn't want to hear the old man ramble on anymore. The male protagonist wanted to ask the elder for permission to return and rest, but the elder required him to visit the sect leader first. So he pretended to be weak and dizzy again to deceive them. Watching his disciple leave, the elder felt a pang of affection and hoped that nothing would happen to him. Have you all finished your training? What's the status of your tasks and preparations for the evening? After everything was settled, they invited Yang Sobang into the reception area to sit chat and have some refreshments. The two of them then went to the sect leader's place. They greeted each other warmly, happy to have a chance to chat after 10 years. "Why did you want to meet me privately?" After a while, he got straight to the point. Apparently, he had found something very important. The sect leader was surprised. Did such a thing really exist? Maybe you haven't heard, as I'm not entirely sure myself. The Beggars Gang elder said it had taken him 5 years to pursue this, so he couldn't reveal too much. Why didn't you ask for help from other sects? Young Sobong didn't want to because he didn't even know their names, let alone their intentions. It seemed he suspected that it was related to the evil sect. "I've heard they're using a new evil technique that can defeat anyone. It's very likely that the person behind them is someone we should be wary of. If it really appears now, the problem is just a matter of time. Everything in MUDANG might be completely turned upside down. We plan to hold a large meeting between the factions to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The purpose is to nurture the next generation of leaders. The military advisor has decided to have the instructor teach martial arts to the chosen one through a competition. Why did you personally come here to inform me of this matter? It's clear that this person does everything with a purpose, and the biggest reason he wanted to talk about is about the male protagonist. Seeing that the sect leader still didn't understand, he had to remind him again that it was because of the young man's name. Is the person you're referring to Jin Mu? Referring to the investigation at the palace and the smuggling of explosives, Myung-jin, the leader of the sect, said that this was the first achievement he had made since leaving the mountains. We guessed that the case was related to the palace, but the moves were consistent with theirs. Seeing the other person's suspicious expression, he immediately raised his voice and said that he had already let it go, so he hoped the other person wouldn't get angry. Anyway, while monitoring him, he saw a few things: talent and wisdom that could solve any problem. He was a person with potential to become a hero in the martial arts world. He felt indebted because he had doubted him for a moment. What do you think if I try to repay my debt? Young Sobong's intention now is to open up a future for the male protagonist. It's unclear what's going on, so let's switch to him. Now he's training his two younger brothers very harshly. Chung Sung lift it up and Chung Woo lower it down. Both of them looked tired because they had been lifting weights for 2 hours. I've been through what you're doing, so stop doing it separately and just do it. With a strong lower body, you'll be able to unleash unimaginable power. The pain you're experiencing now will become the foundation for saving your life in the future. After hearing these words, they became determined to one day make achievements for MUDANG. The reputation of MUDANG's sword is really impressive. The second-generation disciples are now looking at him with different eyes. From a distance after finishing their conversation, the elder of the Beggars Gang ran over to greet him. It seemed like he was training the disciples. Taking a glance at the training method, he said that he had done it before. This exercise was good for the body. This exercise is good for the body, but he's heard that people usually use iron rings to train. Honestly, he didn't want to talk to him at all. By the way, why are you here? Is there something you need? Upon hearing the question, he suddenly remembered something and wanted to do something. He was fidgeting, searching for something. After a while, he finally found it. It turned out that this was a small gift, a token of apology. Seeing the junior's curiosity, he explained that this was a warrior's coin. Hearing the name, he felt excited. Only the leader and elders of the Beggars Gang had this. The owner would receive full support from the disciples as long as they didn't break the warrior's rules. This gift was also a start to connecting the fate between the two people. Take it quickly. Not many people can give you something as valuable as this. Of course he knew that, because the other person was even bigger than the leader of the Beggars Gang. It's not that he didn't want to accept it, but he was just a bit hesitant because of the smell coming from the other person. For some reason, he made a strange action. Then he called his two useless younger brothers to come over. This is a precious gift that the elder gave us, so please receive it with all due respect. Indeed, it was a trick. He couldn't receive this precious gift with his own hands, so he asked Chung Sang to help him a bit. Young So-bang felt that this young man was indeed a person with potential. This was a sign of respect for him. This behavior was quite similar to the people at his place, so he knew that the other person had the right qualities. He was indeed a talent worth recruiting to the point where he wanted to pull him into the martial arts world, even if MUDANG opposed it. Then he excused himself and made an appointment to meet again under the mountain and have a few drinks. He had delivered what he needed to, so he was leaving. Farewell. With that, his figure disappeared without a trace. So the elder of the beggars' gang had repaid his debt to the male protagonist. He reminded his younger brother to wash the warrior's coin clean to get rid of the smell. He was indeed lucky to have received a treasure that he never thought he would get. This was just a gift, so it meant that the other person still owed him. He was calculating in his head what he could get from Yang Sobang. Everything went smoothly until nightfall at MUDANG's main hall. The sect leader was still melancholic about the conversation he had with Yang Sobang earlier. Indeed, the male protagonist was a very important issue for this sect. What do you think if I want to open up a future for that child? From this conversation, it was clear that the other person was showing great respect for Jinmu's talent. He could promote him to be taught under wise ruler. Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Speaking of wise ruler, no one in the world could compare to him when it came to swordsmanship. He heard that Tran Mao had reached the realm of courage and was showing signs of becoming a sword saint. No one at his age had achieved this in MUDANG's history, a genius who had developed on his own. If he was taught by the sword saint, it would be wonderful. In the future, he would reach a level that no one had ever achieved. The name MUDANG would spread throughout the Central Plains under the name Sword Saint. He would be the disciple of the Sword Saint, rather than the sword of MUDANG. The sect leader was now waiting for his decision, knowing that he had to make his own choice. He didn't think things would happen so quickly. Maybe they should prepare early. Time passed, and it had been a month since the group of the male protagonist returned from Dangang-gu. He was feeling bored because there hadn't been any special events recently to showcase his talent. Apart from helping the kids train in martial arts, there was nothing else to do. While thinking about this, a disciple ran up to announce an important piece of news. The sect leader was summoning him to the Grand Hall urgently to entrust him with a task. It was unclear what was going on, but all disciples, including elders and managers from every sect, were being summoned. The fact that even the top disciples were being called suggested that something very serious was happening. Jinmu still didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that an opportunity to establish his merits was approaching. If something required gathering everyone from the WUDANG sect, it must be a big deal. After preparing his attire, he reminded his two disciples to follow him. This was the moment when he would achieve his next accomplishment. 3 people arrived at the Grand Hall as requested by the sect leader. Upon entering, he felt quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. All the disciples under his command were bowing respectfully in an unusual manner. Why was the atmosphere so solemn? Leaving the youngsters outside, he headed straight to the sect leader's room. The 2 disciples guarding the door displayed a similar attitude. Not only that, they even opened the door for him. The creaking sound of the door opening gradually. An unusual silence filled the room. It seemed that everyone was waiting for his arrival. Why did this feel so serious? The elders and senior disciples were dressed differently from their usual attire. Should he go back to change? Top disciple Jinmu, please come up. Hearing this, he immediately complied. He still didn't understand what was going on. He looked curiously at Myungjin, seeking help. Master, you should have told me what's going on, old man. Facing the elder, he was asked to sit down. Is this a critically important task? Or is there going to be a war? Why was everyone smiling without reason? Judging from the other person's expression, it must be good news for him. This is the decision of the elders, after a month of discussion and consulting with the top disciples. Along with these words, senior disciples Jin Su and Jin Hyo brought out precious items. Both items were placed before him. These were the 2 paths that the protagonist needed to choose from. The first item was a letter written by the sect leader himself. The address was already written, and it was to be sent to Sword Saint and the great warrior, Chul Jiryang. With Yang Sobang's introduction, it was a token that would allow him to be taught by that person. After hearing this, he began to understand the situation. Sword Saint. I kicked his butt back then. Being taught martial arts by that person would be a great honor for the disciples of MUDANG. But how could he become a disciple of someone he had defeated? The next item was a white cloak that could only be worn by one person. That person was known as the Sword of MUDANG, the White Dragon Cloak. The elders and senior disciples were eagerly awaiting his decision. Honestly, he couldn't make a decision on the spot. If he wore that cloak, he would be easily recognizable and in danger when traveling the Jianghu. Have you people been too serious? Are you bored and looking for trouble? As he thought this, the sect leader continued, "A treasure will be given to the one who becomes the sword of Mudang." The small box contained a precious item, the Great Tranquility Pill. Jinmu was stunned, thinking he was about to get something delicious. The Great Tranquility Pill was a legendary sacred object of the Mudang sect. Simply put, it was a Taoist elixir. This was one of the rarest and most precious items in the world. How could he possibly pass up this opportunity? If he could absorb the elixir, he could immediately advance to the strong force level. After absorbing the energy of the Great Tranquility Pill, he would regain his former strength. He would then master the dual heart cultivation technique and completely control the dragon's internal energy. With just these things, he would become unbeatable. He was now filled with joy. He apologized to the devil for cursing him earlier. "I don't care which one you choose. If you want to refuse both and take a different path, no one will blame you." The sect leader was eagerly awaiting his decision. Jinmu needed to think carefully about which option to choose. Finally, he spoke up to inform everyone. Of course, he chose the delicious option and grabbed both the cloak and the precious pill. Disciple Jinmu will choose to advance as the sword of Mudang. These words brought joy to the elders. He had not chosen to leave the sect, which was on the verge of decline. He had given up the opportunity that everyone desired to be a disciple of Mudang, rather than relying on Sword Saint's influence. Indeed, he had the ambition to step out into the Jianghu with pride as a disciple of Mudang. The sect leader was moved and thanked him profusely, saying that he had made the right decision and that he was a blessing to them. But deep down, Jinmu felt otherwise. After receiving the precious items from the sect, he returned to his training area to examine them. Knowing that the treasure was hidden in the box, he was now very curious. After some hesitation, he began to open it. The sound of the box opening echoed through the quiet space. Jinmu slowly waited for what was inside. As it was slightly revealed, the light began to reflect outside. The male protagonist's eyes widened with joy when he saw it. It was indeed the precious Great Tranquility Pill of Muang. It was so magnificent and beautiful, like being in a colorful heavenly garden. Not only that, but there was also an instruction manual attached inside the box. The things he needed to pay attention to when absorbing the Great Tranquility Pill were really too complicated. Since you took the trouble to write this, I'll make sure to remember it. It's a miraculous medicine, so he would definitely not make any mistakes. Of course, not a single bit of energy should be wasted. Jinmu quickly brought it to his mouth to savor it. The pill dissolved immediately with a light sweetness flowing down his throat. A warm energy surged up from his dantian. Next, he had to gently accept and follow the instructions on the paper. Thus, he gradually felt the power that was about to be accepted by his body. Outside, his master and two junior brothers were eagerly waiting for his transformation. Chungsong was confident that his senior brother would succeed. "I'm sure he'll make it, don't you kids?" And so a long night passed like that. Very soon it was early morning the next day. The sect leader and another elder were also running towards here to observe. Seeing Myung-jin and the two junior brothers, he looked quite surprised. The elder knew that his junior brother had stayed up all night waiting for his disciple. "Don't worry too much. Nothing will go wrong." Myung-jin knew it was inevitable, but how could he not be worried? Jinma was more important to him than anyone else, because he had been saved by this person when he was just a child. The two of them comforted each other to alleviate their anxiety. The elder beside him also felt that it was taking too long. He believed everything would be fine, so he just sat down and waited. It was unclear how but 4 days had passed. Chungsong didn't know what to do because it had been too long. His master thought that maybe he should sneak a peek inside to see if the miraculous medicine had been affected, but he was afraid that doing so would not be good for his beloved disciple. Then suddenly there was some movement from inside. The sound of footsteps was heard. So Jinmu had successfully absorbed the Great Tranquility Pill. He was surprised and didn't understand why everyone had gathered here. And then he spoke up, breaking the silence. Mingyan was so excited that he rushed over and hugged him tightly. "I'm not back from the dead, so why are you so happy?" The old man was just happy that he had emerged safely. The two junior brothers felt that their senior brother had changed a bit physically. "It's okay, you must be starving after fasting for 4 days, right?" Myung-jin told the two young ones to report back to the sect leader, and the other one to go prepare some nourishing food. Jinmu was tired of eating chicken, so he planned to go into the forest to catch a wild boar for a feast. But his master immediately stopped him because he needed rest after absorbing the pill. Even a pregnant woman has to lie down for 9 months, so how could he let his disciple do something too strenuous? Let's see how much he's grown and how his body has developed. It must be extraordinary by now. That's why he had to personally prepare everything for his disciple. Was the old man so excited just because of him? Although he couldn't feel the internal energy, the other person's body had clearly improved. He knew that soon Myungjin would regain his prowess as a true martial artist. After greeting the sect leader, Chung Woo had prepared many delicious dishes upon his return. Your cooking skills have improved so much. Thank you very much. Having absorbed the great tranquility pill and enjoying delicious food today was indeed a good day. Thinking about his becoming the sword of Mudang made him feel very proud. It was only natural, otherwise it would be strange. His master spoke as if he was about to become the senior disciple. When reminded of this, he just smiled and let it be. The male protagonist asked with determination, "You speak as if he can't become the senior disciple. Jinmu, do you really not know anything? Being the sword of Mudang means he can never become the senior disciple." After hearing this, he felt like vomiting blood. Myungjin didn't care about his expression and just told his disciple to enjoy the food. Jinmu knew that from now on, the dual heart cultivation technique wouldn't belong to him. He laughed loudly in despair and disappointment. Perhaps after that, everything became chaotic, causing everyone to worry. The next morning, many fellow disciples and senior brothers came to congratulate. The sect leader warmly welcomed the male protagonist back to Mudang. "You have safely absorbed the great tranquility pill, well done." But he looked like a brainless person. "Why didn't you tell me that being the sword of Mudang means I couldn't become the senior disciple?" Perhaps his dream of becoming the martial arts overlord was now shattered. Jinsu, who was outside, saw his junior brother returning and was worried why he looked so listless. Jin Hai guessed with delight that he must have failed to absorb it even after 4 days in the cave. "I told you that delicious thing shouldn't be given to him." Myungjin, who was listening from afar, also felt that it made some sense. After everyone left, he ran over to visit his disciple again. Chung Sang had caught a fat pheasant for dinner for his disciple. Why was he still in a slump? Was it really impossible to fully absorb the energy of the alchemy pill? Could it be that he thought he could reach the level of strong force the moment he swallowed the alchemy pill? The master was thinking that his disciple felt a lot of pressure after becoming Mudang's sword. If that's the case, then he must be very disappointed. Thinking of this, he ran over to comfort him. "Don't push yourself too hard, kid. You're already very good to have reached the level of sword energy at the age of 20. Reaching strong force was something that no one in Mudang had achieved, even in martial clarity. Those who were at that level were only countable on one's fingers. Honestly, Jinmu didn't understand what his master was talking about. "Life is always unfair, so don't worry too much, kid," he said as he took the initiative to drive out, leaving his master to follow behind. It turned out that he was trying to make his master understand by showing him. He had to do it this way, so that the old man would know that the great tranquility pill had been fully absorbed. With just a little bit of strength, he could easily control his internal energy. Not only that, but he could also do it very skillfully. The force shot forward, destroying everything in its path. It was indeed not simple. Myungjin was so shocked that he was speechless. Jinmu told his master straight out that this was the power of strong force. There was no need to worry because he had absorbed all the energy of the great tranquility pill. So now he needed to go inside and take a nap to rest. The old man still couldn't believe that his disciple had become so strong. If he was already that strong, then why was he still acting like the world was about to end? Jinmu locked the door, wanting to be alone. Breaking through levels was not that amazing. Internal energy could be accumulated over time, so as long as one practiced, it was achievable. He was feeling regretful because he wanted the dual heart cultivation technique. A dark thought appeared in his mind. Why not just kill everyone and take it for himself? Now that he was the strongest in Mudang, no one could stop him. But he knew that his current body would never allow him to do that. As long as the other person's memories still controlled this body, he had no choice but to listen to his master. The male protagonist lamented. Why didn't the ghostly being let him join another sect? Why did it have to be Mudang? While he was still tearfully complaining, Chung Sang outside asked for his opinion suggesting that his master go to the scripture hall to pick up some newly copied martial arts books. After that, they all went there together. Before he could ask anything, the steward had already brought out a pile of books. He was asked to pack them carefully and bring them back. Jin-moo was frustrated because he couldn't learn the martial art he liked. The senior was listening to his murmurs. "I'm surprised that someone is actually interested in that mediocre cultivation method. I've heard that it's a precious secret manual. Only the top disciples of MUDANG can learn it. How can it be called mediocre? I know it's precious, but dual heart cultivation technique is also a kind of poison." The old man said that it was a legendary martial art from the past. "It would be great if I could bring it back to its original form." After hearing this, Jin-moo was curious and wanted to ask more, but he was chased away. What did he mean by original form? Was there another version? This old man must know something he had to ask. Thinking of this, he told his 2 disciples to bring all the martial arts books back to the headquarters. "You guys go back first. Tell your master that I'll stay in the library for a while." After the kids left, he directly questioned the steward. What did he mean by bringing the dual heart cultivation technique back to its original form and calling it poison? You're a rare one. None of the disciples throughout the generations were interested in it. Could it be that you're actually willing to learn it? Jin-moo had to reevaluate this person. He guessed that this old man with an unclear background had lived longer than anyone else in MUDANG. He might be his last hope to learn the dual heart cultivation technique. The male protagonist didn't hide his intentions and said that he wanted to learn it. To achieve that, he had to master the dual heart cultivation technique first. The steward knew that he was MUDANG's sword, so why was he still being stubborn? If he had known beforehand, he wouldn't have chosen to do so. Even if he had received the Great Tranquility Pill, asking to learn the dual heart cultivation technique was too greedy. It was best to give up. This was the only advice he could give. The old man felt that the young man in front of him had great potential and was definitely the future of MUDANG. In the past, the light had been buried, and tragedy should only happen once. The steward still repeated his warning, advising him not to learn that technique. Compared to the dual heart cultivation technique, the Great Tranquility Pill was just a simple energy pill. Thinking of someone who looked at it that way, you were indeed crazy. Did he not know the meaning of two-minded? It symbolized yin and yang, light and darkness, or simply put, good and evil. Having both in one's body was the meaning of two-minded. Could an ordinary MUDANG cultivator control it? Most people had conflicts between right and wrong in their hearts. Of course, those things would never be in harmony with each other. The final result would be that he would be crushed by the evil in his heart. The old man must have had experience. That's why he spoke with such philosophy. He warned that if he continued to learn, it would not only exhaust MUDANG, but also bring suffering to the martial world. According to him, he's just an old man who hasn't experienced the world, and that's definitely a danger for an ordinary MUDANG cultivator. The male protagonist confidently said that he would never be tempted by the dual heart cultivation technique, because he knew that a cultivator couldn't learn demonic arts, as it's a natural principle that a pure-hearted person can't learn evil techniques. Their internal energy wouldn't increase even if they learned demonic arts. Jin-moo was coerced after absorbing 6 streams of yang energy into his heart. This can be understood as now he's very comfortable learning various martial arts without being possessed by demonic energy. The yang energy had filled his body without affecting his heart, and he remained as cruel as before. The title of a cultivator was just a disguise. The male protagonist was originally an evil being, so he couldn't be crushed by the demonic heart within him. Thinking about this made him appear very determined. The butler also felt strange despite explaining clearly why it was still like that. Or maybe he didn't understand what was being said. Or maybe this guy was trying to get him to say more about the dual heart cultivation technique. Then the old man began to narrate. Jin-moo just realized that the old man had lived to be 100 years old. At that time, there was someone who learned the dual heart cultivation technique. He said the same thing as you now, and went into seclusion to cultivate. He proceeded to learn demonic arts to fill his body, to meet the conditions for learning. But during the process of merging the two energies, yin and yang, he couldn't balance them and was devoured by the evil spirit. In the end, his mind couldn't control it. He became a real demon in the literal sense. Of course, his fellow disciples at that time couldn't escape the tragic fate. If what you're saying is true, Why isn't there any record of this? Because this is the shame of MUDANG, so it's never allowed to be recorded in history. Actually, that person was the previous sect master, and MUDANG had erased all records related to the dual heart cultivation technique and abolished his cultivation. After hearing this, he felt a bit unreasonable, because if that's the case, why didn't he attack him? When he was still Hyokyeon Mukang of the Dark Realm, I think that guy wasn't that strong. The butler shouted again, explaining in more detail, because at that time a bit of his sanity had been restored. His consciousness had suppressed the energy of the evil spirit within him, so he ordered his disciples to behead him as a price for the fellow disciples who had died at his hands. Not just MUDANG, but the whole world was filled with blood. Jinmu gradually understood the truth of this story, and he asked about the dual heart cultivation technique that the eldest disciple would learn from the sect master. According to the last wish, the martial arts manuals were divided and sent to 4 different sects outside of MUDANG. When he got to this point, his emotions became uncontrollable. That person became a legend within 10 years of stepping into the martial world. He was the #1 expert in the world. If he could harmonize yin and yang, even an emperor wouldn't be worthy to stand before him. The male protagonist didn't believe it, and compared it to a king who controlled hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This old man was really senile. He knew he was boasting, but his words went too far. Now he didn't want to listen to that person's nonsense anymore. Suddenly, the butler revealed that the dual heart cultivation technique was further divided into 4 parts. Now he knew that the dual heart cultivation technique had 2 manuals. The second part was useless without the first part. You misunderstood my intention. Both parts would help complete the dual heart cultivation technique. Because the materials and keys to combine the yin and yang energies were divided into 2 parts and sent to 4 different places, the second part of the dual heart cultivation technique also contained materials from the first part. Hearing this, he knew that he could learn the dual heart cultivation technique with just the second part. Although he didn't know who this old man was, could he really trust him? He spoke as if he had seen it with his own eyes. How could he know it wasn't fabricated? Were you deaf from the start? The person was certain that the person in front of them was at least an elder within their martial arts sect. An elder wouldn't need you to address him with such a respectful title, because he was just a sinner who should have been expelled from the sect after having his limbs cut off. You still remember the story of the sect master becoming a demon, right? The male protagonist remained silent, listening carefully. Then this person tried to reveal the hidden truth. The person standing before the sect master was the old man who had swung his sword to behead him. Indeed, that's why he had lived in the library for years without leaving. This story was a huge shock. So even after 100 years, no one wanted to come here. Finally, he returned to the study with his fellow disciples. The 3 of them were checking the martial arts books they had brought back. He had wasted his time listening to an old man's nonsense about beheading the sect master. If that was true, then the old man was just a despicable cultivator who faced the same fate as his master, not just having his cultivation abolished and being imprisoned in the library. And now he's rambling about the dual heart cultivation technique having 2 manuals. It's likely that these stories can't be trusted. Thinking about this, he wondered if other sects knew about this. But he secretly thought that such a shameful matter wouldn't be known to anyone. Even if other sects had the martial arts manuals, they would keep it a secret for future generations. It's been a while, and those books are probably no longer in their hands, and they're probably worn out too. As for the title of the sect leader, if he is truly a master, then even 100 years ago, I wouldn't have heard of him. The male protagonist was thinking of putting this matter aside and not thinking about it anymore. To be honest, he couldn't let go of the dual heart cultivation technique. If the second volume of it still exists, who knows what will happen? Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. How could it be possible? Being lazy, he planned to get the other 2 to reorganize all the account books. Jinmu started to go outside to take a stroll. Perhaps after the incident with the butler, there were many thoughts in his mind. Because the original plan was to learn the dual heart cultivation technique and leave MUDANG. If it was exposed, he wouldn't have a reason to stay here anymore. But he still needed his master's permission, so he needed to come up with a reason for him to agree. MUDANG's sword, just thinking about it, made him feel disgusted. Every action now represents the entire sect, so he must be cautious in doing everything. Jinmu thought he should come up with a reason to create a long trip. Chung-song saw his uncle muttering to himself and spoke up, asking if he was thinking of going down the mountain. A person who roams the martial world basically goes wandering everywhere. Having strong martial arts skills is not enough for a martial artist. They must also understand the martial world to increase their strength and nurture experience. That is the purpose of roaming the martial world. Listening to you, it sounds good. Doesn't it mean that I can go anywhere I want? But you are MUDANG's sword representing the entire sect and are responsible for external affairs. This is too reasonable. If he becomes a roaming martial artist, he won't be restricted by his master anymore. Indeed, he had to secretly thank the kid for being so smart despite his young age. Chung-song, you can rest comfortably. We'll do it later. I need to go meet my master first. Chung-woo made a cute face again. What about the kid uncle? Can't you see that there are still many books left unsorted? Don't complain and continue working. The male protagonist no longer had any ambition for wealth because he couldn't learn the strongest martial arts. This is the time to leave, and he still had one thing to do, getting his master's approval. At this moment, his master was outside, inspecting the construction of Oryang Temple. Jin-moo spoke up from behind to get attention. The kid didn't see you in the room, so he went to look for you everywhere. As the sect leader, he couldn't stay in one place. He was very concerned about this. Have you finished sorting out the account books that were just brought back from the scripture hall? In the future, please frequently visit and chat with the butler there. Although he was guilty of killing his master and had his internal energy destroyed, he was still the oldest person in the martial world. Hearing this, he finally understood that the story he heard earlier was true. He also took the opportunity to ask about the identity of the former sect leader. It's not that he's not interested in the history of MUDANG. Why is there such a thing? Of course it was that person. He had led MUDANG to the peak of the martial world. To be honest, he had never heard anyone talk about this. The records about that person in the martial arts books were only 15 pages. It was just a small favor due to a request from the government. Many people believed that the person behind the non-aggression pact between the martial world and the government was him. Many people believed that the person behind the non-aggression pact between the martial world and the government was him. Jinmu understood that this was a non-aggression pact established by the first emperor, and the current dynasty had also received help from a person in the martial world. Myung-jin was curious about how his disciple knew this. He said he had heard it in the library. After saying this, he actively asked about the situation. In that final moment, did he become a ghost and get killed by his disciples? After hearing this, his master was furious and didn't allow him to talk nonsense. If what you said was true, then that person must have attained the Tao. Being killed by disciples was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. Anyway, he had believed the old man's words to be true. So there was a basis to believe that the second part of the dual heart cultivation technique had been separated and was in 4 different locations. It seemed that the previous plan wasn't ruined after all. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait any longer. He spoke up to declare to his master. The male protagonist had asked to become a roaming martial artist. He had to live up to being MUDANG's sword. He truly wanted to go out into the martial world to hone himself and develop. He begged his master to allow him to go. It was unclear, but his master had walked straight to the sect leader's workplace. At this moment, the sect leader was checking internal matters. There were many things that he needed to resolve immediately. While examining his junior brother outside, announced his presence. The leader of Oryang Temple Mingdian requested to make a report. It's not like he's studying. Why is he being so formal? Please sit down. Looking like this, it seems like you're worried about something. Do you look like someone who's worried? After checking, it turned out to be a letter from the sect leader. It wrote about opening the Dragon Phoenix Association. But they asked me to bring Jinmu to Martial Clarity to meet someone. What's there to worry about? Can't he just take it there? How could it be that simple? He had a reason to keep it as a disciple of MUDANG. Because now it was MUDANG's sword. It couldn't participate in the Dragon Phoenix Association. Then Myung-jin spoke up, saying that he wanted to become a roaming martial artist and asked for everyone's approval. The sect leader was about to refuse, but was interrupted by his junior brother. He's a martial arts genius, but he's very inexperienced. Isn't it a tradition for MUDANG's disciples to travel around and collect 10 seals from the 5 great martial sects in the Central Plains? So let him go on a journey to collect the 10 seals and learn from the experiences. By the time Myung-hyun heard about this, He knew it had been so long ago that he couldn't remember anymore. If that's the case, we can send Chung Wu and Chung Sang to accompany him to the Dragon Phoenix Association. After all, the real goal of the tournament is to select talented individuals among the second-generation disciples of each organization. Those two are outstanding, and they'll definitely perform well. Everything fits together perfectly, so the sect leader agreed without hesitation. He thought that even if he allowed him to go, he would still refuse due to his status as a pilgrim disciple. Your idea is really impressive. Tell him to hurry up and prepare. While preparing at the headquarters of Martial Clarity in Hobok region, the military advisor went in to meet the sect leader to discuss. Jegal Hyopjin spoke up. We've sent letters to all the factions about the Dragon Phoenix Association. The sect leader was very satisfied with this tournament. It seems there are a few promising individuals participating in the Long Feng gathering. As he spoke, he mentioned that he had personally written a letter to MUDANG's sect leader saying that he had no choice but to bring him to the gathering. Speaking of this, you're also asking about the two children of the military advisor's family, right? The genius in the family has been replaced, hasn't he? The sect leader regretted that those two young ones couldn't participate. I've always been looking forward to them, but it's hard to make it happen, isn't it? The military advisor didn't pay attention and said that the tournament was being prepared urgently to ensure it would be a perfect martial arts gathering. The main reason is that everyone must prepare to deal with an organization that is still mysterious and possesses a powerful force greater than both Sun and Moon sect and the Dark Realm. If the Dragon Phoenix Association was established and performed its role well, it would become the largest martial arts gathering and possess the strongest force in the history of martial clarity. They had also invited all renowned martial arts masters to select a trainer. However, the current concern was deciding who would take on the role of the gathering's leader. This is relatively difficult because the person must not be a member of the Seven Saints or have any affiliation with any organization. Otherwise, it would challenge the authority of the religious leader and show favoritism to their own faction. Is there really no one suitable for that condition? Chan Vo Luang asked. Indeed, the military advisor had already found someone. What do you think about choosing Daeyoung Yeopyeong as the gathering's leader? Not only does he have a perfect record, but he's also not affiliated with any faction, so I think he's a suitable candidate. That person was born in Henan province and was known to be as strong as the Seven Saints of the righteous path of the martial world. Just by hearing a brief introduction, the sect leader understood that this person was a symbol of neutrality in the midst of the struggle between the orthodox factions. But he had gone into hiding and left the world. Now they had to search for him throughout the martial world. However, Jegal Hyopjin had already anticipated this. Looking at your expression, I know it's done. It turned out that Yang Sobang had accomplished the task. Daeyoung Yeopyeong's whereabouts were said to be in Nisuang enjoying himself. Coincidentally, Jin Mu and his two junior brothers were also there. Seeing Chung Wu looking puzzled, he explained that it was due to the Dragon Phoenix Association that everywhere was bustling. However, he was feeling down because he had to accompany the two weights everywhere. Due to the dual heart cultivation technique, he had to follow his master's instructions. Chung Wu was about to order another hot pot when his senior uncle stopped him, fearing it would be too expensive. An old man from behind suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Jin Mu remained silent, waiting to see what the old man wanted to say. The old man directly walked up to them. "Excuse me, may I sit at the same table as you?" By looking at their attire, he knew they were MUDANG's disciples on their way to the Dragon Phoenix Association. However, his curiosity arose from seeing the Taoists eating meat and drinking wine. "This bunch is interesting. I'll sit with them and eat something to observe." However, Jin Mu immediately refused, not allowing him to sit. Seeing that the old man still didn't understand, Jin Mu repeated, "We're not willing to sit with you." If a senior requests to sit together, won't the Taoists always agree? Bak Diek got angry, saying that since there was an empty seat at their table, it was natural for the old man to sit there. The main character also responded loudly. "There are 4 other tables with only 2 people. Why must it be us?" Chung Sang was about to speak up to allow the old man to sit, but was immediately rejected by Jin Mu. There must be a reason for rejecting the old man's request. Jin Mu couldn't not recognize the old man, because when he was still the Heaven's Master, the old man was a worthy opponent. The old man was stingy and treated money like stones. He was also overly curious and couldn't resist watching Taoists drink wine. If the old man sat with them, Jinmu would go crazy. Bak Diek said, "We're just fake Taoists. I'm just sitting and eating with you. I'm not asking you to pay. I've paid for this seat and I don't want you to sit with us, so scram." After speaking, Jinmu got up and led everyone to find another restaurant because he was annoyed by the old man's presence. "What did you say, I'm an annoying old man? Let's change to another place. That old man is bothering us. Please pay the bill quickly." "You rude Taoist, I'll teach you a lesson." Just as they were about to argue further, the restaurant owner intervened. He still wanted to go somewhere else, so he asked to pay. First, the total was $4. When he didn't hear clearly, the old woman shouted loudly, demanding that he spit out the money. Why did they eat something so disgusting? Those damn Taoist priests. Chung Wu was also annoyed because his meal was interrupted. He was a really eccentric old man, insisting on sitting together even after being refused. Chung Song reminded his junior not to be impolite. He felt that the young boy was imitating his behavior. Thinking about this, he also looked at his own clothes. He knew that the old man Daeung Yeopyung had many disciples from different sects. If he continued to behave like this, his master would be ridiculed by others. Chung Sung now spoke up, suggesting they find an inn to rest and continue their journey the next day. They couldn't continue like this. They needed to find a tailor first. Time passed peacefully until the next morning. Early in the morning, Chung Sang was sent to find a boat to continue their journey. How was it? Had he found a suitable boat? They said there were no boats available. All the remaining ones had been booked. There are only 2 left, but both are completely surrounded by the Jaegal clan, and the remaining one has many stops, so it will take a long time. What kind of stupid event was the Dragon Phoenix Association that there were no boats available? He needed to meet those trash from the righteous martial clarity to quickly find the dual heart cultivation technique. Then he asked his junior if he wanted to add more money, but the junior only wanted to pay according to the agreed amount. Indeed, he was an honest and simple disciple of MUDANG. Did he know that sometimes in life one just needs to think simply? He was so naive. They should quickly find a boat. The old eccentric man had been following them from behind. When did he start following? To stop Jin Mu's group. He turned around and saw that the man was indeed very stubborn. It was still the same story. The old man insisted that the 3 of them were fake Taoist priests of MUDANG. This was so annoying, they should leave quickly. No matter how loudly the old man shouted, he didn't care. Since they couldn't settle it verbally, the old man continued with actions. But how could he touch the male protagonist? What was going on? Why did he dodge his attack so easily? You were a troublesome person. What exactly did you want to do? The old man then started to speak softly and held out his hand. What else did he want? Just give back the $4. Did he know what he had gone through last night? What did they order that was so expensive? Seeing Daeung Yeopyung calculating meticulously, he asked his junior to take out the money and pay quickly. While complaining, the money was already taken out and handed over. Here were the $4. Take it quickly. Now it was over. They were done with the matter. River water doesn't mix with well water. Don't follow them anymore. Saying this, he quickly took the 2 young boys away. Holding the money, the old man looked very pleased. A while later, the old man still followed Jin Mu's group stubbornly. Chung Sung knew but didn't dare to say anything. Daeung Yeopyung whistled nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. When the male protagonist turned around and scolded him, the shameless man said he was just walking on the same path. If that's the case, you should go ahead. They'll follow. But it seemed he didn't agree, so he just wanted to grab a shovel and bury him alive. In reality, the old man didn't want to do this at all. Initially, he was attracted by the man's strange personality, different from other Taoist priests. Then, coincidentally, they met again at the inn. Thinking that a 20-year-old could dodge his attack so easily was hard to understand, and he couldn't help but be curious. At first glance, he knew the man had exceptional abilities, but his heart wasn't upright. If those heading to the Dragon Phoenix Association were like this man, his trip wouldn't be in vain. A while later, they arrived at the dock to continue their journey. At first glance, he knew the rented boat had left, and the remaining one belonged to the Jaegal family. It seemed they were trying to ask to ride on the Jaegal family's boat. But how could the old man understand what was on his mind? He chose a merchant ship. It was fast but not comfortable. Wait, did they really want to board that ship? Looking ahead, he didn't understand why the ship's owner was being so friendly. Good heavens, was he bribing them? A Taoist priest bribing others with money. This man was certainly not ordinary. Traveling with him to the Dragon Phoenix Association would be interesting. Thinking this, he also asked to ride on the male protagonist's boat. But unfortunately, the other party refused, saying the boat was fully booked. The other party had bought all the remaining spots and only allowed young and beautiful people to board. Indeed, they couldn't let this old man tag along. Moreover, the other party agreed to protect them, so this was a good thing. He would also protect their boat, because he was better than that young man. Don't say any more. They might need to protect him instead. Then Daeung Yeopyeong was about to reveal his reputation. Wait a minute. If those young boys knew who he was, what would happen? He was certain that those Taoist priests would be polite and apologize. But if they weren't comfortable, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the trip, even with them. From a distance, a few people had noticed the commotion. One person had already recognized the old man in front, who insisted on following the merchant ship. The other two were going to invite him to join them, but they were afraid of getting into trouble, so they gave up the idea. It seems they have recognized his identity, so they had to turn back. Bai Di is still nagging about following him, promising to pay and act as his bodyguard. Senior, are you in urgent need of a boat? As he spoke, he introduced himself as Jae-gal Seon, a martial arts scholar of the martial world. Bai Di quickly signaled him not to reveal his name. Please speak softly, don't be so solemn. Looking at Jin Mu, he breathed a sigh of relief because his group didn't hear. From what I heard, you want to board a boat, so please follow us. It's an honor. We're fine. Don't worry. We have to take this merchant ship. But they didn't let him on board, and he just insisted doesn't look comfortable at all. At a glance, the young man knew that the group of three were MUDANG practitioners. Based on the characteristic of the sword, is that why he wanted to travel with them? Why is he so interested? I'm curious, who are they? So he planned to help them all travel together. He realized they were from MUDANG, and knew the reason why he wanted to board that boat in an instant. I've heard that Jae-gal Seon is a genius. His reputation is well-deserved. After making the offer, he also revealed his prestigious reputation to the boat owner. The man quickly bowed, not daring to offend him. I'm a close friend of this gentleman, so I'll take the ferry with him. And the three people over there, is that okay? If you need to pay the fee, you can come to Jigal Ferry at 3 Masters. I'll inform my people. The man had to agree immediately. Then he turned around and chased Jin Mu's group away. We're not going down, didn't we agree? The future of our merchant association depends on this. Please go down. Jagal Seon was about to invite him to sit together, but was rudely rejected. It seems this senior has a straightforward personality. I'm sure the elders in MUDANG won't be happy if they know how you treated this old gentleman. After speaking, the male protagonist immediately jumped down to talk to him. Are you kidding me? Do you think I care about such trivial things? Leave us alone and take that annoying old man away. Jagal Seon tried to be humble, but it seemed very difficult. Since there's no other way, he had Chung-sang go rent 3 horses. What a hassle, just leave us alone and take the old man away. As he passed by, he also cursed them. Don't pretend to be a righteous person. We should have been sitting comfortably on the boat, but now we have to travel by land, all because of these annoying people. Daeung Yeopyeong nearby apologized for causing trouble for the junior, but Jagal Seon still showed a calm face. So senior, do you want to ride in a horse carriage? Or ride a horse? I know you still want to follow them, don't you? He then told his guards to prepare, and the others could take the boat. If the young master travels by land, we'll have to set up camp. Please let me and a few others follow. The old man was now delighted to receive Jaegal's help. Those damn MUDANG practitioners, just you wait. And so they all followed the male protagonist's group. It was late at night, and with the rain and wind, they had to set up a temporary tent to rest. He felt like he was going crazy, but couldn't do anything. He couldn't believe he was stuck with this annoying group. Daeung Yeopyeong came over to tease him. The rain is heavy. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, we would have gotten wet. What's your name, handsome young man? Where did that Chung-sang guy go? Jagal Seon saw the whole scene. The guard was worried about his health, so he brought a blanket to serve him. We'll prepare dinner, so please rest. You didn't sleep last night, did you? If you're saying so, then I need to take a nap. Not exactly, he was thinking about many things. Why didn't that young man recognize the senior? Gradually, he fell into a dream exhausted. In his dream, his mother's crying and apologizing. His twin brothers died, and he didn't understand why. If the successor to the family isn't decided, we'll have to adopt another child. You know that, right? If the adopted child isn't from the same clan, it will be a big problem for the Jaegal family in the future. You'll have to take your brother's place from now on. Of course you'll have to dress and behave like a man. Of course you'll have to dress and behave like a man. Forget the name San-san and live as Jaegal Seon. Your goal is to show the Central Plains that the family still has a successor. As time passed, his talent was revealed, and he became the leader among the young men. It made sense for him to continue living as a man. Then one day his father had another child. Another son was born. Of course, this was a joyful event for the family. But this didn't mean he was happy. It meant he had to return to his true self. To return to his true life as a weak woman, he would have to dedicate his life to a political marriage with a stranger he had never met. I'm definitely not going to let that happen. Jaegal Seon knew he would wait until the Dragon Phoenix Association was established. This is the last chance to build his reputation and will no longer be bound by the family's name. After a long period of training and persistent persuasion, the patriarch finally allowed her to return to her identity as a woman. This trip to Wuhan is the last time I'll be using the name Jaegal Seon. When I return, Jaegal Seon will fall ill and retire, and the newborn will naturally become the young master. After that, San-san will build her own reputation as a true warrior. But how did that Taoist priest know, since this information is only known by the core members of the family? What a shameless Taoist priest. He's also speaking rudely and indecently. Who is he anyway? Just as he was thinking this, a guard came to invite him to dinner. A pot of fragrant and nourishing soup emitted a savory aroma. Chung-woo's mouth was watering because he was extremely hungry. Chung-song has gone hunting, so you'll just have to endure a little. Looking at the side, the young boy couldn't endure it anymore. But it seems that his hunger was suddenly suppressed when he saw his Shisu's imposing aura. Suddenly, the young master of the Jaegal family ran over. He's really stubborn. Nobody wants to eat him, so why is he behaving like this? Why should I bother with people who always follow us? Especially you. After cursing, he directly revealed the true identity of the young master, saying that she's just a cunning girl, hiding her true self. After hearing these words, everyone was surprised, except for the person being exposed. In terms of emotions and internal energy, his actual strength is comparable to Chung-sang. People who hide behind a smile are often very dangerous. One needs to keep a distance. Indeed, you're a very perceptive person. Jinmu directly stated that he knew the reputation of that old man. Daeung. Yeopyeong laughed loudly, thinking that Jinmu was shameless to have such an attitude, despite knowing the truth. Jaegal Seon couldn't understand why such a person existed in the world. He's not only a first-generation disciple, but also the strongest person in MUDANG. Even the leader of MUDANG had to bow his head in front of Daeung Yeopyeong. However, he didn't care at all. Thinking of this, he asked, "You're Jinmu, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be the famous sword of MUDANG. It seems that I've been quite rude." This little brat flipped his face so quickly. Is it because he's a member of the Jaegal family? What did you say? This is MUDANG's sword. Daeung. Yeopyeong was impressed by Jinmu's talent and arrogance despite his young age. He even defeated our family's flower and reached the realm of sword Qi. After hearing this, the male protagonist looked uncomfortable. He felt that it was a mistake to reveal too much of his true strength. Chung-woo added, "Shisu is not at the level of sword Qi, it's even more than that. Indeed, it's not that we're afraid of strong enemies, but we're afraid of having stupid teammates." What nonsense. This guy isn't skilled enough, so he's talking big. I don't have such ability. The old man and the girl disguised as a boy were amazed and planned to spread the news everywhere. At this moment, Chung-sang, the handsome hunter, returned from hunting. He asked if Shisu had boiled water and cooked the meat. A pile of meat was thrown right in front of them. Chung-sang apologized for being late because the animal ran too fast. The old man touched the meat and was confident that it would taste delicious. "I didn't catch it for you. This is for Shisu." Chung-woo reminded him that the old man was Daeung Yeopyeong, and the woman was a member of the Jaegal family. "Let's end this conversation. Since we have wild boar meat here, let's sit down and eat together." "Are you deaf? He just said that he didn't catch it for you to eat." Jinmu understood that nothing could be resolved tonight. It was indeed a long night. Early the next morning, the old man, due to his old age but still being in good health, was the first to wake up. Jaegal Seon also woke up and greeted him. "You're also an early riser. As people get older, they sleep less." "Sorry, senior, for what happened yesterday. There were some personal reasons." But I absolutely didn't intentionally deceive you. The old man frowned, not caring much. It's okay. Everyone has their own difficulties, whether they're male or female. Let's continue to enjoy ourselves until we reach the Dragon Phoenix Association. Why are you so good at disguising yourself? Time passed, and they had been on horseback for 20 days. And now, after another 10 days, they had left Muhan. Chungwoo looked at the carriage of their companion and wanted to follow it to avoid fatigue. Moving like this is already exhausting. Shisu is also using this time to train us. I'm about to collapse. Just as he finished speaking, the male protagonist allowed the two young boys to rest. Isn't this a very flat cliff? It's perfect for training tonight. So the two of them reluctantly ran to the side of the road. After that, they began to train under the admiration of everyone, hanging on the cliff, risking their lives and carrying weights. It's really pitiful for the second-generation disciples. Jeong Yeopyeong thought it was quite good. If the main character speaks out, and it's not okay, then the only thing left is to slip and fall and hit his head. It's because of this kind of training that Cheongsang Dao Zhang became so powerful in a short time, right? Jigal Seon kept saying that it was all thanks to what he had learned from his martial uncle, and that he wanted to learn from him too. Do you think you can do that? With a female body, don't tease people anymore. Why did you say it so harshly? I don't understand why they still don't leave despite being scolded so much. Can you stop looking at me with those fake innocent eyes? Just as I was about to continue scolding, I noticed some movement. The sound was coming from someone approaching. Jin Muri minded the two junior brothers to be careful. Cheongsang finally looked down to listen to what they were saying. A mysterious person jumped out from the top. The two kids were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Not only one, but he was also holding a child. Suddenly he dropped the child. Cheongsang warned Chungwoo to be careful. The fat kid was frowning because he couldn't get a good grip. At this point, he was still using internal energy carefully and hadn't released it yet. But it was really difficult, and he still couldn't do anything useful. Finally, he stretched out his hand to prepare to catch the child. Then his martial brother had to do it for him. Cheongsang was faster and saved the child's life. The man on top was suffering from too many internal injuries. Because he didn't have enough strength, he fell into the sea. The junior brother and the child landed safely without any harm. The main character and the other two ran over to check the situation. Jeong Yeopyeong observed that there were many people on top. He shouted loudly, "You bastards, if you're brave, come down and talk!" But it seemed that they were too high up and they couldn't hear anything. Suddenly their figures disappeared. They immediately landed and ran down. The clothes they were wearing seemed to be from the Jaegel family. I told them straightforwardly to leave the child and go away, and nothing would happen. The old man shouted loudly, "Who are you to dare to chase after a defenseless child?" Thinking back to the past, the main character knew that this was a normal occurrence in the righteous martial clarity. These people didn't seem like evil cultists. If he wasn't mistaken, who were they? Since when did they dare to openly trade people under his nose? In his time, no one dared to touch women or children. The mysterious person continued to talk back. Now was not the time to confront the righteous martial clarity in the Central Plains, but they really needed that child. Jinmu calculated that with this number of people, he didn't need to take action. After hearing the command from their leader, the evil cultists charged forward to threaten and rob the child. Cheongsang had to make a few moves to scare them. His swordsmanship was now very skilled. With just 2 or 3 moves, he took down one person. Chungwoo, as usual, used his fists to solve the problem. The fat kid alone took down 3 people easily. The main character felt proud because he had taught them well. But what about the old man Daeung Yeopyeong? 2 assassins attacked him, but it seemed that they were no match for him. With quick hands, he took them down immediately. With his powerful martial arts, he could have finished off the enemies, but he only used enough force to suppress them. Because of his righteous nature, he couldn't show his full strength even when his life was on the line. This was the thing that he hated the most about the so-called righteous people. Another bodyguard following the Jigal family was injured. A few more people ran over to kill. The sharp sword was heading towards the servant and the young master. Jigal Seon was busy bandaging his wounds and wasn't prepared. However, she was still able to defend herself. With one hand, she quickly repelled them. The problem was that she couldn't use her full strength because she was holding the child. From behind, many people ran over to help their companions. This time, Jinmu couldn't ignore it anymore. He shot forward to rescue the young lady of the Jigel family. "Thank you for saving my life, Dao Zhang. I know who just helped you. Continue to protect the child well. The main character used the Supreme Clarity Mountain Water Palm to dazzle the crowd. Only with his appearance did the situation change. The enemy leader realized that he was facing a powerful opponent. Daeung Yeopyeong reminded them that he would take care of the leader and the others should protect the child. He seemed to be the leader, so he would take him down quickly and retrieve the child. It seemed that a powerful opponent would be interesting, so he would kill him. The opponent remained silent and didn't argue. Then the two charged at each other, creating a loud noise. Daeung Yeopyeong's fists were still superior to the others. Just as he was about to charge forward, he stopped to observe. The opponent's hand technique seemed familiar. The moves were fast and dizzying. Why was it that particular move? In terms of martial arts, I'm definitely superior to him. However, this guy is closing the distance, so we can't predict his next move as he keeps pressuring us. There's really no time to counterattack. What kind of devilish martial art is this? The assassin didn't understand what the old man was muttering. Because he kept thinking that way, he didn't know that Jinmu was right in front of him. It was too close, and he couldn't defend himself in time. Look this way, not that way. He hastily raised his hand to defend himself. The two strong forces clashed rapidly. You scoundrel, how dare you attack me by surprise? The male protagonist struck him and sent him flying into the mountain wall. Are you tired? Let's chat for a bit now. Both of them were unsure how to deal with the assassin. He reminded Daeung Yeopyeong to use his internal energy to fight back instead of holding back against his opponent. Stop messing around and get up quickly, as I have many questions for you. You know the old man with a bad temper at Moonless Temple, don't you? I have a small favor to settle, so tell me who he is. If you're cooperative, you'll be treated more leniently. Upon hearing about the great expert on their side, he showed curiosity. How much do you know? Jinmu didn't pay attention and kept moving towards him. Why is there someone like this at Jiakat? This guy is comparable to the old man I just fought. Moreover, this guy's skill is even higher. What's going on? He calculated that he couldn't hold on for much longer, so he had to either die or sacrifice himself. The male protagonist didn't understand why this guy was so desperate. If you've drawn your dagger, I won't stay still either. Today I'll help you finish yourself off. As he drew his sword, his figure disappeared instantly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the assassin. One strike landed on his neck. The guy jumped high to escape. Jinmu also jumped up to suppress him. He was frightened and didn't understand what the other party had eaten to become so powerful. How could he use the swallowing force technique so skillfully without needing to gather energy or make any unnecessary movements? He swung his hand without hesitation, focusing on attacking the opponent's weak points. The male protagonist promised to show him an impressive sword technique. It wouldn't affect his life, just enough to tire him out. Just as he was about to strike, he saw through the opponent's trick. Both of them stopped their fight immediately. It turned out that the guy also used poisonous hidden weapons. You have some dirty tricks up your sleeve, don't you? He was worried because the poison had already taken effect. Now I have no hope left. If that's the case, I'll take you down to the underworld with me. Thinking this, he charged at him, intending to die together. Jinmu stood still, waiting for the right moment. His sword emitted a lot of spiritual energy. Do you think I'll just sit here and die with you? Another strike landed on the opponent's body. The body was now cut in two. The Wandering Soul. Soul-seizing sword had taken the assassin's life. The powerful sword technique was capable of cutting down a large mountain. After finishing, he felt a bit regretful for not being able to learn more about the old man at Moonless Temple. The guy was too boring, and he had accidentally killed him. At Jaegal Sion's place, they had successfully captured the remaining people. After a quick check, they found that all of their minds were controlled. Thinking back, only the leader had spoken. They didn't know what method he used to control these people. Although Daeung Yeopyeong was experienced in the martial world, he couldn't make any comments. The young girl being chased by them might reveal something. However, when they approached her, she was still trembling with fear. Her eyes were lifeless and her body seemed to be controlled. She couldn't speak. Perhaps she was too traumatized. The male protagonist and the old man noticed that the woman had a kind and generous heart. You're quite impressive. This is the first time I've seen Crescent Sword Ki. It seems you know something else. I don't understand what you're saying. If you want to know, go ask Yang Sobang. So you're acquainted with my sworn brother. In that case, I won't report it to the authorities. We'll deal with it ourselves. We still have over 10 people being held captive. It's been 10 days since we left Muhan. Instead of doing it directly, we should ask for help from nearby families and sects. If we want to track them down, Beggar Clan is very suitable for this task. They're good at investigating information. However, due to the large scale of the matter, we need to report it to the elder of the region. Moreover, the investigation requires a lot of manpower, so we need the clan leader's approval. After saying this, he looked straight at the male protagonist with a meaningful gaze. I've heard that you have a connection with Yang Sobang, so I was wondering if you could help us. What are you implying? We won't ask them for help. Chung Wu's words were unreliable. Didn't the elder of the Beggar Clan give him a token earlier? Chung Wu, the fatty, we swear to kick you out of the group. You're useless, you fat, stupid pig. The young boy continued to nag, despite Chung Sung trying to stop him. Please, senior brother, say something. You used to order me to clean a single coin, didn't you? Both of them knew immediately that the coin being referred to was the warrior's coin. Is that really true? We're close, but I've never even seen it. You're really amazing, and on top of that, it was personally gifted by Lord Yang Sobang. Of course, senior brother is the pride of Mudang. The Beggar Clan even wants to establish a relationship with us. Lord, can you help us? Besides, Tran Mao is the sword of Mudang, a title and pride of Mudang. There's nothing else to be done. The protagonist sighed, slowly took the small coin out of his sleeve, and slowly presented it. You stupid pig, I will definitely expel you from the Oryong Temple. After a while, they all arrived at the Beggar Clan's branch in this location. The owner of the coin has used its purpose. It's really a great fortune for the people. After speaking, he returned the item to the protagonist. He reminded that with Yang Sobang's authority, it can only be used once more. Of course, Chung Wu was the one who had to bear the brunt of the anger over this matter. The Taoist leader is indeed a demanding person. Still, he's amazing. The daughter of the Jagal family now continuously praises him for his chivalrous and righteous heart. Although he's a bit rude, he truly deserves the title of Sword of Mudang. Jinmu mentioned that the leader of the Beggar Clan is searching for the traces of the masked men from before. She reminded everyone to keep their mouths shut and not reveal anything outside. That night in Wuhan, where the headquarters of Righteous Martial Clarity is located, the Dragon Phoenix Association attracts many experts from all over, so the crowd is not as dense as usual. Jinmu shouted in annoyance as soon as they arrived in Wuhan. I really can't find an empty inn. There are so many people coming to Wuhan to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Association, not to mention the family guards accompanying them. The girl's implication was that she wanted him to follow her and stay together because there were only 5 days left until the event. If we don't have a place to stay, we'll be wandering around making fools of ourselves and bringing shame to the disciples of Mudang. So the protagonist reluctantly agreed. Let's go together. The more people, the merrier. It's hard for me to escape from Mudang and the suffocating bond with my master. But why are all the groups gathering here in such large numbers? Why do I have to stay at someone else's house, and with someone I dislike to boot? Chung Song understood the expression on his senior brother's face, and quietly planned to switch to a different inn. No need. You two are both tired. Anyway, since you're a guest of Jagal, just eat and drink to your heart's content. Just as they were about to knock on the door, Jagal Chung Eon happily ran out to greet them. It's been a long time since we've met, and now we're finally reunited. After looking at them for a while, he became a bit curious about the identities of the people accompanying the young master. Upon hearing that Daeong Yeopyung was among them, the entire group of household heads respectfully greeted them. It's really troublesome. Just greeting the martial world people has already taken up half the day. Jinmu was also introduced by the young master, but Zhong Yan wasn't interested and just wanted to invite the old man to drink tea. Suddenly, after glancing around for a moment, he noticed that Jagal Gun was also present. As he was bowing to pay his respects, he looked up because the voice sounded familiar. It's been a while, hasn't it? You've also come to join the Dragon Phoenix Association. That damnable person, why is he still alive? Then he stopped himself, realizing he had spoken out of turn. With Jagal Sion behind him, he became silent. What's wrong with the way you're speaking? Didn't anyone teach you the rules of polite greeting? He's much younger than you, but his future is as the next head of the family. For a small mistake, you dared to speak to me like that in front of everyone. You need to know when and where to use your words and actions. Do you know who these people are? Jagal Goen replied in a blunt manner. Anyone can tell he's a Taoist priest. This is Jinmu, also known as the Sword of Mudang. After hearing that, he was shocked. He didn't expect his promotion to come so quickly. He's not just an ordinary Taoist priest, but also the representative of Mudang. Yet that young rascal scolded him wildly. He's not just an ordinary Taoist priest, but also the representative of Mudang. Yet that young rascal scolded him wildly. If it gets out that Mudang and Jagal are competing with each other at Hobok, and that this incident happened, it will definitely be a slap in the face for our family. The Jagal family has ignored Mudang's sword. This will certainly affect our reputation. Are you crazy? How dare you speak such crude words to him? Jagal Chung-eon from the Jagal branch family in Wuhan is here to apologize on behalf of that young man. Seeing that Jagal Goon was still silent, he glared at him to intimidate him. The young master of the Jagal branch family in Dangang-gu has committed a crime of disrespect towards you. I apologize. I just wanted to greet you in a friendly manner, but it ended up causing trouble. After he finished speaking, the male protagonist still hadn't responded. He quickly looked up to see if the other party's expression had changed. That's right. Lower your head and ears a bit more for me. Jagal Goon was indignant and couldn't do anything. He really thought the other party was a scoundrel. After arranging their luggage, the branch family here prepared a small banquet. The male protagonist sat by the campfire roasting meat and drinking wine with a carefree and joyful demeanor. That's what life is all about, right? Jagal Goon still looked extremely unhappy. He wasn't hesitant to cause trouble, and even dared to exploit my labor. You're a disgrace, not a bit like a Taoist at all. Jinmu spoke up when he saw the other's attitude. Let's just address each other like we used to, since our ages are almost the same anyway. It's okay. How could I be rude to the Sword of Mudang? Then let's just speak freely. Thinking about it, your prediction is actually quite accurate. Seeing that he didn't remember, he reminded him of the promise made a few episodes ago that they would meet again. It's really laughable that we ended up meeting again in this situation. Chung Woo felt hungry, so he spoke up. Apparently the ration for today was a bit too little. If that's the case, then add some more meat and liquor for me. Chung Sung reminded him that if he drank too much, he would feel queasy. The advice from his junior brother seemed reasonable. Finally, he stopped eating, so I can rest now. Do you think what he said is right? There's enough liquor, but just roast some more meat for Chung Woo. By the way, make a bowl of hangover soup for me to drink tomorrow. What are you doing there? Hurry up and get more meat. Jagal Geun harbored his grievances and waited for an opportunity to retaliate. I will definitely become a disciple of the Sword Saint and make you all lose face. Just you wait, you wretched Taoists. After eating and drinking their fill, the three of them went to their rooms to rest. But it seemed that only Chung Woo was sleeping soundly. Apparently he was snoring loudly, making it unbearable for the others. I'll never sleep with him again. Should I give him a beating to shut him up? Thinking about this, the male protagonist tried to console himself that he only had to endure for 4 more days. Their sleeping postures were indeed similar to their personalities. Since he overslept, he had to go outside to get some fresh air. It was already very late, so there was no one on duty. Jin Mo was alone, his mind filled with thoughts. After just 4 days, I can officially set out to find the dual heart cultivation technique. As long as I can practice it, I'm sure I'll achieve my goal. It turned out that he planned to go directly to the Dark Realm after completing his cultivation, because there were many treasures stored in that place. I wonder if Chun Woo-myung, my loyal subordinate, is doing well. After conquering the martial world and the Dark Realm, I wonder what it would be like. Of course, my demonic sect will sweep away everything. Just thinking about it is already very exciting. My demonic sect will kill everything. Just thinking about it is already very joyful. Thinking too much, I didn't even notice that I was about to walk out of the city gate. If anyone had tried to ambush me, they would have died a long time ago. Suddenly, someone behind me called out my name, Jin Moo. It turned out to be a young lady from the Jagal family. Under the light of the moon, she looked like a celestial being. You're still awake at this hour. This voice, could it be you, Jagal Sion? From what I heard, it seemed that the other party still hadn't recognized me. So I had to cough loudly to regain my voice. Since I had to fake my voice to match my male image, I didn't often speak in my real voice. Besides, my name is now Jagal San. It's hard to believe that he's so handsome, yet he doesn't let anyone know. Although I know that practitioners usually avoid women, it's not necessary for you to show such a facial expression. Jin Mu really doesn't understand his own heart. Why can he naturally praise his junior? He tried to convince himself that it was just his body, not that he was a lecher. It turned out that this guy's type is a beauty with doe eyes like Jaegal San. The original owner of this body wasn't me after all. After regaining his composure, he asked why she was wandering alone at such a late hour. Earlier, I went to the martial world with Senior Bai Dai, so he stayed behind. Everyone thought I was returning home, so I asked her to help me fake it. Moreover, she straightforwardly stated that she would participate in the Dragon Phoenix Association as a daughter. Just by listening briefly, he understood the difficult circumstances of this young lady. I had also investigated the previous attack. It was said to be a top-secret matter not to be shared with anyone, especially related to a daughter. It seemed that the male protagonist didn't quite hear clearly, as he was too focused on looking at her beautiful face. To investigate the mysterious events, he promised to accompany San the next day. If that's the case, I'll inform the Supreme Strategist about it. Only now did he remember, and he was about to decline because he didn't want to see the detestable face of the martial world. I'll go ahead. You can return and rest now. As a result, he didn't get to say anything else. Because of his infatuation with beauty, he lost his way and forgot his original path. The next day, his two junior brothers were very curious about where their senior brother was heading. I'll go to the martial world for a while. You two stay here. After today's cultivation, should we take a stroll around Wuhan? It sounds reasonable. I'll be back soon, so don't be lazy. For the first time in decades, he went to the enemy's base without a fight. Just as he stepped in, the Supreme Strategist greeted him with a smile. It's an honor to meet the Mudang sword of Mudang, renowned throughout the land. At a glance, he recognized the face from years ago. It's been a long time since we last met, you scoundrel. Of course we know each other. How could we not? It's all because of this guy's schemes that we've suffered several defeats. He's the one who's caused so much damage to the Dark Realm. We've exerted all our strength many times, but still lost. We're jealous that the martial world has a strategist like him. We were supposed to meet the leader today, but he has an appointment, so we'll have to wait a little. He didn't want to meet that eccentric Chul Jiryang at all. The strategist asked about his first impression upon arriving. He said it's generally okay, quite large, isn't it? Please forgive him. Indeed, he's a special Mudang practitioner. This is a clever response to a silly question. Although it was a redundant question, in Jin Mu's mind, he understood that just by looking at the scale, he knew that this place was much larger than the Dark Realm. This scoundrel is said to be very wealthy. Jegal Hyopjin shared the same opinion. This is indeed a very large, even overly ostentatious place. However, a flower without fruit is useless. If it's just big, it's of no use. This is a flower that's beautiful, but can't bear fruit, implying that it's just superficial. The martial alliance is currently at its strongest. Chul Jiryang is not only talented, but also a calm and flexible commander. Besides, he has an outstanding military advisor as his strong backing. They've gathered the 9 strongest super factions and numerous large and small teams under their leadership, so the Sword Saint has become the leader for 10 consecutive years. The martial world is already a giant army dominating the Central Plains. Working hard like this is enough. This guy is too greedy. Our goal is to guide all the evil forces that are dominant on every path back to the correct path. What he's talking about is the Dark Realm and the Sun and Moon sect. What's correct about that? In the end, it's still about eliminating us and becoming the overlord. He felt that the leader's words seemed humble, but turned out to be quite ambitious. Is this guy really understanding what he's saying? Just like Jaegal San said, he's indeed very perceptive. Since there's nothing to talk about, he was curious about why they came today. As the Dragon Phoenix Association is still 4 days away, just say what you want directly. Don't waste time. We're in a hurry. The Supreme Strategist didn't know where to start when the leader burst in laughing loudly. This is the first time he's seen the Supreme Strategist at a loss in a conversation. Following Chul Jiryang was the old man, Daeung Yeopyung. The male protagonist felt that just as they entered the atmosphere, became tense. This name is very different from before. He has become so strong that even I can't compare to him. With his current body, if he wants to catch up, it's still a long way to go. The leader starts to scrutinize Sword of Mudang. This is the first time meeting him, but the young man doesn't seem flustered at all. Most people feel honored when they meet me for the first time, but his provocative gaze is like that of a lifelong enemy. I'm even more interested than when I heard the story. It seems the words of the tavern owner were true. You really can't understand. Don't call me here just to laugh at me. I didn't expect to sit at the same table as my opponent. It's like sitting on a cushion full of thorns. Just as I was about to stand up and greet him, the opponent spoke up. Do you know why I requested Mudang to send you here? Initially, I intended to mentor you through recommendation, but you became Sword of Mudang instead, so it's a pity. Perhaps one of the choices the sect leader offered me earlier was this reason. It's because those scoundrels opened their mouths and said they wanted to mentor me first. If the orthodox sects hadn't requested the sect leader first, I wouldn't have had to choose between being Sword of Mudang and being the eldest disciple. If so, even if it's just half or some other proportion, I would still be able to cultivate the dual heart cultivation technique. Jinmu is about to have a stroke from being deceived every time. Chuljiryang said, after meeting you, I think you have the talent suitable for me to mentor. The two old men continue to praise the male protagonist and promise him good conditions if he agrees to become a disciple. The sect leader plans to promote my brother and Dragon Phoenix Association to the position of martial arts master. The strategist and the woman both support this decision wholeheartedly. Daeung Yeop-young continues to praise the senior brother for being far-sighted. Jinmu, feeling helpless, vents his anger on the teacup. They're discussing mentoring young juniors from the Central Plains. Since that's the case, let's just decide to do it. Suddenly he speaks up, disagreeing with this matter. Chuljiryang didn't hear clearly, so he asks him to repeat. I said I'm not willing to work there. The position you're talking about doesn't interest me at all. If we're done, can I leave? I'm busy. Daeung Yeop-young reminds him that his attitude is a bit too much. I only came here to convey the leader's greetings. You should think carefully. If Sword of Mudang becomes the martial arts master of Dragon Phoenix Association. By this point, Jinmu has to raise his voice. He repeats that his purpose in coming here is to convey greetings. Don't make that face. I'll never work for Martial Alliance or follow your intentions. Isn't it crazy for someone as renowned as the Celestial Lord and Evil Heaven sect to be doing errands for the Righteous sect? The person in charge no longer looked pleased. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to accept this greeting. Why is this guy suddenly being so gentle with me? Do you know what a greeting between martial artists in the martial world means? It turns out that this is a martial exchange between the two parties. After a while, everyone went to the martial stage to test their skills. How could someone create a place like this underground? It must have cost a fortune. Because he's extremely rich, he's had the entire floor paved with natural stone. The weapons here are all top-notch. I'm really ashamed compared to your humility. The hallway was filled with shining jade stones, and the area was so vast that it could accommodate hundreds of people. Even when I was the male protagonist, I never had a place like this. That sword saint guy thinks he's being frugal, but it's just a false reputation. The problem is that they're all from wealthy families who have had everything since birth. They possess things that others can't even dream of seeing. Even Mudang practitioners have to take fasting pill 3 times a day because they can't afford food. Before eating, they even have to pray to God for being full. There are people who wield rusty swords to enter the martial world. Yet these wasteful people call that simplicity. Everyone should know the truth about that evil old man Chuljiryang. When I thought of this, Iju Dong asked for permission, but he blocked me. Didn't you say you wanted to greet me? You know that getting injured during a greeting between martial artists is a normal thing, right? Why are you saying it like that? Since when did a greeting become like this? The Supreme Strategist has long arranged for a divine doctor to be on standby in case a Mudang disciple stops breathing so they can be saved in time. If you want to return to Mudang, just rest for a month and you'll be fine. Now I know they're just making excuses to show off their strength. And then they'll definitely ask me to stay and work for the Dragon Phoenix Association. Because we've fought a few times before I understand my opponent's abilities. His cultivation level has changed so much since the past, and his martial arts have reached such a high level. After all, he's the opponent I'll have to fight one day if I want to possess the Righteous Sect. Thinking of this, I drew my sword to prepare for battle. If you want to, I'll send a greeting to you. You're using sword chi already at the beginning. We should be gentle with each other, so we can appreciate each other's true strength. Are you just standing there doing nothing, Sword of Mudang? The guy guessed that he was the future of the Orthodox faction, and would become a mature martial artist with each passing day. However, if he develops too quickly, it can also harm himself. We will check his strength and suppress him moderately. The leader shouted loudly to remind Jinmu to prepare himself for the beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner strength in Jinmu's body surged down to his feet. Immediately, he charged straight at his opponent. The old man also proactively drew his weapon to confront him. The two of them fought chaotically. Each sword stroke emitted a lot of power. Of course, Chul Jiryang had the overwhelming advantage. Jinmu understood that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Because he was weaker, he was pushed back and lost his line of sight. The dust suddenly disappeared, and the leader's figure appeared right before his eyes. A strong sword strike forced the male protagonist to retreat further. The opponent continued to attack relentlessly. He was struggling to defend himself, exhausted. Because the opponent was too fast, there was no way to counterattack. The surrounding space began to shake violently. Many rocks and debris were lifted into the air. It was unclear where Jinmu's figure was at the moment. The young lady of the Jagal family showed concern for him. You've reached a high level of excitement, haven't you? You're still breathing. Sword of Mudang. Jinmu, that person will be okay, right? Perhaps he will have to rest for a long time. I only used half of my strength, so I'm not badly injured yet. Call the doctor here. Just as he was about to remind him to contact the WUDANG sect, Jinmu's figure emerged from the dust. The leader also sensed the surge of power coming towards him, so he had to lightly dodge to the side. Not stopping there, Jinmu continued to attack. Sword Saint was a bit surprised and still hadn't taken control of the battle. As he fought, he looked at Jinmu's confident face. He was probably muttering to himself, "Why did a Mudang like you attack me by surprise? You're a shameless Mudang indeed." After a while, the two stopped fighting. The male protagonist wasn't injured anywhere after the previous attack. The leader was curious and didn't understand why his opponent wasn't hurt. He thought that with the previous attack, Jinmu wouldn't be able to stand up again. The technique used was the shooting meteor technique, which released 10 tense energies like shooting stars to lock the opponent's movement. There was also celestial blaze, like a flame covering the entire sky. That technique blew off the right arm of the leader of the Japan Moon Devil sect. The monster only had one person escape from the series of attacks, and each time they clashed, the monster became stronger. That person was none other than Lord of the heretical cult, Hyokyeon Mukang. Thinking this, he began to speak, asking if the other had discovered his sword path. Seeing the Mudang disciple shake his head, he couldn't understand why he was able to get injured so badly just by being offbeat. Was it really that difficult a feat that he had accomplished? He knew that the old man had only used a little strength and didn't emit any aura. Because he was a member of the Orthodox sect, understanding the solution was enough to win this battle. No matter how hard you think for 100 days, you won't figure it out. Even if you die and come back to life, you won't expect that I'm Hyokyeon Mukang. Now that they've clashed to this extent, his reputation had risen to a new level. Suddenly, Chul Jiryang burst into laughter, leaving Jinmu bewildered. Indeed, I misjudged you. If this were an open duel, I would have lost face. However, whether this is a secret duel or not is no longer important. The old man fearing loss of face as the Sword Saint didn't want to lose. Now Jinmu began to feel fear. I won't underestimate you again. I'll fight with all my might to show you. He quickly signaled to stop, saying that if they continued, he would lose his life. The difference in their training levels was too great, and everyone understood this. The sword in the old man's hand began to emit a tremendous, terrifying aura. Looking at it, he showed great surprise. This is the highest realm of swordsmanship I've learned. I wonder if you've ever heard of the flying sword technique. What I'm demonstrating is called sword technique using internal energy. A naive, innocent Taoist facing a 70-year-old expert. Naturally, you brought out that advanced technique. Surprised, aren't you? Looking at your achievements, you might reach my level of training before the age of 30. Don't worry, just think of this as an early experience. Now he had to prepare carefully to avoid being bedridden for months. Seeing the Mudang disciple ready the sword chi above launched down. Now it didn't need to be controlled directly. It attacked on its own. Not only that, but the animation looked very magical and unpredictable. The protagonist was still struggling to defend himself. No matter where he ran, the sword followed. It was fast and strong, leaving no time to breathe. This is the most terrifying aspect of the flying sword technique. Because the sword moves randomly in the air, it's hard to know where it comes from. All the sword's power is unleashed based on the imagination of the person who wields it. Even someone as imaginative as a sword saint would be at a loss. Moved by the pitiful sight, the old man gave him a few seconds to observe. Although I no longer have my strength, I must find a way to end this situation. The air outside the palace remained calm, unaffected in the slightest. Jinmu continued to silently observe the movement of the sword chi carefully. After flying for a while, it had locked onto its target. It immediately swooped down, nearly taking his life. Because he was caught off guard, he could only deflect it for a moment. Chul Jiryang controlled and praised his Mudang disciple for being very skilled. Although I haven't used my full strength, that young man is still struggling under the flying sword technique. He is combining all of Mudang's martial arts as if using a new type of martial art. It's very interesting. He's truly talented. It's been a long time since I've seen a warrior make my heart pound like this. Feeling itchy and restless, the old man charged straight at Junmu. Clearly, he had just promised not to do anything. But why did he break his word so quickly? Perhaps Chul Jiryang is not just skilled with swords. He also knows how to use his fists. Immediately, he was kicked and almost vomited blood. You have achieved this level sword of Mudang, and that's impressive. Upon hearing these words, he felt annoyed inside. He thought to himself that he couldn't let the old man continue to talk nonsense. He threw a punch aimed at his opponent but missed. The old man continued to look for an opening and struck again. It's over. This is the end. The protagonist's consciousness was lost. This old man is incredibly strong after all these years. One day I will definitely kill you. Thus, the Mudang Chi sword fell before the giant statue of the martial world. Although he saw his opponent faint, the man became worried because the protagonist had used the technique mentioned by the beggar. His elbow stopped right in front of the acupoint on the protagonist's chest. If he had struck a moment later, it would have been a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, while being pushed into a passive position, the young man came up with such a move. Using hand techniques while injured, he still targeted the enemy's weak point. This is not martial arts, but a natural instinct. At just 20 years old, he's already like this. A martial artist, like a wild beast. Within 5 years, the name of this martial artist will become famous because of this. Thinking of this, he spoke up to remind the military advisor. I think we won't be able to keep Jinmu. His martial arts skills are outstanding, even more so than I thought. He's a genius needed by the martial world. But if he's a wild beast, we can't cage him. Jagal Hyopjin was about to intervene, but was stopped by a few words from the leader. I also thought like you, wanting to keep this young man alive. But perhaps we should let him struggle in the martial arts world to gain more experience. Just imagine how strong he will become in a short time. Besides, as the sword of Mudang, we can't keep him by our side. After finishing speaking, he turned to the young girl Jagal San. Please take good care of the Taoist master and nurse him back to health. When he wakes up, tell him that I am very satisfied with his greeting. The woman then took him away and stayed with him until late at night. When he woke up, San told Wu Jinmu everything that had happened. The two good-for-nothings looked very admiring, saying that their senior had fought with the sword saint. Chungwu had to praise his senior's talent. The protagonist knew that this was the first time he had fought with all his might since reincarnating. He had lost miserably, and his opponent still didn't take him seriously. People usually reveal their true strength when they are doing something they are familiar with. When I was Hyokyeon Mukang, I often used fists. I couldn't possibly be suited to the powerful sword art of Mudang. Thinking of this, he became determined to learn the dual heart cultivation technique. Next time I will definitely defeat you, you old man. After finishing, he apologized to his two disciples for returning too late and not taking them out to play. It's okay, senior, you can go tomorrow. You fought hard today and must be tired. But suddenly he said something that made the kids shocked. Perhaps tomorrow won't be possible as I will leave here at dawn. No, you can't. There's only 4 days left until the gathering. You need to rest more. Chungsang looked so sad that he was about to cry. If that's the case, when will we see each other again? This was a sudden decision, and the initial purpose was just to escape from Mudang. However, thinking again, he didn't know when he would meet the kids again. Indeed, the two kids' eyes were about to well up with tears. They were truly his disciples following him from the very beginning. He had never been in this situation before. They were his most trusted followers after all. Finally, he had to raise his voice to comfort and reassure them. Since he was leaving tomorrow, he would give each of them a small gift. As time passed, the three of them went to the back gate as instructed. Chungwoo was curious about what gift he would receive. Instead of receiving a gift, the disciples just wanted their senior not to leave. They didn't know when he would return. The disciples couldn't believe that they would have to live temporarily without their senior by their side. Just as they were about to cry again, WUDANG coughed, saying that the kids had woken up too early today. I told you that as soon as it was dawn, we had to come here right away. Why is your face swollen like that? Did you think I was about to die or something? Chungwoo burst into tears and couldn't say a word. Because there's no time, I'll have to speak quickly, or else someone might see us, and it'll be ruined. The first one is Chung-sang, the one with the most talent in swordsmanship. He remained silent to listen to the sincere words from his master. Master, are you praising me? Although my chi exercise has been increasing thanks to practicing sword chi, it's still limited by distance. It's okay if chi exercise is consumed, don't try to hold it back. It's just a tool to harm others. What's important is having enough solitude to maintain one's spirit and physique. Jigal San knew right away that these gifts were a token of appreciation for the teachings. Even if you don't understand now, you'll realize it later. As long as you don't forget my words, you'll definitely grasp many important things. The woman showed admiration for Jinmu because his words were so sincere. This was something Jigal San had never experienced before. Even her father, the head of the Jigal family, had never taught her with such ease. The understanding that a martial practitioner gains is something they receive from going through hardships and difficulties, which is why it's hard to pass on to others. Even if it's a disciple, it's impossible unless they're someone special. For outsiders, it's unimaginable. This is just the normal atmosphere among Mudang. Afterwards, Jigal San realized that those words didn't just apply to Chung-sang, but also to herself. So that's why he called me here. After finishing with one, it's time for the youngest. Chungwoo remained silent to listen to the teachings from his master. You're honest and simple, so don't stop because of others' words. Just keep moving forward. Don't look around. Just develop in one direction and your name will rise thanks to your own hands. Chungwoo is like Chun Woo-myung, who became the leader of the strongest martial arts group in the Dark Realm. This kid will be the same someday. After finishing speaking, he bid farewell. Before leaving, he reminded the two to take care of each other. Chung-sang understood that his master's path was also his own, so he couldn't keep him from leaving. Then he actively knelt down to pay his respects. Watching this scene made him want to cry. He wondered if Jinmu felt the same. You must take care of your health until we meet again. There was a feeling of unease in his heart that was hard to describe. In the past, when he was the leader, he only trusted Chun Woo-myung. The others were always waiting for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Life was like walking on a suspension bridge with frayed ropes. What exactly is it about these guys that makes them so admirable? Pulling myself together, I raised my voice and said, if I'm not going to die, I'll just get up and go. When we meet again, if you're not doing better, I'll behead each and every one of you. Go and cultivate yourselves properly. I'm really going now. Don't follow me or you'll die. So you've parted ways with your closest fellow disciples since returning to the mortal world. Jigal. San rushed over seemingly because of something. The Tao Master's words have helped me a lot, so I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for your kindness. Please consider it a favor to take care of my two fellow disciples. I was about to ask the Tao Master where he's going, but he'll never tell me. What a pity I've only had one night to observe that beautiful face carefully. Jigal San prayed to God to bless your path and always follow a righteous way. Those words still echoed in my ears, making WUDANG feel quite amused. Why are we talking about me becoming a hero? What's a hero anyway? I've never thought about being one. He kept running non-stop without resting towards the front. Clearly, the current goal is to find the dual heart cultivation technique. It's likely that the road ahead will be full of thorns. If I'm going to walk this path, I'd rather take the road of being a villain. It's much more interesting. And of course, it suits my personality too. It's unclear how far Jinmu has gone, but that'll become clear later. An old man was busily tending to his lush vegetable garden. He was so engrossed in finding insects and pests that he looked very relaxed. You're all wilted, aren't you? Those guys next to you have sucked up all the nutrients. The servant ran over, complaining, if this continues, the young master will scold us severely. Please get up quickly, or what if someone sees you? People will curse us servants as useless. Is that so? This is my house, I can do as I please. Some people in the distance thought that the master of this house must have been kind and benevolent, and perhaps even a former jinshi. The two of them continued to talk about his merits in helping the poor during times of famine or flood. Thus, the respect from the people around here has reached the heavens. Look, doesn't it look pitiful? Those evil guys next to it have sucked up all its water. No wonder people treasure it so much. You even feel sorry for the plants. That's just the way life is. If there's good, there's evil. It's really sad. Instead of pulling out the withered plants, I should have pulled out the healthy ones. If I do that, we'll all starve. If we lose a few fresh vegetables to save them, what will we eat? Is it because your wife passed away that you've become so... Please take off your cloak so I can wash it. It's all muddy. After speaking, the maidservant ran off to continue her work elsewhere. The old man continued to contemplate his vegetable garden. If we pull out the surrounding plants, everyone will have enough to eat, and you'll be able to live healthier. From then on, the man stopped muttering to himself. A telepathic message arrived requesting to inform the sect master. He had discovered that the sect master's mission had failed. The attendant reported that Hyungju was dead and was still investigating further in the martial world. If that's the case, then Yang Sobang must be the one who sabotaged it. Although the man wasn't certain, he asked what to do with the child. The old man simply ordered the child to be killed to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was a sacrifice for a new world, although pitiful blood must still be shed. How far along are you in your search for Chunsung? Although the trail is still murky, my subordinate has discovered a lead. As long as we obtain it, the Qingcheng sect will be exposed. If that's the case, I'll summon Tailang to assist. The attendant warned that carrying out such a large-scale operation would risk being discovered. It doesn't matter. No matter what means we use, we must obtain what we want. Even if it means creating enmity with Qingcheng and Tang clan, we must do it. Indeed, as Jinmu said, those who smile often are the most cunning. To be more cautious, he always advised to stay away immediately. The old man's voice was no longer lively, but had taken on a sinister and demonic tone. Whether it's this person or that person, all of you are just troublemakers for society. Just wait, I'll eliminate the scourge of this world. The scene shifted to Dongting Lake, where the atmosphere was peaceful, much like the old man's surroundings. Many people were bustling about buying and selling in the market. The sound of chopping meat echoed through the air. A scrawny, bony man was still working diligently. He didn't even bother to notice his surroundings. His eyes were glazed over as if he had lost his mind. The massive cow's flesh was completely dissected. A passerby marveled at the man's skill. Your skill is truly the best among the butchers at Dongting Lake. Not only is it fast, but how can someone with a body like yours do it so easily? The man didn't bother to respond. He just demanded to be paid and leave. After speaking, he pulled out a flask of wine and continued drinking. If you continue like this, you'll become a drunkard. You should eat and drink properly. The man still muttered the same phrase, finish the job and leave immediately. Not only his words, but the aura he emitted made customers fearful. Good heavens, look at that gaze. It's as if he's about to stab you. The man left behind a bag of money and a note. He hastily opened it to see what was written inside. After a quick glance, it seemed like the matter was very serious. It was unclear what was about to happen next. After a while, the night had grown late. After cleaning up the stalls, he trudged back to rest. The dilapidated house was gradually being opened to enter. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. It was a far cry from the bustling buying and selling of the daytime. The butcher, after a while, changed his clothes, revealing a thin physique. He continued out to do something else, still holding the meat cleaver from that morning. The destination was the cattle pen where several cows were kept. The cattle sensed something and were getting restless. He continued into the pen, unclear what he was going to do. Perhaps this man had some malicious intentions towards the cows. After pacing back and forth, he seemed to have found a suitable one. He stopped in his tracks and observed silently. The poor animal seemed to know it was about to be slaughtered. A cruel glint appeared in his eyes. A familiar sight. His strong arm grasped the animal's body, making it cry out. His smile turned sinister and menacing. It seemed like this man was doing something very strange. Finally, the night sounds began to subside. The animal's body had been drained dry by him. It was hard to understand what kind of martial arts he was practicing, but it was terrifying. The thin and emaciated body from earlier had transformed completely. He thought that if it were a human, it would be fine, but he was afraid of leaving behind evidence, so he gave up the idea. With his strength temporarily restored, he planned to set off on his mission. Dongting Lake is located in Hunan Province and is a major waterway hub where merchant ships from all guilds pass through. This place is also home to many anonymous martial artists and is where several sects establish their branches. Both the martial world and the evil forces want to claim this territory as their own. Only now did the audience catch a glimpse of Jinmu's face. It turned out that he had run straight here. The current itinerary was to visit the 5 major sects, followed by Huashan and then Kunlun Mountain. However, to facilitate travel, he planned to withdraw some money from the bank for expenses. Many people were discussing a certain matter, and upon listening it was revealed that there had been a murder with the body dismembered into hundreds of pieces. The victim was Judge Zhang, a respected martial artist. He understood that in a lawless place like this, such incidents were not unusual. However, he only glanced briefly before leaving immediately. The male protagonist walked through the meat trading area where the mysterious man operated. Just as he was about to leave, he became curious and lingered to listen to the gossip. A merchant was complaining because the cow he had just bought died too quickly. Why could so many of my cows die like that, I wonder? He was truly a devil. He sucked the blood out until the cow died. Upon hearing this, he immediately ran over to take a look. Because he was so angry at seeing a stranger, he scolded Jinmu. He didn't care and grabbed the guy by the collar. Tell me what's going on here. Indeed, just by looking, it's clear that the animal died in a very strange way. You tell me everything you know. To be honest, I don't really know what's going on. The protagonist immediately let him go. I don't know the reason why, but it's happened many times. After listening, he gradually understood what was going on. The only cultivation method that can turn a healthy body into a dry corpse is the qi gathering method. In his mind, he was certain that it was likely done by the devil cult. But it's not entirely because the signs left behind are different from the previous ones. It's an ancient martial art. There's no way someone in the martial world knows it, because the last person to pass it down was me, honored master. The one who taught Jinmu always reminded him, absolutely do not kill the opponent while absorbing their vitality, because doing so will give rise to evil thoughts in one's heart. Repeating it many times will make one addicted to killing. The only way to satisfy the craving is to drink a lot of wine. Of course, the more harm is done, the weaker the body will become. The internal energy obtained through coercion will dissipate quickly, and the body will eventually wither and perish. Becoming a devil is normal, but Jinmu cultivated with restraint and didn't overindulge. That's why he was able to obtain the Black Dragon primal essence and reach the peak of the martial world in the past. This scoundrel has disregarded the taboo. He must be suffering from the side effects and has become a serial killer. He guessed that the culprit was probably lurking around the tavern. Someone who knows the qi exhaustion method must be related to me or honored master. Although he's not sure of the person's reputation, the protagonist is determined to find out. Very soon the night deepened, and everything became cold and unusual. A merchant was frightened and didn't dare to speak loudly. He recognized the butcher as the culprit behind the recent murders. He bluntly explained that he was paid to do those things. The unfortunate person tried to bribe him to spare his life, but it didn't seem to work. The butcher took out a sharp knife and stabbed him. With just one cut, the victim didn't even have time to react. It was so fast that the merchant didn't even feel any pain. The body collapsed and blood splattered everywhere. The murderer muttered to himself that killing was a refined pleasure. Already lying there without even hearing me talk, huh? He continued to pull out a piece of paper to find the next victim. Just as he was reading intently, Jinmu's voice echoed. It turned out that he had taken the trouble to lie in wait to observe the mysterious martial art that he himself no longer used. Both of them remained silent, observing each other carefully. The other person changed his tone to a threatening one, accompanied by a menacing gaze. You're a witness, aren't you? If so, then I have to kill you. With that, his figure quickly disappeared. He had to climb onto the roof for the convenience of slaughtering. Without needing to exchange greetings, he jumped straight towards the male protagonist. He remained calm as if not even noticing him. It's still the same old trick, slashing and cutting throats. But this time, it didn't seem to go smoothly. Even without drawing his sword, he could parry my attack. Jinmu's body was sturdy, so he simply used his hand to parry the attack lightly. The murderer showed fear, realizing he had encountered a skilled opponent. He slowly asked for Jinmu's name. Don't talk too much. That's the question I want to ask. You damn guy, who are you? How do you know the chi gathering method? Upon hearing the name of the martial art, the murderer looked puzzled, as if he didn't know it. I don't know that technique. And you're using your hand to parry my attack. It's really interesting. He believed it was just luck that he wasn't hurt. So now I'll make you really die. Jinmu knew that the other person was in an overpowered state, going crazy to the point of not being able to gauge his opponent's skill level due to the abuse of the chi gathering method. Now he's on the verge of becoming a demon. Gradually, he'll go crazy from killing and won't be able to distinguish right from wrong. So he'll become a bloodthirsty monster day and night and become a beast. The good thing is that the host of the body won't even realize it's happening. However, Jinmu also sensed that the murderer had a very wonderful and skilled sword technique. The blade moved smoothly. His strength was too good. It's a waste to become a butcher. Who is this guy really? Apart from internal energy, if we consider the ability to use a weapon in an overpowered state, it's too amazing. The male protagonist was convinced that he was definitely one level higher than Chung Sang. After fighting for a while, seeing his opponent constantly evade, the crazy person showed his displeasure. You're indeed a very strange person. Right now I'll kill you brutally. With that, he swung his knife straight at Jinmu's face. His eyes showed excitement, thinking he had silenced a witness at the crime scene. But he must have been wrong. He still used his bare hands to block the attack. A skillful use of swordsmanship. It's not that I'm just avoiding the blow, I'm observing you, damn guy. You should feel lucky to have been spared thanks to my curiosity. To make him scared, he crushed the favorite weapon in his hand. Because there are still many things I need to investigate. I won't kill you yet. After saying that, he kicked Bai Xiao. Not stopping there, his fist swung up immediately. The assassin was too weak to defend himself. His neck was twisted to one side as if broken, and his consciousness only lasted until then. Bai Xiao lay on the ground, but he still carefully checked again to be sure. He was thinking about where to start. At an inn near the bank, near the lake, Bai Xiao felt an intense pain in his abdomen and face. His vision gradually cleared, and the first thing he saw was a very large ceiling. Next to him, a martial artist wearing yellow clothes was sitting on a chair. The assassin immediately realized that the male protagonist was nearby observing him. He shouted loudly in anger upon realizing he was being held captive. Jinmu still showed a sympathetic face without any reaction. Bai Xiao stood up and simultaneously threw a punch. Although he used all his strength, he felt like he was moving too slowly to catch even a fly. The male protagonist quickly dodged because this person reeked terribly. I only gave a light touch, next time you should be more careful. Throughout the night, Wugang observed the changes in Bai Xiao's body. The absorbed blood energy from the cow could only last for less than 2 hours. The change in the man's body was not like a dry corpse gradually withering away over time. It changed from a sturdy body to a weak and frail one, like a cotton ball soaked in water, and then gradually drying out. First, I need to make him regain consciousness a bit. You damn guy, what are you trying to do to me again? In an instant, he placed his hand on Bai Xiao's forehead and transmitted his energy. The energy of Mudang was a kind of power that could dispel evil and demonic energy. Thinking of the past, he could only use this method. In an instant, Bai Xiao's head turned pale. Thanks to the energy of the Taoist, a pure power emerged, dispelling the death energy and demonic aura. The man was exhausted, panting, and bewildered. A gentle voice asked about the male protagonist's identity. After regaining consciousness, Bai Xiao looked around with a confused expression. During the time he was controlled by the demonic energy, it was unlikely that he retained his intact memories. He immediately asked why Bai Xiao knew how to use the qi gathering method. It seems that he doesn't even know the exact name of the cultivation method he is practicing. The vitality from the cow helped you transform within exactly 2 watch periods, and then a terrible pain will come right. We call that internal dispersion of energy. If it weren't for the liquor, your mental state wouldn't be able to withstand it. What Wu Gang said is accurate, so the other person has nothing to respond with. With your current physical condition, even if you drink wine, it's hard to withstand the pain. Based on my own experience and Bai Xiao's situation, your body is not supposed to be like this. Even when you absorbed vitality using the exhaustion qi method, there were no problems. The other person is shaking with fear because he can't recognize himself anymore. He doesn't understand when he became so emaciated and had such a strong desire to kill. That's a side effect. Dead qi is accumulating in your body. The more the male protagonist speaks, the more Bai Xiao's eyes become fearful. He promises that if you're obedient, there will be a way to cure you. The assassin's pupils start trembling unceasingly. I've tried hundreds of methods, but all of them are useless. Who is the person standing in front of me laughing? Even when I didn't say it out loud, he could still accurately determine my condition, and he even said he could treat me. Bai Xiao, having been beaten too many times, thinks Jinmu is a fortune teller. Why should I trust someone I've just met for the first time? The male protagonist doesn't bother to argue anymore and gives him a choice answer or die. The old question is repeated. How did you know about that cultivation method? The man feels hesitant, unsure of what to do. My life is already rotten. I'm about to die anyway. When I still have some energy left, it's not bad to open up to a stranger. If heaven is merciful and can cure me, that would be great. After some hesitation, Bai Xiao begins to tell his story. Bai Xiao is the young master of Bai Family Manor in Guangxi Province. It's a place that has existed for many generations, even within the sphere of influence of the demonic sect. He and his family managed it well for a happy period without asking for more. However, 10 years ago, a bloody battle broke out at Bai Family Manor. The person who came to cause trouble was none other than Tran Du Min Jinmu's sworn brother. He hears the name and shows surprise. It turns out the real reason is that they want to enter Holy Heart Valley, where the Bai family manages to search for the longevity grass. A member of the orthodox sect, like the Bai family, would not let others step into the territory they've protected for generations. That's why the battle broke out. My father was killed by that person. My mother, filled with hatred, hanged herself. Finally, that strange martial art was passed down to Bai Xiao by Tran Chun Wumyung. The reason is that he wants this person to suffer the most painful death possible. From then on, he couldn't control himself anymore, leaving his younger sister at home and roaming around everywhere. Just because of his ambition to continue living, he chose the path of being a hitman. Jinmu thought that if it weren't for the fact that 15 years ago, he was definitely seeking Chun Wumyung, because he was searching for a way to achieve immortality. Actually, because he cherished his disciple, he passed on that cultivation method to him. Now he has become remorseful repeatedly, warning that he shouldn't have passed it on to anyone, and yet it still caused the destruction of another family. It's because he did it the wrong way that Bai Xiao's current state is like this. If we broaden this matter, the male protagonist is indeed the biggest reason. However, after thinking about it, it's possible that the cause of all these events originated from the elixir of immortality. Thanks to it, he was able to reincarnate into Jinmu's body. Although he doesn't know who the other person is, Bai Xiao wants to thank him for helping him regain his sanity. Now that he has remembered the faces of the people he killed with his own hands, he begs the person to help him end his sinful life. Perhaps because he regained his sanity, he couldn't bear it anymore. He became a killer and murdered innocent people. But if it weren't for Chun Wumyung, he wouldn't have lost his home. However, that disciple helped him revive as the disciple of MUDANG. The male protagonist sighed and drew his sword out of its sheath. Immediately, he swung it very quickly. It's unclear how, but specific areas were cut. From the back to the knees, it's possible that this is a temporary treatment. There are many other areas, so he did it very quickly. Blood flowed out from the wounds at the 12 acupuncture points, wetting the entire floor. He was surprised and didn't understand why he wasn't killed. Jinmu placed his hand on the Baihui acupuncture point on his head. You still remember the method of using qi, right? From now on, I will expel all the dead qi from your body. So he spent the entire night treating the stranger. Now his spirit has become clear, and his body feels light. How can I repay this kindness, my savior? You don't need to repay it. It wasn't a favor that needed to be repaid. Bai Xiao showed a grateful expression with tears falling. Because his eyes were itchy, he shouted loudly to stop it from crying. Upon hearing the male protagonist's words, he stopped crying and forced a twisted smile. However, I still haven't cured your disease completely. Because you've cultivated the qi gathering method, you can't cultivate other types of internal energy. So whether you like it or not, you'll only be able to cultivate the blood-sucking cultivation method. Bai Xiao's blank face suddenly turned red, That damn Chun Woomyoung, why did he pass on such a stupid cultivation method to me? I will definitely kill him. If you know how to use it, it will be very good. You just need to absorb a small amount. That means you just need to avoid killing the opponent, and the dead chi won't accumulate and cause side effects. Suddenly, the man clapped his hands in delight, looking like someone with multiple personalities. Then he tilted his head, wondering why you knew so much. Just as he was about to ask what the man would do next, he learned that the man would return to his hometown to start anew. I still have a younger sister, so I will help her restore the Bai family manor. After finishing the task, I will take my own life to atone for the people I have killed. Jinmu frowned, staring at Bai Xiao. The benefactor has forgiven me and granted me a favor, but the sin of killing still remains. But you're not a killer. You're just doing a job for someone who hired you to kill. Will they let you off? The man enthusiastically said that all he needed to do was submit a resignation letter, but the male protagonist didn't think so. Bai Xiao firmly stated that he would never kill again, even if it meant dying at the hands of the organization. Then I'll take my leave. I will never forget this kindness and will surely repay it. You don't even know my name and you're talking about repaying me. There was still more than half the distance to the door. He limped along. After walking for a while, he stood trembling, looking pitiful. Just watching him walk made his chest ache. In his condition, if the assassins came, he would surely die. It was too annoying, so he mercifully helped the man escape the assassin organization. Hearing these words, Bai Xiao became emotional. He sighed and expressed his gratitude for the male protagonist's kindness. The male protagonist had to raise his voice to shut the man's mouth. At the Lang Township outside Dongting Lake, this was a haven for those whose lives were ruined by debt gambling and those who had committed many crimes. It was a place that even government soldiers and renowned martial artists dared not enter. A sturdy man in black wearing a bamboo hat entered a noodle shop. Most people there didn't want to reveal their identities. The large man sat with his back to an old man in tattered clothes and ordered a dish. While waiting for his noodles, the large man muttered in a low voice, "Still no news from Bai Xiao." The old man's expression turned stern at the mention of Bai Xiao's name. The old man's name was Fan Long. Although he looked like a beggar on the street, he was actually the leader of a notorious assassin organization in Dongting Lake. One of his subordinates spoke up about the failed mission, saying that one of the targets was still alive, and Bai Xiao hadn't come to cause trouble. His boss looked skeptical, a person who normally has difficulty even walking. Yet every time he takes action, he leaves no trace and is always successful. His story is always praised in the assassin community. The old man Fan Long rotated his chopsticks, his eyes coldly looking down. Then he requested that they search thoroughly for Bai Xiao to deal with him properly. The silent Shulap spoke up, saying only 2 words, "Comply." Meanwhile, the male protagonist took him to a restaurant to regain his strength. As the sky gradually darkened, the number of customers increased. Bai Xiao became worried and couldn't speak. Is it really true that we just need to sit here and do nothing? We're not doing anything, just sitting here waiting. Isn't that equivalent to intentionally letting others discover us? In fact, the male protagonist's intention was to sit still and wait for the others to come to them. While drinking and chatting, it was revealed that Bai Xiao was an assassin, protected by the organization of 3 killing halls. After inquiring with the headquarters, it was learned that they were somewhere near Lang Village. If that's the case, we can't go there. If we don't know the exact location, why should we go looking for trouble and risk danger? The foundation of every battle begins with occupying a favorable position. Since we don't know where they are, we need to lure them to a place where we can take advantage of the situation. As the sun set and night fell, darkness covered everything. This is the time when shadows begin to move. The male protagonist pulled Bai Xiao to a crowded street, intentionally revealing their presence. He seemed impatient, but reminded Bai Xiao that if he wanted to, he could just go and suck the blood of the assassins. However, Bai Xiao stubbornly insisted that he couldn't absorb life force without a reason. The 2 of them were walking when they suddenly stopped. It seemed that Jinmu had sensed something. The person accompanying him was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. "Can't you tell that we have visitors?" That's right. Bai Xiao still couldn't sense anything. With his current body and internal energy, his sensitive perception as a martial artist had become much less acute. The male protagonist immediately darted into a deserted alley. He had managed to catch someone who was secretly following and observing them. This time a more painful cry was heard. However, this was just a disappointing target. The male protagonist's gaze was fixed on the rooftop in the distance. A mysterious figure in black appeared on the rooftop. He stood in a position where he could see down into the alley. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. The male protagonist just smiled wryly and cursed the others as bastards. Bai Xiao ran towards the person who had been brutally beaten and was now lying on the ground writhing in agony. Trying to figure out his identity, he knew nothing about the organization of 3 killing halls. Perhaps his memories were not stable, so apart from the period when he was still frenzied and killing, he didn't care about anything else. The man just stared at the assassin and spoke, "Now we'll interrogate this one to gather information." The male lead didn't intend to do that. Assassins were not the type to reveal everything from the start. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to break their will through torture. They would eventually return on their own. He would take them down one by one, weakening their forces. Until then, he needed the user's help. Jinmu pointed at the corpse and ordered Bai Xiao to use the qi gathering method. He had to do whatever it took to nurture his strength. His future life was doomed to be dependent on sucking the life force from other beings, like a diligent mosquito in the summer. Just as he was about to refuse, the male lead reminded him that the assassin was a wicked person. He had received payment to kill people, so he shouldn't feel guilty. Bai Xiao thought for a moment before leaning in close to the black-clad assassin. It was clear that he had made up his mind. His hand slowly grasped the unresisting arm of the corpse. At a glance, he could tell that the opponent's life force was abundant. The black-clad man's bones twisted and he groaned in pain. The male lead sat calmly watching with satisfaction. Good job! Now they should find another target for him to feed on. A figure in the shadows directly shot a hidden projectile at the male lead. It seemed that he had now detected movement. The male lead immediately deflected the projectile elsewhere. The assassin remained silent for a while, observing. By the time he realized he had been detected, it was too late. Jinmu charged forward and kicked him. He even counted the targets one by one. Bai Xiao finished his first meal and quickly moved on to the second. Indeed, he had sucked out all the life force from the man's body, causing him immense pain. His once dull face now twisted into a sinister grin. The male lead beside him had finished off the second target, and then he continued to take down the next one, and the next, and the next. The total count was 4. One of the assassins attempted to flee, but was too slow. The male assassin was taken down so easily. Is this enough for you to fight Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao was still savoring his prey. After eating his fill, he carelessly tossed the corpse aside. It's not just enough. It's more than sufficient, benefactor. Fanlong was astonished to see that dozens of assassins had been killed. The attendant elaborated that they weren't dead. Their limbs were crippled, rendering them unable to fight. It seemed that the martial arts skills of the person accompanying Bai Xiao were not ordinary. Still couldn't find out when asking about his background. If it's not one but dozens of people, then the opponent is definitely a tough one. It seems I have to take action personally now. He has offered a reward of gold if any of his underlings can bring back Bai Xiao's head. As dawn is approaching, the sky is gradually getting brighter. While having breakfast, Bai Xiao showed regret for using the qi gathering method. Just accept that after smelling the bloody scent, you can't stay sober just like last night. Jinmu is certain that if he doesn't kill people, he won't be guilty. The more he absorbs, the sooner his internal energy will recover. You're really unbelievable. After being so exhausted last night, you've become like a righteous person again. I plan to help finish this matter and then take it back to my hometown to rest assured. Fanlong and his underlings walked straight into the restaurant. Bai Xiao looked over and felt a sense of familiarity. Then he showed more fear than ever before. He kept muttering the name of the leader of the assassin group. There were already some people on the upper floor who had been there for a while. Across from them, there were also many people who looked like they were about to devour both of them. Jinmu now understood that the entire building was surrounded. I had just fought with him for a little while, and already they had all snuck in here. He spoke out to threaten the assassins, saying that they dare to do this in broad daylight. Then he made the old man sit down and asked him to explain. Fanlong kept grinning, and it's unclear what he was thinking. Jinmu thought that he was definitely trying to negotiate with him. The old man spoke out to thank him for showing mercy to his underlings last night. It's just that I was in a good mood last night, so I let them off. After hearing these words, Fanlong's face turned ugly. Our organization of 3 killing halls doesn't want to confront a master like you, although I don't know what the relationship is between the two of you. As long as you leave Bai Xiao behind and leave, I'll let this matter go. It's really laughable. Didn't you attack me first? You brought people here and still put on that kind of face. The underling beside him was enraged and wanted to grab the male lead and give him a good scolding. He still remained calm, watching to see what it would do. Acting so quickly, you want to start a fight, don't you? After speaking, a lot of murderous qi spread out everywhere. Fanlong felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed it. Zhao Li slowly let go of his hand because of this, but he couldn't stand firm against Jinmu's strength. Fanlong knew he was a master, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. There was no other way, so he decided to kill him. Just as he was about to raise his hand to attack, Jinmu spoke out. If you lower that hand, everyone here will die immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the power revealed was even more terrifying. Everyone was suffering from headaches, chest tightness, and difficulty breathing, unable to control themselves. The assassin master was also experiencing the same situation around this time. Now, is it like we're joking around, or should I give an example? Fanlong scolded his subordinate for lying, saying that it was impossible for him to be that strong. He knew that if they continued to fight, all the assassins at Dongting Lake would die. Then, with a weak voice, he begged, "Please forgive us, we are innocent." To be honest, he didn't know that you were such an outstanding person. You have a good understanding of the situation that's really commendable. But you've interrupted my meal and ruined my mood. So what should I do? Fanlong quickly pulled out silver to bribe the male protagonist. He remained silent, calculating the amount of money. The other person still swallowed saliva in fear and didn't dare to say a word. If that's the case, just listen to these 2 requests of mine, and we'll consider the matter closed. The first request is not to touch Bai Xiao, and the second one is also quite simple. Just pretend that you've been bitten by a mosquito, that's all. Thus, he treated his companion to a sumptuous meal. Bai Xiao once again thanked the male protagonist for his great help and outstanding talent. He was curious about his reputation and the reason behind his selfless help. Although he didn't know, he promised to repay him in this lifetime. Jinmu felt satisfied and asked Bai Xiao to sit down. Before setting off, I need to teach you something because it would be troublesome if you're stumbling around. The qi dispelling method is not bad. It's a powerful technique that can help you reach a higher level once you've filtered out the internal energy. Bai Xiao remained silent, listening to his explanation. This is a method to accumulate the absorbed qi from the qi gathering method. The male protagonist planned to teach him some black dragon primal essence, and at the same time help clean up the disciples in the dark realm since he would die anyway. The internal chaotic energy is both the prototype and the root of all qi. It's the darkness before everything is refined. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. Everything returns to its origin, forming a single order, rather than 2, created deep within the chaos. This is called Black Dragon Primal Essence. Returning to Chengsang and Chengwu's location, these 2 still had no idea what their senior brother was doing. Today was the first day of the Dragon Phoenix Association's gathering. Jegal San reminded everyone to do their best, and Chengsang vowed not to tarnish his senior brother's reputation. To officially participate in the competition, they had to pass 4 ability tests. Today was the test for the highest level martial armor, selecting the top 8 individuals with the strongest strength and knowledge of martial arts. Although he knew it would be tough, the disciples still felt anxious. Chengsang reminded that his fellow disciples and seniors had already left, so only the 2 of them represented Mudang, and they shouldn't behave like that. Do your best. Don't make Mudang and Oharyong Temple lose face, he urged his junior. After hearing that, the little boy's mental state stabilized a bit. From behind, a gentle voice was heard. Ya Ping greeted young lady San. He was the 3rd son of the Yue clan of Shandong. The man felt regretful because Jegal Seon, disguised as San, had secluded himself and didn't participate. Upon seeing the person accompanying her, Chung-sang greeted and introduced himself as being from Mudang. It turned out that they were disciples of a sect on the verge of downfall. Indeed, they were only good-looking. The man spoke ill of Mudang, saying it was a sect that practiced devilry, which made Jaegal-san frown. What I said isn't wrong. Why are you reacting like that? Anyway, young lady, you should go with me, he said. Everyone was waiting to see a beauty like young lady. Yaping saw the woman in front of him as a damsel in distress who needed protection and care. He subtly reminded Chung-sang and Chung-woo to know their place and make alliances when necessary. Jaegal-san felt annoyed and was about to scold them. Chung-sang hastily stopped her. After all, those were just verbal insults. They just needed to do their best as Mudang disciples. Upon hearing this, Jaegal-san sighed and said she didn't need to get angry with those useless people. The two men were well disciplined. She was too sensitive. At that moment, a voice calling out for Mudang was heard from afar. The two of them hurriedly went inside to prepare for the examination. Yaping looked displeased that Mudang disciples were putting on airs. The first test was to measure their inner energy by leaving a fingerprint on a large iron plate. Yaping's group was convinced that Mudang would make a fool of themselves. However, their words didn't seem to be true at all. A loud noise was heard and everyone's eyes widened in shock. The judges were also amazed and speechless. With just a light touch, Chung-woo had punched a large hole in the iron plate. He immediately passed the test and moved on to the next one. Chung-sang reminded his junior not to overdo it, otherwise there would be nothing left to test. If their senior saw this, he would be angry because his junior didn't control his inner energy properly. After speaking, it was his turn. The rule was to leave a fingerprint at least half a centimeter deep on the iron plate. The Mudang disciple remained calm and gazed directly at the large iron plate, his hand gently touching it to sense. The hand had gently touched to feel, not to mention using all his strength to hit. It's still not enough, and he even uses his hand to press down. The disciples of Manhwa are determined to never be able to do it. Compared to the method of pressing down, the concentration of strength will be less than that of the fist, because the center of gravity will be distributed throughout the palm. The judges were again surprised, as Chung-sang had made a clear impression of his palm. If the junior continues, this iron plate will definitely be pierced through. Isn't this level already enough? Zhuanlin had to ask his fellow disciples again if they were sure that the one over there was a disciple of Mudang. Chung-sang and Chung-woo. I must remember these two names. Yaping couldn't understand why those two could do it so simply. It's not that difficult. San felt annoyed because she always had to be close to this person. The female ran over to congratulate. If Jinmu Daojang saw these two, he would definitely be very happy. If our senior saw this, we would definitely be scolded, because in his eyes, we are always lacking. Miss Jaegal understood that Chung-sang always wanted to learn and follow his senior's example. It's certain that he and Chung-woo will create a big wave in this competition. After just one test, the fatty was already overjoyed and wanted to find the male protagonist to show off. Chung-sang was worried about who would prepare delicious and fresh meat for his senior. No matter where he goes, the Daojang will always eat well and definitely help those in difficult situations. Indeed, Jinmu is now enjoying the game meat. His luck is also good because Bai Xiao is actually a famous butcher. He couldn't believe that one day he would use the knife techniques of his family to cut meat. But since the benefactor is eating well, it proves that my cooking skills are not bad. The male protagonist couldn't help but continuously wave his chopsticks. A harsh voice echoed from somewhere. The aroma of roasted meat wafted from somewhere. How dare you people roast meat in front of my house without my permission? They demanded that the two pay for the meat because every tree and every blade of grass on this mountain is under management. You people are mountain bandits, so you're the bad guys. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and suck their blood. Upon hearing the permission, Bai Xiao and the others rushed towards their prey. How come these mountain bandits still don't understand the ways of the world? They're so slow. The male protagonist sat leisurely eating meat and secretly thinking of those two useless people. I wonder if they ever think of me and worry about me. Your seniors are eating well and punishing the bad guys, so you don't need to worry. Time passed faster than a dog running in the fields at Guilin Bai family manor. Bai Xiao's younger sister was furious and scolding wildly. Those heretical sects are clearly looking down on us, my lord. The old man, Elder Liu of the Hall Dan Tuan. That scoundrel is over 50 years old this year and still so perverted. It turns out that he has sent a wedding invitation to request marriage with Bai Xiao's younger sister. The largest person is planning to gather martial artists to attack Bali Hall, to behead him to vent his anger. After reading it, the sect master calmly understood that his opponent was trying to provoke him. The largest person in the family also shares the same thoughts as her. However, Sima Xiao understands that if they fight now, they will lose more than they gain, and it will create a disadvantage for our sect. The Bai family is the only military force that is supported. If other armies attack, these martial world warriors will unite to help, so those evil sects won't be able to do anything. He sent the invitation like this, certainly wanting to create a war, and at that time we won't be able to receive help from those around us. The person in charge reminds everyone not to waver in the current situation. This woman is indeed strong because she has endured for 15 years since her brother disappeared. She will certainly not let anyone ruin the efforts she has made to rebuild Bai family manor. Let's send a letter to meet with them, and there won't be a war. Then all the elders stop discussing anything further. At this time, the male protagonist is admiring Bai Xiao's hometown because it's so beautiful. Although he has been away from home for a long time, he still remembers that Guilin was a vast area of 14 counties, and Bai family manor had unified this place. While Jinmu is looking around, Bai Xiao's gaze stops at a place. Some hooligans are bullying ordinary people to extort protection money. This means that Bai family manor has indeed become too weak. Seeing this injustice, the man is planning to take action to handle it and get rid of the annoyance. After releasing you here, I still have somewhere to go urgently, so don't do anything reckless. Go meet your younger sister first, and then we'll think about it later. I didn't say I miss my younger sister. Jinmu hurriedly leaves, while Bai Xiao still looks back at the martial artists from the evil sect, who are bullying the people disrupting the atmosphere on the street. Both of them went to find a restaurant to grab a bite, but the owner apologized because there were no seats available. However, it seems that it's not because there are no people eating inside. He looks uneasy and says straightforwardly that a fight is about to happen. I'm worried, so I can't accept more customers inside. I hope you understand. Why do martial artists always choose this place as a battlefield instead of mountains or fields? Suddenly, a woman's voice comes from upstairs, catching the male protagonist's attention. It turns out to be Bai Nulian's voice refusing the marriage alliance with Lord Lu Tang, head of the Bali sect. The old man showed a lustful expression due to the beauty in front of him, promising that if she obeyed, he would not lack anything. Thank you for your high regard, but there's no need to worry about us. Bai Nulian is almost 30 and still doesn't know what the feeling of yin and yang union is that right? I said that only because I feel sorry for you. In response to the blatant teasing, Bai Lian's face scrunched up in anger. The elders exuded a cold aura as if they were ready to draw their swords at any moment. You said you came to talk, but why are you drawing your swords? She knew that the other party was waiting for an opportunity to oppress her family. Bai Nulian's eyes welled up with tears as she smiled and waved her hand, signaling the elders to calm down. A leader with a great reputation but now acting like a dog is truly helpless. Please reconsider the matter of the marriage. Isn't this a good thing? Suddenly, the noise inside the inn began to escalate. Could something have happened? I told everyone not to fight. At the same time, a martial artist climbed to the second floor, surrounded by a dark aura. This face seems familiar, as if I've seen it many times before. Bai Xiao was downstairs and couldn't let his sister be bullied anymore. He walked straight to where his sister and the other person were discussing something. Why can't I recognize the face that disappeared 10 years ago? The leader said not to fight, but it seems you're secretly colluding with others. Bai Nulian didn't feel happy at all when she met her brother again. The old entrepreneur used this as an excuse to create conflict. He shouted, calling out to his underlings to hurry up and attack. It seems that no matter how loudly he shouted, no one responded. Upon glancing down, everyone was lying on the ground. Jinmu appeared, asking about his master's impression of his servant. He silently observed the person beside him for a while. You don't need to ask who I am. Just listen to him. The male lead walked straight to Bai Xiao to do something, but for some reason he slapped him. The main reason was that he disrupted the meal he was enjoying. Bai Xiao explained that he acted because his sister was being bullied. One of the underlings asked permission from their master to deal with Jinmu and Bai Xiao alone. "You damn kid, stop getting in the way!" He quickly dodged to the side, causing the other person to miss. It was convenient to restrain him at the same time. The other person cried out in pain as his arm was locked. This is too strange. Naturally this time, he just gave up. "Today is the day we get out of debt. So you're lucky I'm in a good mood." "Okay?" Lao Danquan was frightened and asked tremblingly about the name of the male protagonist. "I don't know what kind of relationship you have, but this battle was started by Bai family manor first. If the righteous and evil gather in one place, it's definitely a battle between good and evil. If that's the case, then are you going to continue fighting, right? Now I have something urgent to attend to, so make your choice quickly. Either get out of here voluntarily or have your head cut off immediately." It turns out that Jinmu wasn't joking about this. The guy swallowed hard, not knowing what to choose. He guessed that you belonged to the evil faction, so he apologized softly and retreated. He guessed that you belonged to the evil faction, so he apologized softly and retreated. With permission, he immediately turned tail and ran away. Bai Nulian spoke up to thank him for his help. "If you want to thank me, you should thank him, not me. I just showed him the way back home." The person in charge looked at his older brother after hearing this. Bai Xiao himself was also showing remorse for his past actions. Maybe she's his sister, but she doesn't seem to have any feelings at all. She was planning to marry Jinmu because he's a top-notch expert, and she couldn't just let him go like that. "I, a humble girl, dare to ask the benefactor to allow me to repay the kindness to the Bai family manor." But the male protagonist couldn't agree, because finding the dual heart cultivation technique was a very important matter for him. Thinking this, he greeted them both and left immediately. Bai Xiao didn't understand why his sister didn't say anything else. He felt like he couldn't help but try to hold on to something. He hurriedly ran to grab Jinmu's arm. His intention was to invite Jinmu to have a good meal before leaving. His voice was now pleading, making Jinmu hesitate. Just hearing about food made him think he should stay for a few more days. His mood was now torn. He really couldn't resist the delicious meat that Bai Xiao had prepared. If that's the case, then it's okay to leave a bit later. Bai Nulian didn't understand what her brother and the benefactor were talking about. What on earth did that scoundrel do outside for 10 years? To treat Jinmu, Bai Xiao caught a deer.